massive imperial.
Picture this, the most prestigious university in the galaxy. Think MIT crossed with Hogwarts, but floating in zero-G and populated by beings that make Star Trek aliens look mundane. Now imagine being the only human there, sitting in the back row with a half-eaten sandwich and a TI 84 calculator. Jake Martinez had three things going for him at the Zephyrian Institute of Cosmic Sciences: a full scholarship, a decent GPA, and absolutely zero understanding of why everyone kept staring at him like he was about to explode. The floating lecture hall buzzed with alien chatter as Professor Kexthery's crystalline form resonated at precisely 440 hertz, the Zephyrian equivalent of clearing your throat. Around Jake, his classmates settled into their various preferred orientations. The Violian gas beings flickered nervously in their containment suits. The Korthak delegation arranged themselves in their traditional thinking pyramid. Even the normally stoic metalloids had their optical sensors focused forward with unusual intensity. Today, Professor Kexthery announced, her voice creating harmonic overtones that made Jake's teeth itch. We discussed the Mendaka paradox. A collective shiver ran through the audience. Jake looked up from his half-finished sandwich and flipped to a fresh page in his notebook. Mendaka paradox, he wrote, followed by a small doodle of what he thought a Mendaka might look like, sort of like a confused chicken. The professor's form shifted to a deeper purple hue, indicating academic solemnity. For 7,000 cycles, the greatest minds in the galaxy have struggled with this fundamental impossibility. The equations that govern consciousness transfer across dimensional barriers contain an inherent contradiction that has prevented any practical application of transdimensional awareness. Holographic equations materialized in the air, floating in complex three-dimensional arrays. Jake squinted at them, trying to follow along. The math looked familiar, but twisted like calculus that had been fed through Google Translate several times. The core issue, Kexthery continued, is that consciousness, when projected across dimensional boundaries, creates a recursive loop. The observer observes the observer observing, creating infinite regression. Every attempt to stabilize the equation results in exponential energy requirements that would drain a star. A Violian student flickered rapidly, their species equivalent of raising a hand. Professor, the Alterian Empire's latest attempt required the energy output of 12 systems and still failed to achieve stable transfer. Hesidi Zeta. The energy requirements grow exponentially with each recursive layer. It is, as the ancient saying goes, like try to lift oneself by pulling on one's own tentacles. Jake frowned at the floating equations, chewing thoughtfully on his peanut butter and a jelly sandwich. Something about the math bothered him. It reminded him of a problem he'd encountered in his quantum mechanics elective back at community college. Professor Kexthery's resonance shifted to a melancholy minor key. The Mendaka paradox represents the ultimate limitation of consciousness itself. It is why telepathic species cannot share thoughts across dimensions, why the hive minds cannot expand beyond their local space-time, and why true universal consciousness remains impossible. The weight of cosmic futility settled over the lecture hall like a heavy blanket. Students exchanged the universal expressions of academic despair, which across species looked surprisingly similar. Jake raised his hand. The entire hall went silent. Even the background hum of the environmental systems seemed to pause. Yes, human Jake? Professor Kexthery's form flickered with what Jake had learned was either curiosity or indigestion. Sorry if this is a dumb question, but why are you treating consciousness like a classical observer? The silence stretched. A metalloid's optical array clicked audibly. Somewhere in the gas being section, a containment suit hissed nervously. What do you mean? The professor asked. Jake gestured at the floating equations with his sandwich. Well, you're applying classical observer mechanics to a quantum consciousness system. But consciousness isn't really an observer in the traditional sense. It's more like a probability field that collapses reality through interaction, right? Professor Keck's theory's form went completely transparent, a sign of either deep thought or system failure. If consciousness is quantum, Jake continued, warming to his topic, then you don't get recursive loops because the observation itself changes the system being observed. It's like, he paused, searching for an analogy, like trying to measure your own height while you're still growing. The measurement changes what you're measuring. He pulled out his calculator and started punching in numbers. So instead of treating it as C observing C observing C, you treat it as a superposition of all possible observer states until the moment of dimensional transfer, at which point the wave function collapses and you get a single, stable consciousness projection. The hall was so quiet Jake could hear his own heartbeat. Here, he said, and started sketching on his notebook. If you replace the classical observer constant with a quantum probability matrix and apply it to... He squinted at the holographic equations. That big scary one up there with all the tentacle symbols you get. He scribbled for a moment, cross-referenced something on his phone, and looked up. Yeah, you get a linear energy requirement. No exponential growth. Should be totally doable with like a standard fusion reactor. Jake looked around the hall at the sea of alien faces staring at him. Did I get the math wrong? Professor Keck's theory's form had gone completely rigid. Her harmonic frequency had shifted to something Jake's universal translator couldn't parse, but which sounded roughly like a dial-up modem having an existential crisis. Human Jake, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you suggesting that consciousness is quantum? Well, yeah. I mean, that's basic quantum mechanics, right? Everything's quantum at the fundamental level. I thought that was pretty well established. A Korthak in the front row made a sound like a cement mixer having a breakdown. But quantum consciousness is impossible. Consciousness requires classical observer mechanics. The unified theory of cosmic awareness explicitly states. Oh, that thing. Jake flipped through his notebook. Yeah, I read that paper for my intro philosophy class. The math's wrong in section 4. They forgot to account for quantum decoherence in neural networks. The hall erupted. Students were flickering, resonating, and making various species-specific sounds of academic distress. Professor Keck's theory's form was cycling through colors Jake was pretty sure weren't supposed to exist. Silence. The professor's harmonic blast rattled Jake's teeth. The hall fell quiet except for a few nervous flickers. Human Jake, she said, her voice carefully controlled. Would you please approach the calculation matrix? Jake shrugged and walked down to the front of the hall, his sneakers squeaking on the polished floor. The holographic equations towered above him, complex and intimidating. Show us, Professor Keck's theory said. Jake looked at the floating math, pulled out his calculator, and started working. He made a few quick corrections to the observer variables, added what looked like a quantum decoherence factor, and simplified a couple of the more complex integrals using techniques he'd learned in Calc 2. There, he said, stepping back. That should work. The equations hung in the air transformed. Where before they had spiraled into recursive infinity, now they're resolved into elegant, stable solutions. Professor Keck's theory stared at the display. Then she touched her communication panel with a trembling appendage. This is Professor Keck's theory at the Institute, she said, her voice tight. I need to speak with the Galactic Science Council immediately. We have a situation. Jake raised his hand again. Professor, is this going to be on the test? The violin next to him fainted, his containment suit hitting the floor with a metallic clang. 2 hours later, the Galactic Science Council was in emergency session. The Institute's Quantum Consciousness Laboratory had successfully demonstrated stable dimensional awareness transfer using Jake's modified equations. The energy requirement was exactly what he'd predicted. Manageable with standard technology, asterisk. The implications were staggering. Instantaneous communication across galactic distances, shared consciousness networks spanning multiple dimensions, the complete restructuring of how the galaxy understood awareness itself, asterisk. And in the middle of it all sat Jake Martinez, eating a bag of chips and wondering if he'd get extra credit for accidentally revolutionizing the fundamental understanding of consciousness, asterisk. Professor Kextheory approached him as the emergency session continued around them. Her form had stabilized to a calm blue-green. "Human Jake," she said, "do you understand what you've done?" Jake looked up from his chips. Solve the homework problem? You've rewritten the foundation of galactic science. Consciousness transfer, dimensional awareness, quantum telepathy, all of it is now possible because of your equations." Jake nodded thoughtfully. "Cool. So, does that mean I passed the class?" Professor Kextheory's form flickered with what Jake had learned was laughter. "Human Jake, I believe you've just passed everything." As the emergency session dissolved into excited planning committees, and the hall filled with the excited chatter of beings contemplating a universe where consciousness itself could be shared across the stars, Jake packed up his notebook and headed for the door. He had a chemistry lab in 20 minutes, and he'd heard they were covering something called molecular bonding theory that the professor claimed was completely unsolvable. Jake smiled and patted his calculator. This was going to be a good semester. And somewhere in the administrative offices of the Zephyrian Institute, a filing clerk updated Jake Martinez's academic record. Under species classification, they hesitated for a moment, then typed, "Human, handle with care." Asterisk. After all, if they'd learned anything today, it was that sometimes the most profound breakthroughs come from the most unexpected sources. And sometimes, just sometimes, the primitive species from the backwater planet might just have figured out things that the rest of the galaxy had been overthinking for millennia. Asterisk. Who knew that the solution to the universe's greatest mysteries could fit on a napkin and be solved with a calculator that cost $30 at Walmart? Asterisk.
The twin suns hung high in the sky, casting a merciless glare over the barren expanse of the desert planet Oroshevan planet. The landscape stretched endlessly, a sea of golden dunes rippled by fierce winds. The air shimmered with heat, making the horizon dance like an illusion. It was a place that defied life, an unyielding realm of scorching sand and dry, suffocating winds. This, the alien teacher thought with satisfaction, would be the perfect test for her students. Professor Zarin, a towering figure with pale lavender skin and sharp, angular features, stood on a raised platform at the edge of the landing zone. Her long cloak billowed slightly in the hot wind, the fabric embedded with intricate symbols denoting her rank as a survival instructor for the Intergalactic Academy of Adaptation. She was renowned for her challenging methods and unflinching belief that most species in the galaxy lacked the resilience to survive without their precious technology. Her golden eyes scanned the group of students assembled before her, a diverse collection of beings from across the galaxy. "This," she announced, her voice carrying an authoritative edge, "is Orash 7, a planet where no species has survived more than a single planetary cycle without external assistance. Your task is simple. Survive for 48 hours. Prove to me that you possess not only intellect, but the instincts necessary to endure." The students shifted nervously. Among them were representatives of some of the most advanced species in the galaxy. There was Lorak, a reptilian being from the humid swamps of Xylaris, whose scales glinted iridescently under the sun's rays. Beside him stood Mira, a delicate avian creature from the clouded skies of Mur, her feathers trembling in the arid wind. Next to her loomed Calyx, a heavily armored insectoid from the volcanic world of Brask, whose chitinous exoskeleton seemed impervious to the heat. Finally, almost unnoticeable in the crowd, was the lone human, a young woman named Stacy. Stacy stood quietly at the back of the group, her face partially obscured by a hood to shield her from the blistering sun. She was shorter than most of the others, her frame lean and unassuming compared to the imposing figures around her. Yet her eyes, a piercing shade of green, gleamed with quiet determination. She had joined the academy as part of an experimental program to study the adaptability of humans in extreme conditions. Her presence was regarded with skepticism by her peers, and Zarin in particular seemed to regard her as little more than a curiosity. Humans, Zarin had once said during a lecture, are an anomaly. Their survival stems not from innate superiority, but from sheer luck and primitive instincts. They are a species of improvisers, reliant on their crude methods and unrefined tools. It will be fascinating to see how long this one lasts. Now, as Zarin surveyed her students, her gaze lingered briefly on Stacy. The professor's lips curled into a faint smirk, as if already anticipating the human's failure. "You will each be provided with a standard survival kit," Zaron continued. "Inside you will find basic tools and rations sufficient for a single day. Beyond that, you are on your own. Use your environment. Adapt, improvise, or perish." The students exchanged uneasy glances. The airlock of the ship hissed open, and a dozen drones floated out, each carrying a sleek metallic survival kit. As the drones distributed the kits, Stacy caught hers and examined its contents. Inside were a small multi-tool, a collapsible container for water, a single nutrient bar, a thermal blanket, and a rudimentary shelter device. It was hardly enough for 48 hours on a planet like this. But Zarin clapped her hands, and the sound echoed sharply in the arid air. "Your test begins now. Remember, this is not only about survival, it is about proving that you are more than the limitations of your species." With that, the group dispersed, each student heading in a different direction to begin their trial. Some activated their scanning devices immediately, searching for signs of water or shelter. Others took to the skies, their wings or hover packs carrying them above the dunes. Stacy, however, remained still for a moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon. She felt the weight of the desert's hostility pressing down on her, but she also felt a quiet resolve building with. She had spent years preparing for challenges like this. The deserts of Earth, harsh as they were, had taught her ancestors to endure with nothing but their wits and bare hands. This planet, she thought, would be no different. She glanced at her survival kit again, noting the scarcity of resources. Her peers, with their advanced biology and technology, might see this as a limitation, but Stacy saw it as an opportunity. She knew that survival wasn't about having the best tools, it was about understanding the environment and working with what it offered. Before setting out, she crouched down and scooped up a handful of sand, letting it fall through her fingers. The grains were fine and dry, but as she sifted through them, she noticed tiny fragments of salt crystals glinting in the sunlight. Salt often indicated the presence of water, or at least the remnants of it. She smiled faintly, her first clue already in hand. As the other students raced off with their gadgets and scanners, Stacy began walking, her steps steady and purposeful. She had no advanced equipment, no protective exoskeleton, no wings to carry her above the searing dunes. All she had was her knowledge, her instincts, and her will to survive, and that, she thought, would be enough. The heat grew more intense with each passing moment. The twin suns, relentless in their fury, seemed to mock the students as they ventured deeper into the unforgiving terrain of Orash 7. The desert stretched endlessly, a maze of dunes and jagged rock formations, offering no shade and little hope. The air shimmered with a mirage-like quality, distorting the landscape and playing tricks on the mind. The challenge was only beginning, but the strain was already palpable among the group. Stacy moved steadily across the shifting sands, her every step calculated to conserve energy. Her boots, designed for rugged environments, sank slightly with each step, forcing her to adjust her gait to avoid wasting strength. Unlike her peers, who relied heavily on their technology, she chose to rely on observation. Her eyes scanned the horizon for landmarks, unusual rock formations, patches of vegetation, anything that might provide a clue to the location of water or shelter. She knew that the desert, as hostile as it appeared, often held subtle signs of life beneath its barren surface. Elsewhere, the other students were faring less gracefully. Lorak, the reptilian student from Xylaris, had activated a thermal scanner built into his wristband, which emitted a soft hum as it searched for heat signatures. His scales glistened with sweat, a sign that even his species, adapted to swampy environments, was struggling to cope with the desert's dryness. He muttered to himself in frustration as the scanner failed to pick up anything useful. The device, designed for detecting large heat sources, was overwhelmed by the omnipresent heat of the sand and suns. rendering it nearly useless. Mira, the avian student, had taken to the skies, her lightweight frame and expansive wings allowing her to soar above the dunes. From above, she hoped to spot water or some form of shelter, but the view offered little more than an endless expanse of sand. Her feathers, so accustomed to the cool, misty atmosphere of her home planet, were beginning to dry out and lose their luster. She circled lower, frustrated by the lack of results, and began to feel the strain of the dry wind cutting through her once pristine plumage. Meanwhile, Calyx, the insectoid from Brask, relied on his exoskeleton to shield him from the heat. His heavy frame made him slower than the others, but he compensated with brute strength, digging into the sand with his clawed limbs in search of water. The effort, however, was draining, and the dry, powdery sand offered no resistance, making his attempts futile. He grumbled in his native tongue, cursing the planet's inhospitable nature as the sands continued to collapse into his shallow excavations. Stacy observed none of this, as she had chosen a different path. While the others scattered in various directions, she had decided to follow the faint traces of salt she had noticed earlier. Her keen eyes caught the occasional glint of crystals in the sand, leading her to suspect that water had once flowed in this area. The challenge now was to find where it might still exist, hidden beneath the surface or trapped in underground reservoirs. She paused at the base of a towering rock formation, its jagged edges casting a faint shadow on the sand. Though the shade was meager, it provided a brief reprieve from the sun's relentless glare. She crouched down and examined the ground more closely. Tiny, hardy plants with needle-like leaves clung to the base of the rocks, their roots burrowing deep into the sand. These plants, she knew, were a sign that moisture was present below the surface. She reached into her survival kit and pulled out the multi-tool, using its sharp edge to scrape away the top layer of sand. The ground below felt slightly cooler to the touch, confirming her suspicions. As she worked, Stacy's mind was calm and focused. She thought back to her training on Earth, where survival in extreme environments was a matter of both knowledge and discipline. She remembered her instructor's words, "The environment is not your enemy. Learn its patterns, understand its secrets, and it will guide you." She had internalized this lesson, and now, faced with the harshness of Orash 7, she felt a quiet confidence in her ability to The silence of the desert was occasionally broken by distant sounds, grunts of frustration from Lorak, the rhythmic beating of Mira's wings, and the scraping noises of Calyx's claws against the sand. None of them seemed to be making progress, their advanced tools and natural adaptations proving insufficient against the planet's challenges. In contrast, Stacy's slow, deliberate approach began to yield results. She found a shallow depression near the rock formation where the sand was noticeably darker and more compact. This, she realized, could be a sign of subsurface water. She set to work, using the multi-tool to dig carefully into the ground. The sand grew cooler and slightly damp as she dug deeper, a promising indication that water was close. Her movements were methodical, each scoop of sand revealing a little more moisture. She felt a small surge of hope, but she knew better than to let it distract her. Survival was about persistence, and she couldn't afford to let her guard down. As the suns began to dip lower in the sky, casting longer shadows across the desert, Stacy paused to assess her progress. She had dug a hole nearly a meter deep, and the sand at the bottom was distinctly wet. It wasn't much, but it was enough to confirm that water was present. She leaned back on her heels, wiping the sweat from her brow, and allowed herself a moment of satisfaction. While her peers struggled with their advanced gadgets and brute force, she had relied on instinct and knowledge, and it was paying off. Far in the distance, she spotted the faint silhouettes of the other students. They appeared scattered and disorganized, their movements betraying frustration and exhaustion. Stacy felt no sense of superiority, only a quiet determination to continue. The desert was vast and unforgiving, and this small success was just the beginning. There was still much to do, and the challenge was far from over. The day ended with the suns dipping below the horizon, the temperature dropping sharply as darkness enveloped the desert. Stacy used the thermal blanket from her survival kit to conserve her body heat, her mind already planning her next steps. She would need to extract and purify the water she had found, a task that would require both ingenuity and patience. As she lay beneath the star-filled sky, she felt a quiet pride in her efforts, but she knew that the true test of survival was only just beginning. Nightfall on Orash 7 transformed the desert into an entirely different world. The scorching heat dissipated, replaced by an almost unnatural chill that seeped into Stacy's bones. The stars above glittered with breathtaking clarity, but the cold wind sweeping across the dunes left no room for admiration. She wrapped herself tightly in the thermal blanket from her survival kit, her muscles stiff and her mind weary from the day's effort. The hole she had dug now lay before her, dark and silent, but it held the promise of life. Somewhere below the surface, water waited, hidden, elusive, but undeniably present. The silence was oppressive. There were no sounds of wildlife, no whispers of vegetation brushing in the breeze. Even the distant murmurs of her peers had faded into the vast emptiness of the desert. Stacy felt the weight of solitude pressing against her, a sharp reminder of just how isolated she was. She shifted her focus back to the task at hand. Survival in a place like this demanded not only physical endurance, but also mental fortitude. Dwelling on the enormity of her situation would only sap her strength. She crouched beside the hole, examining the damp sand she had unearthed earlier. It wasn't enough to dig and hope for the best. She needed a plan. Pulling out her multi-tool, she began to refine the edges of the pit, ensuring the walls wouldn't collapse as she worked. Her hands moved with practiced precision, each action deliberate and purposeful. Her training had taught her the importance of efficiency. Every movement needed to conserve energy. The process was grueling. As she dug deeper, the dampness increased, turning the sand into a sticky, resistant sludge. Her arms ached from the effort, and the sharp chill of the night only heightened her discomfort. Yet she pressed on, her resolve unshaken. Survival wasn't about comfort, it was about necessity. The moisture in the sand grew heavier, and the faint scent of wet earth reached her nose. It was a small victory, but it reignited her determination. By the time the first hint of dawn painted the horizon with soft hues of pink and orange, Stacy's pit had reached a depth of nearly 2 meters. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, but the sight before her gave her a renewed sense of purpose. At the bottom of the hole, a shallow pool of water had begun to collect, glistening faintly in the early light. It wasn't much, just a thin layer, but it was enough to confirm that she was on the right track. Her heart raced with a mix of relief and triumph. Against the odds, she had found what so many believed was impossible on Orash 7. The next step was extraction. She retrieved the collapsible container from her survival kit and carefully scooped up the water, mindful not to disturb the sediment at the bottom. The liquid was murky, laced with fine particles of sand and traces of minerals. It wasn't safe to drink, not yet, but she had anticipated this. Her training had covered basic filtration methods, and she intended to put that knowledge to use. Stacy set up a makeshift filtration system, using the limited resources at her disposal. She lined a small funnel with strips of fabric torn from the edge of her thermal blanket, creating a crude filter. Slowly, she poured the water through the funnel, watching as the fabric caught the larger particles. The process was painstakingly slow, but it was effective. With each pass, the water grew clearer until it finally resembled something drinkable. She held up the container, inspecting the liquid against the morning light. It wasn't perfect, but it would sustain her. As she took her first cautious sip, a wave of relief washed over her. The water was bitter and metallic, but it quenched her thirst like nothing she had ever experienced before. She savored each drop, knowing that this small victory could mean the difference between life and death in the days to come. While Stacy worked, the other students were facing mounting challenges. Lorak's thermal scanner had failed completely, its circuitry fried by the relentless heat of the previous day. Frustrated and dehydrated, he had resorted to aimlessly wandering the dunes, his reptilian physiology no longer offering the protection he had relied upon. Mira's feathers had become brittle, and the avian struggled to stay airborne in the turbulent winds of the desert. She had landed near a rocky outcrop, but her search for water had yielded nothing. Calyx, still determined to brute force his way to survival, had dug a series of shallow pits, each one collapsing in on itself and leaving him increasingly fatigued. The alien students had expected their advanced technology and unique adaptations to give them an edge. Yet Orish 7 had proven to be an equalizer, stripping them of their advantages and exposing their vulnerabilities. They had underestimated the planet's challenges, just as they had underestimated Stacy. Unaware of the struggles of her peers, Stacy focused on preparing for the next phase of her plan. The water she had found would sustain her temporarily, but she knew it wasn't a long-term solution. She needed to identify a more stable source, something that could provide a continuous supply. Her mind raced with possibilities. The presence of water here suggested that there might be underground reservoirs or natural springs nearby. She needed to expand her search, but she also needed to balance caution with ambition. The desert was vast and unforgiving, and a single misstep could undo all her progress. As the day wore on, the heat returned with a vengeance. Stacy adjusted her strategy, using the shade of the rock formation to shield herself from the worst of the sun's rays. She rationed her water carefully, sipping only when absolutely necessary. Her movements were slow and deliberate, conserving energy as she continued to dig and refine her water source. Each small success fueled her determination, reinforcing her belief that survival was within her grasp. By late afternoon, Stacy's efforts had caught the attention of the alien teacher, Zaron. The professor had been monitoring the students' progress from a distance, her golden eyes narrowing as she observed their struggles. Zaron had expected the human to fail quickly, to succumb to the planet's challenges like so many before her. Yet here she was, not only surviving but thriving. The sight of Stacy's makeshift filtration system and carefully dug pit filled Zaron with a mix of curiosity and begrudging respect. She made a note to investigate further, though she refused to let her growing admiration show. As the suns dipped lower in the sky, Stacy paused to reflect on her progress. The desert was still a harsh, unforgiving place, but she no longer felt overwhelmed by its vastness. She had proven to herself that she could adapt, that her knowledge and instincts were enough to navigate even the most hostile environments. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she faced it with a quiet confidence, knowing that she had already achieved what many had deemed impossible. The next morning, the desert unveiled a new challenge. The air was still and heavy, the rising heat creating a suffocating blanket that pressed down on everything it touched. Stacy stirred from her light sleep, her body stiff from a night spent curled against the rocky outcrop. Her thermal blanket had provided some warmth against the chill, but the hard ground beneath her had done little to offer rest. Blinking against the harsh light of the twin suns, she stretched her aching limbs and began preparing for the day ahead. Her water supply was now minimal. The small pool she had uncovered the previous day had yielded enough for a handful of sips after filtration, but it was clear that it wouldn't be sufficient for long-term survival. She glanced down at the hole she had dug, now dry again except for a faint dampness clinging to the edges. The water she had collected was proof of possibility, but the challenge now was to find a more sustainable source. Stacy's gaze shifted to the horizon, scanning for clues. The desert seemed endless, the dunes rolling like frozen waves of gold. Yet she knew that no landscape was entirely barren. Her training had taught her that even the harshest environments held secrets for those who knew how to look. As her eyes adjusted to the glare, she noticed something faint in the distance. A jagged line against the otherwise smooth skyline. It wasn't another dune. It was darker and sharper, likely another rock formation. Its prominence suggested it might be larger than the one she had camped near. If her instincts were right, such a formation could act as a natural collector for water or even hide a subterranean spring. Determined, she packed her limited supplies and set out toward the distant shape. Her pace was steady, her movements deliberate to conserve energy. The desert sands shifted beneath her feet, each step a test of balance and endurance. The The heat was already rising, beads of sweat forming on her brow as the suns climbed higher into the sky. She adjusted her hood to shield her face, her focus unwavering as she pushed forward. Elsewhere, the other students continued their struggles. Lorak, now visibly weakened, had abandoned his thermal scanner entirely. His once iridescent scales had dulled and his movements were sluggish as he wandered aimlessly through the dunes. Mira, perched atop a smaller rock outcrop, was furiously preening her feathers, trying to combat the dryness that had left them brittle and uneven. Calyx, the insectoid, had resorted to eating small, dried-out plants he had found scattered across the sand, his frustration evident in the erratic clicking of his mandibles. None of them had made significant progress, their initial confidence eroded by the relentless conditions of Orash. Stacy, in contrast, felt her determination growing with each step. The distant formation grew larger as she approached, its dark silhouette taking on more defined edges. The journey was grueling, the sun merciless, but she pressed on, her mind focused on the goal. As she drew closer, she began to notice subtle changes in the landscape. The sand near the base of the formation was darker, almost reddish in hue, and small clusters of hardy plants dotted the area. These plants, with their thick, waxy leaves, were a clear sign of moisture. She reached the base of the formation just as the suns reached their zenith. The rocks were massive, jagged monoliths jutting out of the sand like the bones of some ancient creature. Their surfaces were rough and pitted, evidence of centuries of erosion by wind and sand. Stacy circled the base, her eyes scanning for any signs of water. She noted small cracks and crevices in the rock, some of which held patches of green moss, a sure indicator of dampness. Her attention was drawn to a particularly deep crevice at the base of the largest rock. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for her to squeeze through, but the air emanating from it was noticeably cooler. She crouched down and peered inside, her heart pounding with anticipation. The darkness of the crevice concealed its depth, but the faint glimmer of moisture on the rock walls was enough to spur her into action. Using her multi-tool, she began to carefully widen the opening, chipping away at the edges to create enough space to crawl through. The work was slow and labor-intensive, each strike sending small shards of rock scattering across the sand. Her hands ached and sweat dripped down her face, but she refused to stop. The promise of water, of survival, drove her forward. After what felt like hours, the crevice was finally wide enough to allow her passage. She slid inside, her movements cautious as she navigated the narrow space. The air within was cool and damp, a stark contrast to the searing heat outside. The darkness pressed in around her, but she pressed on, guided by the faint sound of dripping water echoing in the distance. Her heart raced as the sound grew louder. The passage widened slightly, and she found herself in a small chamber. In the center, a shallow pool of water glistened in the dim light filtering through the cracks above. It was pristine, untouched, a hidden treasure in the heart of the desert. Stacy knelt beside the pool, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten as she cupped her hands and scooped up the cool, clear water. She drank deeply, the liquid revitalizing her parched body. The discovery was more than she could have hoped for. The pool was large enough to provide a sustainable source of water, and its location within the rock formation offered natural protection from the elements. She quickly began devising a plan to transport water back to her camp, using the collapsible container from her kit. Each trip would be arduous, but the reward was worth the effort. As she emerged from the crevice, the suns were beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the desert. Stacy felt a renewed sense of purpose as she made her way back to her camp, the container of water sloshing gently with each step. She knew that her success wasn't just a personal victory. While her peers had faltered, relying on technology and brute force, she had embraced the simplicity of observation and adaptation. The desert had tested her, and she had risen to the challenge. Back at her camp, she carefully stored the water and began preparing for the night. The desert's cold would return soon, and she needed to ensure her shelter was secure. As she worked, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her accomplishments. She had proven that survival wasn't about having the best tools or the most advanced technology. It was about understanding the environment and working with it. Stacy sat by her small campfire, the stars once again illuminating the vast expanse above. The journey was far from over, but she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She had discovered not just water, but a deep well of strength within herself, and she knew, without a doubt, that she would endure. The desert seemed quieter that morning, as if Orash 7 itself was waiting to see what would unfold. The twin suns had barely risen, their light creeping over the horizon and painting the dunes in hues of amber and gold. Stacy sat cross-legged at her camp, her back against the rock formation that had become her haven. The container of water she had carried back from the hidden pool was nearly full, resting beside. She sipped cautiously, savoring each drop. This water was her victory, a reminder of the balance she had struck between determination, knowledge, and adaptability. Yet, even as she allowed herself a moment of satisfaction, she knew the test wasn't over. Across the desert, the other students were nearing their limits. Lorak the reptilian stumbled across the sands, his once confident gait reduced to a slow, staggering shuffle. His scales were cracked and dull, his energy sapped by dehydration and frustration. Mira had abandoned her attempt to fly, her brittle feathers unable to withstand the dry, abrasive winds. She perched on a jagged outcrop, her head bowed as she tried to shield herself from the suns. Calyx, the insectoid, had burrowed shallow pits into the sand in a desperate bid for moisture, but his efforts had yielded nothing. Their initial pride and reliance on technology had betrayed them, leaving them vulnerable to the harsh realities of Orash 7. Stacy watched the horizon, her gaze calm and steady. She had spent the previous evening refining her plan, knowing that her survival wasn't enough to teach the others how to adapt. Her instinct wasn't to gloat or revel in their failures, but to extend the knowledge she had gained. This wasn't about competition. It was about understanding that survival required humility and a willingness to learn. She stood, adjusting her hood against the growing heat, and began preparing to leave her camp. The water from the pool had been a gift, but it wouldn't last forever. She needed to ensure the others could reach it as well, though the journey would test their endurance and willingness to listen. Slinging the container of water over her shoulder, she set out toward the general direction where she had last seen her peers. The trek was arduous, the suns climbing higher and burning away the early morning coolness. The sands shifted beneath her boots, the wind carrying faint whispers of desolation. Stacy moved with purpose, her eyes scanning for signs of her fellow students. She spotted the first of them, Lorak, half buried in the sand, his movements sluggish as he clawed weakly at the ground. His scanner had been abandoned beside him, its once sleek casing now coated in dust. She approached him carefully, her voice calm but firm. "You need to stop," she said, crouching beside him. "This isn't working." Lorak looked up, his yellow eyes dull and filled with exhaustion. I can't," he rasped. "There's nothing here." "There is," Stacy replied, her tone resolute. She unslung her container of water and held it out to him. "Drink." He hesitated, his pride warring with his desperation. Eventually he reached for the container, his clawed hand trembling as he brought it to his lips. The water seemed to revive him almost instantly, his scales regaining a faint sheen as he drank. When he lowered the container, his gaze shifted to Stacy, confusion and gratitude mingling in his expression. "How?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "I'll show you," she said simply. "But you have to trust me." Together, they continued toward the rock formation where the hidden pool awaited. Along the way, they encountered Mira and Calyx, both of whom were in similarly dire straits. Mira's feathers had lost their luster entirely, and she seemed barely able to lift her head. Calyx's usually powerful frame was hunched, his movements uncoordinated. Stacy offered them both water, urging them to follow her. Though their pride was evident in the way they avoided meeting her gaze, their survival instincts overruled their egos. The group's progress was slow but steady. Stacy led the way, her steps purposeful as she retraced her path toward the rock formation. She explained her observations as they walked, pointing out the subtle signs of moisture she had noticed, the color of the sand, the clusters of hardy plants, the faint scent of wet earth carried on the wind. Her voice was calm and patient, never condescending, as she shared what she had learned. By the time they reached the crevice, the suns were nearing their zenith. The others stared at the narrow opening, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe, as Stacy gestured for them to follow her inside. She led them through the cool, dark passage, the sound of dripping water growing louder with each step. When they emerged into the chamber, the sight of the shallow pool left them speechless. "This is how we survive," Stacy said, kneeling beside the water. "Not with scanners or brute force, but by understanding the environment and working with it." Lorak, Mira, and Calix took turns drinking from the pool, their earlier doubts replaced by quiet gratitude. The water revitalized them, giving them the strength to think clearly for the first time in days. They began to ask questions, their curiosity overcoming their initial skepticism. Stacy answered patiently, demonstrating how to set up a basic filtration system and how to recognize signs of water in the desert. As the group worked together, a figure appeared at the entrance to the chamber. Professor Zaron stood in the shadows, her golden eyes observing the scene with a mixture of surprise and respect. She had been monitoring the students from afar, expecting their struggles to teach them the harsh realities of survival. Yet what she saw now was beyond her expectations. The human, whom she had dismissed as primitive and unremarkable, had not only survived, but had become a leader, guiding her peers with a wisdom born of experience. Zaron stepped forward, her voice echoing in the chamber. "You've done well," she said, addressing the group but looking directly at Stacy. All students turned to her, their expressions a mix of pride and relief. Stacy met Zaron's gaze, her green eyes steady and unflinching. She didn't need the professor's validation to know what she had accomplished, but the acknowledgement was still meaningful. Zaron's gaze softened. "Survival isn't just about endurance," she said. "It's about learning, adapting, and helping one another. Today, you've proven that humanity's greatest strength lies in its ability to thrive where others falter." The group returned to the surface as the suns began to set, their silhouettes outlined against the golden light. They had faced the harshness of Orash 7 and emerged not just as survivors but as a team, united by their shared struggle. For Stacy, the journey had been more than a test of physical endurance. It had been a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of her species. As the desert winds carried away the last traces of the day's heat, she felt a quiet pride in what she had accomplished. She had not only survived, she had transformed the desert into a lesson in survival for all who dared to face it.
The problem with being the only xenozoologist on Kepler 186f wasn't the isolation, the deadly predators, or even the perpetual twilight that made Earth's gloomy Seattle winters look positively cheerful. No, the real problem was having no one to appreciate my absolutely brilliant commentary on the absurdity of my situation. Recording day 847, I spoke into my datapad, watching as a six-legged herbivore that I'd nicknamed George munched on the bioluminescent vegetation near my research station. Subject continues to demonstrate remarkable inability to notice when he's being stalked. Betting pool on George's survival remains open. Current odds, not great. I'm Elena Martinez, and somehow I'd convinced the Interstellar Research Council that sending me alone to study the wildlife on humanity's latest colonization prospect was a good idea. Their exact words were uniquely qualified, but I'm pretty sure what they meant was only person crazy enough to volunteer. The research station sat perched on a ridge overlooking the Valley of Perpetual Mistakes. My name for it, not official, though I was working on that. Every day, I watched the planet's various species make questionable life choices from the safety of my reinforced observation dome. The valley featured a lovely mix of dangerous flora, even more dangerous fauna, and the occasional cosmic ray that made Earth's UV index look like a nightlight. But the real stars of my impromptu wildlife documentary were the night stalkers. Picture a cross between a panther, a wolf, and your worst nightmare. Then add 2 extra sets of eyes and the kind of intelligence that makes you seriously question your place on the food chain. They were the apex predators of this world, and they knew it. Night stalker pair approaching from the northeast, I narrated, zooming in with my cameras. Female displaying typical hunting behavior, male following with all the subtlety of a drunk elephant. Reminder to self, update species description, to note that despite evolutionary advantages, some individuals still manage to be absolutely terrible at their jobs. The pair moved like liquid shadows through the phosphorescent undergrowth, their scales shifting colors to match their surroundings. Well, the females did. The male kept cycling through patterns like a malfunctioning Christmas display. I'd spent nearly 3 Earth years studying these magnificent creatures, cataloging their behaviors, and occasionally hiding in my panic room when they got a little too curious about the strange biped in their territory. We'd developed what I like to call a professional understanding. They pretended not to notice me, and I pretended not to notice when they deliberately posed for my cameras. Additional note, I added, suppressing a yawn as I checked the time. Day 847 marks the 3rd consecutive week of night shift observations, because someone, not naming names but it rhymes with Eleanor, forgot that predators are most active during the darkest hours. Future researchers, please remember, coffee does not ship well across interstellar distances. Plan accordingly. Little did I know, my carefully maintained routine of observation and sarcastic commentary was about to be completely upended. The universe, it seemed, had decided that my life wasn't interesting enough. It was about to throw me a curveball that would either make my career or end it, possibly along with my life. But first, I needed more coffee. I'd like to say the universe waited until I'd at least finished my coffee before throwing chaos my way. It didn't. The distress call, if you could call it that, came in the form of peculiar yowling sounds from just beyond my station's perimeter. Now, on a planet where everything either wants to eat you or poison you, often both, investigating strange noises ranks somewhere between juggling plasma cores and licking unknown fungi on the scale of bad ideas. For the record, I muttered into my datapad, if this is how I die, I want my epitaph to read. She died doing what she loved, making questionable decisions in the name of science. The sound came again, weaker this time. My sensors showed no adult night stalkers in the immediate vicinity, which was either really good news or really bad news. In my experience, there's rarely any in-between on Kepler 186f. I grabbed my field kit, sealed my envirosuit and stepped out into the perpetual twilight. The bioluminescent flora cast enough light to navigate by, painting everything in shades of blue and purple. The yowling led me to a dense thicket of what I called sparkleweed, on account of its tendency to shed glowing spores when disturbed. "Oh no," I breathed, spotting the source of the sounds. "Oh no, no, no." There, tangled in the sparkleweed's sticky fronds, were 2 night stalker cubs. Their scales hadn't yet developed the full color-changing abilities of adults, leaving them stuck in a patchy pattern of greys and blues. One was completely trapped, while its sibling made pitiful attempts to free it. "Recording emergency addendum," I spoke quietly. "Day 847, approximately 0300 hours, have discovered 2 juvenile night stalkers, estimated age 3 to 4 months. One severely entangled in Luminara adhesiva sparkleweed. No sign of parent. Cubs show signs of dehydration and distress." The free cub hissed at me, trying to look threatening. It might have succeeded if it hadn't also been hiccuping glowing spores. "Listen here, tiny terror," I said, slowly crouching down. "I know you're trying your best to be scary, but right now you look about as threatening as a grumpy kitten at a disco party." I pulled out my bioscanner, confirming what I'd suspected. They'd been alone for at least 12 hours. In the wild, night stalker cubs never left their mother's side for more than an hour until they reached maturity. Something had happened to their parent, and these 2 wouldn't survive another day without help. Right then, I started unpacking my field kit. Let's add potential death by angry returning parent to my list of workplace hazards. Still better than the faculty meetings back on Earth. The free cub watched with all 6 eyes as I prepared a solution to dissolve the sparkleweed's adhesive. Its sibling had stopped struggling, which worried me more than the prospect of Mama Night Stalker returning to find a human manhandling her babies. You know, I told the standing cub as I worked, most xenozoologists get to make their breakthrough discoveries from nice, safe observation blinds. But no, Elena Martinez has to get up close and personal with the offspring of the planet's apex predator. My doctoral advisor would be having an aneurysm right now. The dissolving agent worked quickly, and soon I had one very sticky, very frightened cub free from the sparkleweed. Both cubs were severely dehydrated and covered in glowing spores. They needed medical attention, and I was the only option available on this twilight death world. "All right, children of the night," I said, taking off my outer jacket to make a carrying sling. "Time to trust the weird bipedal alien. I promise the next few hours will be less traumatic than your sparkleweed disco adventure." To my absolute shock, they didn't resist when I gathered them up. The weaker cub actually snuggled into my envirosuit, while its sibling maintained a grumpy but accepting demeanor. "Recording additional note," I whispered as I hurried back to the station. "Either I'm about to make xenozoological history, or I'm about to become the galaxy's shortest-lived amateur veterinarian. Also, someone please tell Dr. Chen back at the academy that yes, sometimes you do have to interfere with nature. His non-intervention policy can kiss my soon-to-be-eaten backside." The real challenge would come when their mother returned. But for now, I had 2 very important patients to attend to, and a rapidly dwindling supply of coffee to keep me alert for what promised to be a very long night. It turns out treating Night Stalker cubs is a lot like trying to give medicine to earth cats, if earth cats were the size of small wolves and had enough teeth to make a shark feel inadequate. The good news was that they responded well to basic rehydration and care. The bad news arrived around dawn. "Recording day 848, I whispered into my datapad. "The cubs are stable, but my security system just picked up an adult Night Stalker approaching at high speed. Based on size and movement patterns, it's almost certainly Mama. Current survival probability. Let's not think about that right now." I'd prepared for this moment as best I could. The cubs were in my medical bay, which had a reinforced observation window. I stood in plain view, making no sudden movements. Everything I'd learned about Night Stalkers told me the mother would be able to smell her cubs through the station walls, and hiding them would only make things worse. The mother Night Stalker emerged from the twilight like a nightmare given form. Her scales rippled with patterns of rage and fear, emotions I'd catalogued many times, but never hoped to see this close. All 6 eyes locked onto me, and I swear I could feel my ancestors' primitive instincts screaming to run. "Recording possible final note," I murmured. "To whoever finds this, the cubs are in the medical bay, second door on the left. Also, I was right about Night Stalkers being empathically sensitive to color patterns. Currently, this one is displaying what I'm going to call Code Murder Rainbow." The mother stalked closer, her movements precise and deadly. I kept my breathing steady and spoke in the calmest voice I could manage. "Your cubs are safe," I said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping my tone would help. "They got tangled in sparkleweed, you know, that annoying glowy stuff that sticks to everything. Yeah, I hate it too, but they're okay now. Would you like to see them?" She paused, head tilting slightly. I moved very slowly toward the medical bay window, keeping my movements telegraphed and smooth. The cubs, who had been dozing, perked up at the sight of their mother. They began making excited chirping sounds that I'd previously only heard from a distance. "See? They're fine. Just needed a little help from their friendly neighborhood human." I carefully pressed the button to raise the window's blast shield. "Though I have to say, your parenting style of leaving them alone for 12 hours seems a bit questionable. Not judging, just saying maybe we should talk about proper childcare practices." The mother Night Stalker's color patterns shifted rapidly, cycling through what I recognized as confusion, relief, and something I'd never seen before. She approached the window, pressing one massive paw against it. The cubs rushed to the other side, leaving glowing paw prints from their still spore-covered feet. "Recording amendment," I said softly, witnessing unprecedented behavior. "Subject is displaying non-aggressive investigation of human structure while cubs are present. Also, note to self, clean glowing paw prints off everything later." What happened next nearly stopped my heart. The mother looked directly at me and deliberately sat down. Not the hunting crouch I'd seen them use before an attack, but a calm, almost regal sitting position. Her scales settled into a gentle swirling pattern I'd only seen night stalkers use with their own young. "Well," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady, "either I'm about to make scientific history, or this is an elaborately planned pre-dinner show. Since I'm feeling optimistic, let's try something really stupid." Moving with the same deliberate slowness, I opened the medical bay door. The cubs immediately bounded out, covering me in more glowing paw prints before rushing to their mother. I stood perfectly still as 300 pounds of apex predator approached me with 2 excited cubs bouncing around her feet. She stopped less than a meter away, lowered her massive head to my eye level, and did something that changed everything I thought I knew about alien intelligence. She blinked, slowly and deliberately, with all 6 eyes. "Recording critical observation," I whispered, as tears began rolling down my cheeks. Day 848 marks the first recorded instance of a night stalker displaying the universal signal of trust toward a human. Also marking the first time a xenozoologist cried in front of her research subject. Maintaining professional dignity is no longer a priority. If someone had told me at the start of my mission that I'd end up running an alien predator daycare, I would have questioned their sanity, their sobriety, or both. Yet here I was, 3 weeks after the sparkleweed incident, watching my security monitors light up with another night stalker approach. "Recording day 869, I sighed into my datapad. "That makes the 4th set of visitors this week. Apparently word of mouth works even when said mouth contains enough teeth to make a tyrannosaur jealous." The approaching night stalker moved with an unusual gait, and it didn't take long to see why. Trotting alongside her was a cub with an obviously injured leg. They headed straight for my station's main entrance, which by now had more night stalker scent marks around it than a feline social media convention. "Welcome to Dr. Martinez's house of slightly concerning life choices," I announced as I suited up. "Today's special is basic first aid with a side of professional reputation suicide." The mother... I'd started calling her Limpy's mum in my notes, for obvious reasons. Waited patiently as I examined her cub. The little one had managed to get its leg caught in what I suspected was a carnivorous vine trap. These creatures really needed to work on their situational awareness. "You know," I told the mother as I cleaned the wound, "back on Earth, we have this saying about it taking a village to raise a child. I don't think they meant for that village to consist of one slightly unhinged human scientist, but here we are." The original mother and her cubs still visited regularly, usually bringing me samples of their kills, because apparently I now qualified for their version of a gift basket. The cubs had taken to leaving glowing paw prints on my windows, which I'd given up trying to clean. My research station looked like it had been decorated by a rave-loving Jackson Pollock. "Recording supplemental observation," I narrated while applying a biodegradable bandage to the cub's leg. "Subject population continues to demonstrate remarkable ability to communicate complex information between family groups. Current theory: they've either developed an extensive gossip network about the helpful bipedal idiot, or they're all laughing at me in a language I can't understand. Both scenarios seem equally plausible." Word spread faster than a rumor in a small-town coffee shop. By the end of the month, I had regular visits from no fewer than 6 different family groups. They brought me their injured, their sick, and occasionally their just plain clumsy offspring. One particularly memorable afternoon, a male night stalker, distinguishable by his complete inability to maintain camouflage patterns, showed up with 3 cubs who had gotten into something similar to Earth's poison ivy. "I don't suppose any of you would be willing to fill out a patient satisfaction survey?" I asked the assembled group of predators lounging around my station's perimeter. "No? How about a Yelp review? 5 stars. Great service. Minimal screaming. Excellent with cubs." The adults had taken to hunting in shifts near my station, leaving their cubs in what they apparently considered safe territory while they secured food. This led to some interesting moments when supply ships arrived. "No, Captain Rogers, your eyes are not deceiving you," I explained over the comlink to a very confused delivery pilot. "Those are indeed night stalkers napping around my landing pad. Yes, they're supposed to be there. No, they won't eat you, probably. Just land slowly and try not to look delicious." My daily reports to the Research Council became increasingly entertaining to write. 0600, treated minor laceration on juvenile night stalker. 0800, removed parasitic organism from cub's ear canal. 1000, discovered cubs have learned to activate my door's motion sensors for fun. 1200, attempted to explain to adult night stalker why cubs cannot live in my station permanently. 1400, failed to explain above point convincingly. 1600, resigned self to role as alien predator kindergarten teacher. The truly fascinating part was watching how the species adapted their behavior around the station. They began marking safe paths for their cubs to follow, creating what amounted to a primitive highway system leading right to my door. The adults would take turns standing guard, their color patterns shifting in what I began to recognize as a complex communication system. "Recording behavioral note," I whispered one evening, watching a young mother being instructed by an older one on the proper way to present an injured cub to me. Witnessing unprecedented cross-generational knowledge transfer. Also witnessing what appears to be the galaxy's first alien predator masterclass in how to train your human. My research station, once a solitary outpost of scientific observation, had become something between a wildlife clinic and an interspecies community center. The original mother, now dubbed First Mum in my entirely professional scientific notes, had taken to leaving fresh kills by my door. I tried not to take it personally when they were still slightly alive. "I appreciate the thought," I told her after one such delivery, "but I do have food synthesizers. Also, my definition of fresh meat and yours seem to differ significantly on the subject of movement." Perhaps the most surprising development was how the cubs began treating the station as a safe space during their learning hunts. More than once, I'd watched through my cameras as a young night stalker, embarrassed by a failed hunting attempt, would slink to my station for what I could only describe as a pep talk. Yes, I saw you miss that six-legged rabbit thing," I consoled one such visitor. "But you know what? When I first landed here, I walked face first into a sparkleweed patch. We all have our off days. The problem with making groundbreaking scientific discoveries is having to convince other scientists you haven't completely lost your mind, especially when your evidence includes video feeds of apex predators using your research station as a daycare center." "Let me get this straight, Dr. Martinez," Dr. Thompson said during our monthly video conference, his bushy eyebrows trying to escape his forehead. "You're claiming that Kepler 186f's most dangerous predatory species is bringing you their injured young for medical care." No, I corrected him, keeping my face perfectly serious. "I'm claiming they're bringing me their injured young for medical care and leaving me thank you gifts in the form of partially dead prey animals. There's a difference." Right on cue, a night stalker cub chose that moment to press its face against my window, leaving yet another set of glowing paw prints. All 6 of its eyes blinked at the video feed, and I swear it was grinning. "As you can see," I gestured to the window, "I'm running what amounts to the galaxy's first alien predator preschool, complete with finger painting, though they prefer to use bioluminescent spores." The Scientific Council's collective expression suggested they were considering whether isolation had finally broken my sanity. Dr. Chen, my old advisor, looked like he was having that aneurysm I'd predicted. "This goes against everything we know about predatory species behavior," he sputtered. "It violates basic survival instincts. It's happening right outside my window," I finished for him. "Would you like me to pan the camera around to show you the 6 adult night stalkers currently having what appears to be a parents' association meeting near my landing pad?" I did just that, revealing the group of massive predators lounging in the perpetual twilight. One of them, First Mum herself, looked directly at the camera and slowly blinked all 6 eyes. "That one's saying hello," I explained. She's also probably wondering why I'm talking to a screen instead of attending to her cub's latest attempts to redecorate my station with glowing paw prints. Dr. Martinez, Dr. Thompson tried again. While your observations are interesting, we need more concrete data, reproducible results, scientific verification. Oh, absolutely, I agreed cheerfully. I've attached 6 weeks of continuous video footage, detailed behavioral analyses, medical records for 27 different cubs from 12 family groups, and a rather impressive collection of glowing paw print patterns that I'm thinking of submitting to an art gallery. Also, 3 different supply ship pilots have submitted sworn statements that yes, those are actually night stalkers napping around my landing pad. The council fell into a stunned silence as they reviewed the data on their screens. I used the moment to wave at another cub who had joined the window art exhibition. I'm also noting, I continued, that this behavior appears to be spreading through the species via social learning. In the past month alone, I've documented 14 new family groups approaching the station, all displaying the same learned behaviors as the original group. I'd demonstrate their greeting ritual, but I'm afraid I can't blink my eyes independently, much less do it 6 times in sequence. Dr. Chen looked like he was about to launch into another lecture about non-intervention in natural behaviors, but I cut him off. Before you say it, yes, I know this defies conventional wisdom about predator species. Yes, I'm aware this will rewrite several chapters in xenobiology textbooks. And yes, I'm absolutely going to name this phenomenon the Martinez effect. If only because I've earned the right to make future students memorize something I discovered while running an alien predator nursery. The council members exchanged glances. Finally, Dr. Thompson cleared his throat. "We'll need to send a verification team," he said weakly. "Wonderful," I beamed at them. "I'll inform the Parents Association. Fair warning though, they may expect the verification team to participate in our weekly hunt-and-seek games. Don't worry, we've only had 3 minor maulings, and those were really more like enthusiastic love taps." As if to punctuate my point, a chorus of Night Stalker cubs began their evening singing practice outside. The sound, somewhere between a wolf's howl and a cat's midnight yowling, caused several council members to jump in their seats. "That's just the evening choir," I explained. "They're still working on their harmony. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe it's story time. The cubs are particularly fond of my dramatic reenactments of Earth wildlife documentaries. The last thing the council saw before I ended the call was a parade of glowing paw prints making their way across my window, accompanied by my voice beginning, 'Today on planet Earth.' Of course, the universe waited until the verification team was in orbit to throw me its biggest challenge yet, because timing, as they say, is everything. "Recording emergency log," I gasped into my datapad while running to the station's perimeter. "Day 912. Multiple Night Stalkers approaching station. Something's wrong. Very wrong." The pre-dawn darkness was alive with movement. Every Night Stalker family I'd ever treated was converging on my station, their scales flickering with patterns I'd never seen before. At their center they carried someone, and even in the dim light I could see the blood. It was First Mum, and she wasn't moving. "Oh no," I breathed, rushing to meet them. "No, no, no, you cannot do this to me, not with a team of skeptical scientists about to land." The other Night Stalkers parted as I approached, forming a circle around their injured packmate. First Mum had a massive wound in her side, the kind that meant she'd tangled with something even bigger and nastier than herself. Her cubs, now almost fully grown, paced anxiously nearby. "Recording update," I muttered, pulling out my medical scanner, about to attempt emergency surgery on an adult Night Stalker. If anyone's listening, this is either going to be the greatest breakthrough in xenobiology or my spectacularly stupid last act. The scanner showed massive internal damage. She needed immediate surgery, but my medical bay was designed for cubs, not 300-pound adults. Still, this was First Mum, the one who'd started it all, who'd first trusted me with her babies. "Right then," I announced to the assembled predators. "Family only in the operating room. The rest of you, try not to eat any scientists who might land while I'm busy." What followed was 6 hours of the most intense surgery I'd ever performed, assisted by medical robots and fueled by enough synthetic stimulants to keep a coffee shop in business. First, Mum's cubs never left the observation window, their glowing paw prints adding to the thousands already there. When the verification team's shuttle finally broke atmosphere, they were greeted by the sight of dozens of night stalkers arranged in concentric circles around my station, all facing outward in defensive positions. In the medical bay, first Mum was breathing steadily, her scales finally showing normal patterns again. "Recording final note," I said, slumping against the wall as the shuttle landed. "Day 912, patient stable, successfully completed first ever major surgery on an adult night stalker. Also successfully turned my research station into the galaxy's most heavily defended veterinary clinic." I looked out at the assembled predators, then at the approaching verification team, and couldn't help but laugh. "Welcome to Kepler 186F, I called over the comlink. "Don't mind the welcoming committee, they're just here for their regular checkup." The verification team stayed for 3 months. They left with enough data to fill a dozen dissertations, several minor injuries from over-enthusiastic cubs, and a completely revised understanding of alien intelligence. I stayed, of course. Someone had to run the clinic. "Recording day 1001, I spoke into my datapad, watching first Mum lead her newest litter of cubs toward my station. The Interstellar Research Council has officially designated Kepler 186F as a protected research site, with special emphasis on preserving the unique human-night stalker relationship. In related news, they've also approved my request for a bigger medical bay. Apparently, having the galaxy's deadliest predators as character references does wonders for grant applications. First Mum's newest cubs had already mastered the art of leaving glowing paw prints on my windows. The original ones still visited regularly, now bringing their own cubs for checkups. My station's walls had become a living history of generations of Night Stalker families, each set of prints telling its own story. "Final observation for today," I said, opening the door to greet my patients. "Humans have always had this thing about making friends with predators. From the first wolves that wandered into our camps to the apex predators of an alien world, we just can't help ourselves. But maybe that's our species' greatest strength, the ability to earn trust, to offer help, to build bridges across the greatest of divides." I paused, watching the cubs tumble toward me. That, and our unmatched talent for running interplanetary veterinary clinics with absolutely no proper qualifications whatsoever.
The morning sun cast long shadows across the crystal gardens of Verdun Prime as students made their way to the Galactic Academy. The academy stood like a jewel among the peaceful hills, its white towers reaching toward the sky. For 300 years, only the most gentle species in the galaxy had walked these halls, Lisa. Chen adjusted her flower crown as she hurried across the courtyard. The Corvin student's petals shimmered with morning dew, and her leaf-like hair rustled in the breeze. She was excited about the new term, but also nervous. Word had spread that something unusual was happening today. "Did you hear the news?" whispered Marcus, a tall Thalorian whose bark-like skin gleamed with silver streaks. His branch arms swayed as he walked beside Lisa. "Professor Velthus called an emergency meeting. They say we're getting new students." Lisa's flower petals dimmed slightly. "New students? But the term started 2 weeks ago. It's very strange." Around them, other students gathered in small groups, their voices mixing like wind chimes. The Zephyrians' crystalline bodies caught the light, creating rainbow patterns on the ground. The Aquan students moved like flowing water, their translucent forms rippling with each step. All of them were plantators, creatures of peace, who had never known violence. Professor Velthus stood at the front of the main classroom, her crystal horns gleaming. She was old, even by Zephyrian standards, and had taught at the academy for over 2 centuries. Her usually calm demeanor seemed strained today. "Students, please take your seats," she said, her voice carrying the musical tone of her species. "We have important matters to discuss before our new classmates arrive." The students settled into their bio chairs, which adjusted to fit each species perfectly. Lisa sat near the window, where she could feel the warm sunlight on her petals. Marcus took the seat beside her, his roots extending into the floor's nutrient channels. As you know, Professor Velthius began, the Galactic Academy has always been a place of peace and learning. We have welcomed students from across the galaxy, united in our commitment to harmony and understanding. She paused, and Lisa noticed her crystal form flickering slightly. This was a sign of stress in Zephyrians. However, the Galactic Council has issued new guidelines. They believe our academy should represent all species, not just those who share our dietary preferences. A murmur ran through the classroom. Amy, a young Florian whose stem-like body was covered in soft moss, raised her hand. Professor, what do you mean by dietary preferences? Professor Velthis's light dimmed further. Today we will be joined by two new students. One is from a species that has never attended our academy before. The other is from a world that the Galactic Council has classified as extremely dangerous. The students exchanged worried glances. Lisa felt her petals close slightly, a natural response to stress. She had never encountered anything dangerous in her entire life. Corvin Prime was a world of endless gardens and gentle rains. I want you all to remember our core teachings, Professor Velthius continued. We believe in the power of understanding and compassion. Today we'll test those beliefs. Before anyone could ask more questions, the classroom door slid open. Lisa turned to look and immediately felt her entire body freeze in terror. The creature that entered was like nothing she had ever seen. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, with midnight black scales that seemed to absorb light. Its arms were longer than its legs, ending in hands that bore claws as long as Lisa's fingers. When it opened its mouth to speak, she could see rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. Greetings, the creature said, its voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the floor. I am Krax of the Vorthok Empire. I am here to learn your ways of peace. Several students gasped. Amy actually fainted, her moss-covered form toppling from her chair. Marcus's branches trembled so violently that leaves fell to the floor. Lisa had heard stories of the Vorthok, whispered tales that parents used to frighten children into good behavior. They were hunters, killers who stalked their prey across entire star systems. Their ships were black as space itself, and they took what they wanted by force. And now one of them was standing in their classroom. Please, take a seat, Professor, Velthis said, though her voice shook slightly. She gestured to a reinforced chair that had been placed at the back of the room. Krax moved with surprising grace for such a large creature. Each step was deliberate and silent, like a predator stalking prey. Lisa noticed that his eyes never stopped moving, scanning the room and cataloging every student's position. As Krax settled into his chair, which creaked under his weight, the door opened again. This time a much smaller figure entered. The new student was barely 5.5 feet tall, with smooth pink skin and brown hair that fell in waves around his face. Unlike Krax, he looked completely harmless. His teeth were small and blunt, his hands soft and lacking any claws. He wore simple clothes and carried a worn leather bag. Hi everyone, he said with a warm smile. I'm Jake Martinez from Earth. I'm really excited to be here. The contrast was so stark that Lisa almost laughed. After the terrifying entrance of Krax, this human seemed like a gentle breeze after a storm. His voice was soft and friendly, and his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled. Jake, please take a seat, Professor Velthis said, sounding relieved. She gestured to a normal chair near the front of the room. Jake walked to his seat with an easy, relaxed gait. Unlike Krax, he seemed to pay little attention to his surroundings, nodding politely to students as he passed. When he sat down, he pulled out a small notebook and pen, ready to take notes like any other student. Now then, Professor Velthis said, trying to regain her composure. Perhaps our new students would like to introduce themselves properly. Krax stood first, his massive form casting a shadow across half the classroom. I am Krax, son of Vorthok Prime. My people are warriors and hunters. We have never known defeat in battle. His voice carried pride and barely contained violence. I come here because the Council of Elders believes we must learn new ways. The galaxy is changing, and we must change with it. He sat down with a thud. That shook the floor. Several students whimpered quietly. Jake stood next, seeming even smaller after Crax's imposing presence. "I'm Jake Martinez," he said again, his voice gentle and calm. "I come from a place called Earth. It's a pretty planet with lots of different environments and creatures. I'm here because I want to learn how different species can work together peacefully." He smiled again, and Lisa felt herself relaxing slightly. This human seemed kind and thoughtful, nothing like the dangerous creature she had expected. "My people have always been curious about other worlds and cultures," Jake continued. "I hope I can learn from all of you and maybe share some things about humans too." As Jake sat down, Lisa noticed something odd. While his words were friendly and his manner relaxed, his eyes had briefly met those of every student in the room. It was subtle, but she had caught it. For just a moment, she had felt like he was studying her, but the feeling passed quickly. She decided she must have imagined it. Professor Velthus cleared her throat. "Thank you both. Now let's begin today's lesson on interspecies communication. We'll start with the basic principles of peaceful dialogue." As the lesson progressed, Lisa found herself stealing glances at the two new students. Crax sat perfectly still, his predator's eyes fixed on the professor. Occasionally he would nod or grunt agreement, but he never spoke unless directly asked. Jake, on the other hand, was the perfect student. He took detailed notes, asked thoughtful questions, and seemed genuinely interested in every topic. When Professor Velthus discussed the importance of understanding other cultures, Jake nodded enthusiastically. "That's so important," Jake said during a discussion break. "My grandmother always said that the best way to avoid conflict is to understand what the other person really needs." The other students began to warm up to him. His friendly manner and obvious intelligence made him easy to like. By the end of the class, several students had already invited Jake to join their study groups. Crax, meanwhile, remained isolated. As the students filed out of the classroom, they gave the massive Vorthok a wide berth. His very presence seemed to radiate danger, and nobody wanted to get too close. Lisa walked out with Marcus and Amy, who had recovered from her fainting spell. They talked quietly as they headed to their next class. "The human seems nice," Amy said, her voice still shaky from the earlier shock. "Much better than I expected." "Yes," Marcus agreed, his bark rustling thoughtfully. "He's very polite and seems genuinely interested in peace. I think he'll fit in well." Lisa nodded, but something nagged at her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Jake Martinez than met the eye. But compared to the obvious threat that Crax represented, her small doubts seemed silly. As they walked toward their next class, Lisa glanced back at the classroom. Through the window, she could see Jake helping Professor Velthus clean up some papers that had fallen during Amy's fainting spell. He was smiling and chatting pleasantly, every inch the helpful, harmless student. But for just a moment, as Jake handed the papers to Professor Velthus, Lisa saw something in his eyes that made her petals close slightly. It was gone in an instant, replaced by that same warm, friendly expression. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the human was not quite what he seemed. 3 days had passed since the new students arrived, and the academy had settled into an uneasy routine. The herbivorous students moved through the halls in tight groups, whispering nervously whenever Crax appeared. The massive Vorthok seemed to fill every space he entered, his dark scales absorbing light like a walking shadow. Lisa sat in the cafeteria with her usual friends, picking at her morning nutrients. The specialized food dispensers provided perfect meals for each species, but today her appetite was poor. Across the room, Crax sat alone at a reinforced table, methodically consuming what looked like raw meat from his homeworld. "Look at those teeth," whispered Amy, her moss trembling slightly. "How can something that dangerous be allowed here?" Marcus nodded, his bark-like skin darkening with worry. Yesterday in conflict resolution class, he talked about honor through combat. He actually said that sometimes violence is the only answer. The professor looked terrified, added Ben, a young Aquan whose water form rippled with anxiety. "I think she's afraid he might attack someone." Lisa watched Crax eat, noting how he held his food with those terrible claws. Every movement was controlled and precise, like a machine built for killing. When other students walked past his table, He would pause and watch them with those predator eyes until they were gone. "At least the human is normal," Amy said, sounding relieved. "Jake is so nice and friendly. He helped me with my botany homework yesterday." Lisa looked around the cafeteria until she spotted Jake at a corner table. He was eating what appeared to be fruits and vegetables from the standard herbivore selection. His table was surrounded by several students who seemed completely at ease in his presence. Jake was telling some kind of story, and the students around him were laughing. His hands moved as he spoke, and his face was animated with expression. Everything about him suggested warmth and friendliness. "He asked me about Florian music traditions," Amy continued. "He was so interested in how we use sound to help plants grow. He said humans have music too, and he'd love to share some with us." "See?" Marcus said, his branches swaying with relief. "That's exactly what a peaceful species should be like. Curious about others. Wanting to share knowledge. Nothing like that monster." As if summoned by their conversation, Crax stood up from his table. The scraping of his chair against the floor created a harsh sound that made several students flinch. He walked toward the food dispensers. Students scrambled to get out of his way. Lisa watched nervously as the massive creature approached their section of the cafeteria. For a moment, it looked like he might stop at their table, and she felt her petals begin to close in fear. But Crax simply walked past them without a glance, got his food, and returned to his isolated table. Still, the encounter left Lisa's heart beating rapidly. "Did you see that?" Ben whispered. "He didn't even acknowledge us. It's like we're just prey animals to him. Professor Velthus says we should try to understand him," Amy said doubtfully. "But how can you understand something that only thinks about hunting and killing?" Their conversation was interrupted by a cheerful voice. "Mind if I join you?" Jake stood beside their table, holding a tray of colorful fruits and vegetables. His smile was warm and genuine, and Lisa felt herself relaxing immediately. "Of course," she said, making room on the bench. "Please sit down." Jake settled beside them, and the atmosphere at the table immediately improved. His presence seemed to push away the dark mood that Crax had created. "I hope you don't mind me asking, Jake," I said, "but I'm really curious about your homeworlds. Earth only has one type of intelligent species, so this is all fascinating to me." Amy perked up immediately. "What's Earth like? Is it as peaceful as it sounds?" "Oh, it's beautiful," Jake replied, taking a bite of what looked like a purple fruit. "We have huge forests, deep oceans, mountains that touch the sky. Lots of different environments and creatures." "Oh, what kind of creatures?" Marcus asked, genuinely interested. Jake's eyes seemed to light up. "All kinds. We have animals that swim, fly, run, crawl. Some are tiny, some are enormous. We have creatures that live in the deepest parts of the ocean and others that soar high. Above the clouds? Are they dangerous?" Lisa asked, then immediately felt silly for the question. Jake laughed, but it was a gentle sound. "Some of them can be, but mostly they just want to live their lives like everyone else. Humans have learned to coexist with them. We study them, protect them, and they're part of what makes Earth special." Ben leaned forward, his water form shimmering. "With curiosity, do humans ever fight with each other?" For just a moment, something flickered across Jake's face. It was gone so quickly that Lisa thought she might have imagined it. "Sometimes," Jake admitted, "but we're always working to find better ways to solve problems. That's actually why I'm here. I want to learn how other species handle disagreements peacefully." The conversation continued pleasantly as Jake asked thoughtful questions about each of their cultures. He seemed genuinely fascinated by Amy's description of the singing forests on Florian Prime, and he listened intently as Marcus explained how Thalorians communicated through root networks. "That's amazing," Jake said. "On Earth, we have to rely on sound and visual signals to communicate. The idea of connecting directly through biological networks is incredible." Lisa found herself warming to the human. He was nothing like the terrifying stories she had heard about Deathworld species. Jake seemed curious, intelligent, and genuinely interested in learning about peaceful coexistence. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a commotion across the cafeteria. Crax had stood up again, but this time he was facing another student. Carl, a Zephyrian with particularly bright crystal formations, had apparently said something that offended the Vorthok. The The two were standing face to face with Carl's crystalline body flickering nervously while Krax loomed over him like a dark storm cloud. "Your people are weak," Krax was saying, his voice carrying clearly across the suddenly quiet cafeteria. "You hide behind your pretty crystals and speak of peace, but you have never faced real danger. You do not understand what strength means." Carl's light was flickering rapidly now, a sign of extreme distress in Zephyrians. "We believe that true strength comes from understanding and cooperation, not violence." Krax made a sound that might have been laughter, but it was more like the growl of a hunting beast. Understanding? Cooperation? These are the words of prey animals who have forgotten how to survive. The entire cafeteria had gone silent. Students pressed themselves against walls and behind tables, trying to stay as far away from the confrontation as possible. Even the floating food dispensers seemed to hover more quietly than usual. "That's enough," Professor Velthus's voice rang out as she entered the cafeteria. Her crystal form was blazing with authority, but Lisa could see the stress. Fractures in her light. Krax turned to face the professor, and for a moment, Lisa thought he might challenge her too. But instead, he simply nodded once and returned to his seat. "Carl, please come with me," Professor Velthus said gently. The young Zephyrian was still flickering with distress as he followed her out of the cafeteria as soon as they were gone. The normal sounds of the cafeteria slowly returned. Students began whispering nervously about what they had witnessed. "See what I mean?" Amy said, her voice shaking. "He's dangerous. Doesn't belong here." Jake had been quiet during the entire confrontation, but now he spoke thoughtfully. "He's probably just scared." Everyone at the table turned to stare at him. "Scared?" Ben's water form rippled with disbelief. "That thing isn't afraid of anything." "Think about it," Jake said calmly. "He's completely alone here, surrounded by beings who are nothing like him. Everyone fears him. Nobody wants to talk to him. It's probably defensive because he feels isolated." Lisa considered this. She hadn't thought about how Krax might be feeling. "But he threatened Carl, did he?" Jake asked. "I heard him say Carl's people were weak, but I didn't hear any actual threats. It sounded more like he was trying to prove himself, to show that his way of thinking has value too." Amy shook her head. "You're too kind, Jake. That creature is a predator. They don't have feelings like we do." Jake was quiet for a moment, staring across the cafeteria at Krax's isolated table. "Maybe you're right," he said finally. "I just think everyone deserves a chance to be understood." The rest of lunch passed quietly. Students remained nervous and jumpy, glancing frequently at Krax's table. The Vorthok continued eating in silence, apparently unbothered by the tension he had created. Jake, meanwhile, continued to be the perfect student. He asked more questions about their cultures, shared interesting facts about Earth and generally helped everyone feel more relaxed. By the time lunch ended, the students at Lisa's table were laughing again as they prepared to leave for afternoon classes. Lisa noticed something odd. While Jake had been talking and laughing with them, his eyes had occasionally drifted toward Krax's table. But it wasn't the fearful glances that other students were giving the predator. Jake's looks seemed more like he was studying the Vorthok, analyzing him the way a scientist might study an interesting specimen. But whenever someone at their table spoke to him, Jake's attention immediately returned, and his friendly smile never wavered. Walking to their next class, Ermi chatted happily about how nice it was to have Jake at the academy. 2 weeks later, Professor Velthus announced the field exercise that would change everything. The class would travel to Nexus Station, a neutral trading post where beings from across the galaxy came to do business. Their assignment was simple: use diplomacy and peaceful negotiation to gather resources for a hypothetical colony. "This is your chance to put theory into practice," Professor Velthus explained as they boarded the transport ship. "You'll be given credits to trade with, but remember, no violence, no threats, only peaceful persuasion." Lisa felt excited but nervous as she settled into her seat. This would be her first time off Verdun Prime since starting at the academy. Beside her, Amy was practically glowing with anticipation, her moss shimmering with bright colors. Jake sat across the aisle looking relaxed and friendly as always. He had struck up a conversation with Ben about water recycling systems, asking detailed questions about Aquan technology with genuine interest. Krax occupied 2 seats at the back of the transport, its massive form barely fitting in the space. Other students had clustered as far away from him as possible, leaving him isolated once again. The flight to Nexus Station took several hours. During the journey, Jake entertained several students with stories about Earth, music, and art. He described concerts where thousands of humans would gather to listen to songs and museums filled with beautiful paintings and sculptures. "It sounds wonderful," Amy said dreamily, "so peaceful and creative." "Humans have always found ways to express themselves," Jake replied with that warm smile. "Art helps us understand each other and find common ground." When they arrived at Nexus Station, Lisa was amazed by the size and complexity of the structure. The station was enormous, with multiple levels and sections dedicated to different types of trade. Beings from dozens of species moved through the corridors, creating a maze of colors, sounds, and smells. Professor Veltus gathered the students in the main concourse. "Remember, you have 6 hours to complete your trading assignments. Each of you has been given a list of resources your colony needs and credits to acquire them. Meet back here when you're finished." She handed out data pads with their individual assignments and credit chips. Lisa looked at her list: food supplies, medical equipment, and communication devices. The credits seemed like a reasonable amount, but she had never actually traded for anything before. "Good luck, everyone," Jake said cheerfully. "I'm sure we'll all do great." The students scattered in different directions, eager to begin their assignments. Lisa decided to start with food supplies and headed toward a section that seemed to specialize in agricultural products. The first few hours went reasonably well for most of the herbivorous students. They approached vendors politely, explained their needs clearly, and managed to make several successful trades. Their natural, gentle manner and obvious innocence made many traders willing to help them. Lisa had managed to acquire most of her food supplies and was feeling confident as she searched for medical equipment. The vendors seemed to find her flower-like appearance charming. Several had given her better deals than she had expected. But things were not going well for everyone. Krax was having serious problems. Despite his best efforts to be polite, his appearance terrified most of the traders. When he approached stalls, vendors would either flee immediately or refuse to deal with him entirely. His deep, rumbling voice and massive claws made even his friendliest attempts at conversation sound threatening. Lisa watched from across a marketplace. Krax tried to negotiate for mining equipment. The trader, a nervous Quillen with feathered skin, kept backing away from Krax's table. "I do not wish violence," Krax was saying, his voice carefully controlled. "I offer fair trade for these tools." But the Quillen trader was too frightened to listen. "Please, honored predator, I have family. Take what you want, just don't hurt me." Krax's shoulders sagged with frustration. "I do not want to take. I want to trade. This is the way of peace." "Yes." The trader fled, leaving his goods behind. Krax stood alone at the abandoned stall, looking lost and confused. For the first time since meeting him, Lisa felt genuinely sorry for the Vorthok. Meanwhile, other students were running into different problems. Amy had been swindled by a smooth-talking Nexon trader who sold her medical supplies that turned out to be decorative crystals. Ben had been convinced to trade all his credits for what he thought was advanced water purification equipment, but was actually a children's toy. Marcus had fallen for an elaborate story about rare seeds that would supposedly grow into trees that produced every type of fruit imaginable. He had spent most of his credits on what were obviously ordinary plant seeds from some trader's garden. The herbivorous students' trusting nature and sheltered upbringing made them easy targets for unscrupulous dealers. They believed every sob story, accepted every claim at face value, and rarely questioned prices that were obviously inflated. But Jake was having remarkable success. Lisa first noticed it when she saw him completing a complex trade with a group of Korthok merchants. The Korthok were known throughout the galaxy as shrewd business people who rarely gave anyone a good deal. Yet Jake was walking away from their stall with everything on his list and credits left over. Curious. Lisa followed Jake discreetly as he moved through the station. What she saw made her increasingly uncomfortable. Jake seemed to know exactly what to say to every trader he met. With the proud Zenthran merchants, he spoke respectfully about their culture and traditions. With the profit-focused Nexans, he discussed business opportunities and mutual benefits. With the family-oriented Qualians, talked about community and caring for loved ones. But it wasn't just what he said, it was how he knew what to say. Jake seemed to understand each species, psychology, their cultural values, their weaknesses and desires. He negotiated like someone who had studied these beings for years. At one stall, Lisa watched Jake convince a Repthan trader to sell him expensive communication equipment for half the asking price. The Repthan, known for being cold and logical, was actually smiling by the end of their conversation. "How did you know about the mining rights dispute on Repthan 7? Trader asked Jake as they completed their deal. "I make it my business to stay informed about galactic affairs," Jake replied casually. "Information is valuable in any negotiation." The Repthan nodded approvingly. "Wise words, human. Your species shows promise." Lisa felt a chill run through her petals. How did Jake know about obscure mining disputes on distant worlds? When did he have time to learn about galactic politics in such detail? Her unease grew as she continued watching Jake work. He moved through the station with confidence, never seeming lost or confused like the other students. He knew which sections sold which goods, which traders were reputable, and which deals were worth pursuing. Most disturbing of all, Jake seemed to know personal information about the traders he dealt with. He asked about their families, their homeworlds, their business concerns. The traders responded as if they were talking to an old friend, never questioning how this human student knew so much about their lives. "Your daughter must be excited about starting at the Academy of Sciences," Jake said to a Florian trader who was selling medical supplies. The trader's stem brightened with pleasure. "You know about Petal? How wonderful." "Yes, she's very excited. It's been her dream since she was a seedling." Jake smiled warmly. "I'm sure she'll do wonderfully." Florian students are known for their dedication to healing arts. As Jake completed another successful trade, Lisa realized something that made her flower petals close tight with fear. Jake wasn't just a good negotiator. He was operating with information that no ordinary student should have. He knew personal details about traders, political situations on distant worlds, and cultural practices of dozens of species. It was as if he had access to detailed intelligence, files on everyone he met. The revelation became undeniable when the pirates attacked. Lisa was in the communication equipment section, trying to recover from a bad trade, when the lights suddenly dimmed and alarms began blaring throughout the station. Emergency announcements echoed through the corridors in multiple languages. "Attention, all beings. This station is now under the control of the Red Nova pirate fleet. Remain calm and comply with all instructions." Lisa's petals went completely pale with terror. She had never experienced anything like this in her sheltered life. Around her, other traders and customers were panicking, some running for exits that were already being sealed. A group of armed pirates entered the section, their weapons drawn and ready. There were a mixed crew of different species, all looking dangerous and experienced. Their leader was a scarred Vorthok, who seemed even more intimidating than Krax. "Everyone on the ground," the leader shouted. "Nobody moves. Nobody gets hurt." Lisa dropped to her knees, trembling with fear. Beside her, Amy was so terrified that her moss had turned completely gray. Ben's water form was rippling uncontrollably with panic. The other herbivorous students were equally terrified. They had never faced violence before, never been threatened or endangered. Their peaceful upbringing had left them completely unprepared for this situation. Even Marcus, despite his tree-like strength, was frozen with fear. Ark had darkened to almost black, and his branches were pulled tight against his body. What happened next would be burned into Lisa's memory for the rest of her life. The pirate leader raised his weapon, clearly intending to force Jake to the ground. But Jake moved first, and his movement was nothing like the gentle human the students had come to know. Jake's transformation was instant and terrifying. The friendly student disappeared, replaced by something that moved like liquid death. He ducked under the pirate's weapon, grabbed a metal tool from the nearby stall, and drove it into the pirate's knee with surgical precision. The pirate leader screamed and fell, but Jake was already moving to the next target. He rolled behind. A counter as the other pirates opened fire, their energy weapons scorching the air where he had been standing. "Kill the human," one of the pirates shouted. "Take the others alive." But Jake had vanished into the maze of market stalls like a ghost. The pirates spread out, trying to find him, but they were no longer the hunters. They had become the prey. Lisa pressed herself against the floor, too terrified to move. Around her, the other herbivorous students were sobbing with fear.
This was
Beyond anything they had ever imagined, violence was supposed to be something that happened to other people, far away from their peaceful lives. The first pirate died quietly. Lisa didn't see it happen, but she heard the soft thud of a body hitting the ground. The remaining pirates began calling to each other nervously, realizing that one of their team was no longer responding. "Where is he?" The pirate voice called out. "Report in." Silence. Jake's voice came from somewhere in the darkness between the stalls. "There are 8 of you left. The Galactic Peacekeepers pay 5,000 credits per Red Nova pirate, dead or alive. That's 40,000 credits total." His voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Lisa couldn't tell where he was hiding. "Surrender now, and I'll let you leave the station alive," Jake continued. "Keep fighting, and I'll collect the bounty on all of you." One of the pirates laughed nervously. "Big talk for one little human." "You're right," Jake's voice replied. "Let me show you what one little human can do." What followed was not a battle. It was a demonstration. Jake moved through the market stalls like a force of nature. He used everything as a weapon. Tools, furniture, even the stalls themselves. He turned the pirates' own environment against them, creating traps and ambushes that they never saw coming. Lisa caught glimpses of him as he worked. This was not the Jake she knew. This Jake moved with deadly grace, his every action calculated and precise. He fought like someone who had been trained for war, not peace. More disturbing than his skill was his attitude. Jake wasn't angry or frightened. He was calm, almost businesslike, as he systematically eliminated the pirates. He spoke to them as he fought, his voice never losing its polite tone. "You should have taken the offer," he said as another pirate went down. "The peacekeepers really do pay well for your kind." The pirates began to panic. These were hardened criminals who had raided dozens of systems, but they were being hunted by something they didn't understand. Jake wasn't just beating them, he was getting inside their heads, making them afraid. "What are you?" One of the pirates screamed as Jake appeared behind him like a shadow. "I'm a human," Jake replied calmly. Right before the pirate joined his fallen comrades from her hiding spot, Lisa watched in horror as Jake methodically took apart the pirate crew. He didn't just defeat them, he anticipated their every move, turned their own tactics against them, and made them helpless. The worst part was how easily he did it. Jake wasn't struggling or fighting desperately for his life. He was in complete control, dismantling the pirates like a technician repairing a broken machine. In the distance, Lisa could hear Krax fighting his own battle. Unlike Jake's silent efficiency, Krax's approach was direct and loud. His roars echoed through the station as he charged his enemies head-on, using his natural weapons and warrior training. But even Krax, with all his size and strength, was having trouble. The pirates had better weapons and more numbers. Lisa could hear him being driven back, his roars becoming more desperate. Jake, however, was winning his battle with almost casual ease. The last 3 pirates tried to regroup near the main entrance, hoping to escape. But Jake was already there, waiting for them. He stood in the doorway, no longer bothering to hide. "Going somewhere?" he asked politely. The pirates raised their weapons, but Jake was already moving. He disarmed the first one with a move so fast that Lisa barely saw it happen. The second pirate tried to shoot, but Jake used the first pirate's body as a shield. While closing the distance, the third pirate, seeing his companions fall, dropped his weapon and raised his hands. "Please, don't kill me. I surrender." Jake paused, considering. "Smart choice. You can tell your friends in the Red Nova fleet that Nexus Station is under Galactic Peacekeeper protection now." The pirate nodded frantically. Yes, I'll tell them. We won't come back. See that you don't, Jake said, and he did something. That chilled Lisa to her core. He smiled his old friendly smile. Have a safe trip home. Surviving pirate fled through the emergency exit, leaving his fallen comrades behind. The market section fell silent, except for the sound of alarms and distant fighting from other parts of the station. Jake walked back toward where the students were hiding. And Lisa got her first good look at him since the fighting began. His clothes were torn and dirty, but he wasn't injured. He moved with the same easy grace he had always shown, but now Lisa knew what that grace really meant. Is everyone okay? Jake asked, his voice full of genuine concern. He was back to being the caring, friendly human they thought they knew, but Lisa could see traces of what he really was in his eyes. There was a coldness there that hadn't been present before, calculating intelligence that measured everything and everyone around him. Amy was still too terrified to speak. Marcus had pulled his branches so tight against his body that he looked like a dead tree. Don't be afraid, Jake said gently. The danger is over. Help is coming. As if summoned by his words, station security forces began pouring into the area. But they weren't coming to rescue the students. They were coming to arrest Jake. Drop your weapons and get on the ground. The security chief shouted, pointing his gun at Jake. Jake raised his hands slowly, but he didn't seem worried. I'm Jake Martinez, student at the Galactic Academy. These pirates attacked the station. I was defending myself and the other students. The security chief looked around at the bodies scattered through the market stalls. You did this? All of this? They attacked first, Jake said calmly. I have witnesses. Professor Velthus arrived with the security team, her crystal form blazing with stress and confusion. She looked at the scene of destruction, then at Jake standing calmly in the middle of it all. Jake, she said, her voice shaking. What happened here? Pirates attacked the station, Jake replied. I neutralized the threat to protect the other students. Neutralized. Professor Velthus stared at the fallen pirates. You killed them, some of them, Jake agreed. The others chose to surrender or flee. I gave them the option. Cracks appeared in the doorway, supported by 2 security officers. The mighty Vorthok was injured and exhausted from his own battle, his dark scales marked with burn marks from energy weapons. He looked at the scene before him, the dead pirates, the uninjured human, the terrified herbivorous students, and his eyes widened with recognition. Human, Cracks said, his voice filled with something like awe. You are Deathworlder, yes? Jake turned to look at the wounded Vorthok. For a moment, something passed between them, an understanding that the herbivorous students couldn't grasp. Jake said quietly, I'm from Earth. Cracks nodded slowly. This explains much. My people have stories of your kind. We thought they were legends. What stories? Professor Velthus demanded. What is a Deathworlder? Jake sighed, and for the first time since Lisa had known him, he looked tired. It's complicated, Professor. Maybe we should sit down for this conversation? The security chief was still pointing his weapon at Jake, clearly unsure what to do. The human had technically saved the station, but the casual efficiency with which he had killed the pirates was deeply disturbing. Are you going to arrest me? Jake asked politely. I don't know, the security chief admitted. This situation is beyond my experience. I understand, Jake said. Maybe I should explain what humans really are. He looked around at the frightened faces of his classmates, the confused security officers, and the stressed professor. When his eyes met Lisa's, she saw a sadness there that she hadn't noticed before. I never wanted you to see this side of me, Jake said quietly. I came to the academy to learn about peace, not to fight. But you're so good at it, Amy whispered, her voice barely audible. Jake nodded sadly. That's the problem. Humans are very good at fighting. We're very good at a lot of things that most species would rather not think about. Professor Velthus stepped forward, her crystal form flickering with confusion and fear. Jake, I need you. To explain what just happened here, I need you to tell me the truth about what humans really are. Jake looked around the destroyed marketplace one more time, then sat down heavily on a nearby crate. Okay, Professor. But you're not going to like what I have to tell you? Crax limped over and sat down near Jake. The journey back to Verdun Prime was quiet and tense. The students sat in small groups, whispering among themselves and stealing nervous glances at Jake. He had returned to his usual seat, reading quietly from a datapad, but everything about him seemed different now. Lisa watched him from across the transport cabin. Jake looked exactly the same as he had before. Same brown hair, same soft features, same gentle expression. But now she knew what those hands were capable of. She had seen what those calm eyes could calculate in seconds. Amy sat pressed against the window, as far from Jake as she could get. "I can't believe we ate lunch with him," she whispered. "We invited him to our study groups. He saved our lives," Marcus pointed out, though his bark was still dark with stress. "If he hadn't stopped those pirates, we might all be dead." "But the way he did it," Ben said, his water form rippling with unease. "He killed them like it was nothing, like stepping on insects." Professor Velthus had been quiet for most of the journey, her crystal form dim with deep thought. Finally, she stood and walked to where Jake was sitting. "May I join you?" she asked. Jake looked up from his reading and smiled. It was the same warm, friendly smile he had always given, but now it carried new meaning. "Of course, Professor." She sat down carefully, choosing her words with care. "I need to understand something, Jake. When you applied to our academy, did you lie about your intentions?" Jake set down his datapad and considered the question seriously. "No, Professor. I came here because I genuinely want to learn about peaceful cooperation between species. That's the truth." "But you knew what you were capable of course." Jake's voice was matter-of-fact. "Every human knows what they're capable of. Have to know. It's part of our survival programming." Professor Velthus flickered with confusion. "Survival programming?" Jake nodded. "Humans are constantly aware of threats, escape routes, potential weapons, and tactical advantages. We can't turn it off any more than you can stop your crystals from growing. It's just how our minds work." "So when you were being friendly with the other students, you were also evaluating them as potential threats?" "Not threats," Jake corrected gently. "I was learning about them, understanding their capabilities, their weaknesses, their needs. But not because I wanted to hurt them, because I wanted to understand how to work with them effectively." From across the cabin, Lisa could hear their conversation. She found herself listening despite her fear. "Think about it this way," Jake continued. "If you wanted to be friends with a Florian, wouldn't you learn about their need for sunlight and water? If you wanted to trade with a Repthon, wouldn't you study their cultural values? When humans just take that process further." "How much further?" Professor Velthus asked. Jake was quiet for a moment. "We know that Zephyrians become sluggish in low-light conditions. We know that Aquans lose cohesion at high temperatures. We know that Thalorians are vulnerable to certain frequencies of sound. We know that Corvins become dormant when separated from plant life for too long." The professor's crystal form began flickering rapidly. "You're talking about military intelligence?" "No," Jake said firmly. "I'm talking about basic information that any human child learns in school. We study other species the same way we study Earth animals, not to hunt them, but to understand how to coexist safely." "Safely for whom?" Professor Velthus asked. Jake looked directly at her. "For everyone, Professor. Humans learned a long time ago that the best way to avoid conflict is to understand exactly what everyone is capable of. When you know someone's strengths and limitations, you can work with them more effectively." Their conversation was interrupted by Crax, who had been listening from his seat at the back of the transport. The wounded Vorthok limped over to join them. "May I sit?" he asked politely. Professor Velthus nodded, though she looked uncomfortable having both predators near her. Crax settled his massive form into a seat that creaked under his weight. "Human Jake speaks truth," he said. "My people have legends of Deathworlders. We thought they were myths." "What kind of legends?" Jake asked, seeming genuinely curious. "Stories of beings who could hunt the hunters, who could track Vorthok across star systems and defeat them, not with strength, but with patience and intelligence." Crax looked at Jake with something like respect. "We thought such creatures could not exist." "What changed your mind?" Professor Velthus asked. Krax gestured to the healing burn marks on his scales. I fought 6 pirates with weapons and armor. I am trained warrior, born predator. They defeated me easily. He looked at Jake. You fought 8 pirates with better weapons. You had no armor, no training visible to me, yet you won without injury. Jake shook his head. I had plenty of training, Krax. Every human does. We just don't call it training. What do you call it? The Vorthok asked. Education, Jake replied. We learn history, which teaches us about conflict and strategy. We learn biology, which teaches us about different species and their capabilities. We learn engineering, which teaches us how things work and how they can be broken. We learn psychology, which teaches us how minds work and how they can be influenced. Professor Velthus was beginning to understand. So human education is actually comprehensive preparation for conflict. Human education is preparation for survival, Jake corrected. Conflict is just one aspect of survival. Amy had been listening from across the cabin, and now she spoke up, her voice shaking. But why? Why do you need to be so prepared for violence? Jake turned to look at her, his expression sad but patient. Because violence exists in the universe, Amy. We didn't create it, but we can't ignore it either. The pirates who attacked the station today, they exist. They prey on peaceful species because peaceful species are easy targets. But if everyone was peaceful like us, there wouldn't be any violence, Amy insisted. That's a beautiful dream, Jake said gently, but it's not realistic, even on Earth. Before humans became the dominant species, there were predators and prey. The prey animals that survived weren't the ones that ignored the predators, they were the ones that learned to detect and avoid them. Krax nodded agreement. Humans became apex predators, not through strength, but through intelligence. This is why they are dangerous. They think like prey and hunt like predators. I don't think of myself as a predator, Jake said. I think of myself as a protector. I use my abilities to keep others safe. Like you did on the station, Marcus said quietly. He'd been listening to the conversation with growing interest. You protected us. I did what I had to do, Jake replied. But I would have preferred to resolve the situation peacefully. Could you have? Professor Velthus asked. Could you have negotiated with the pirates? Jake considered this seriously. Maybe. Pirates are usually motivated by profit, not violence. If I had something valuable to offer them, or if I could have convinced them that attacking the station would cost them more than they could gain, they might have left peacefully. But you chose violence instead. I chose the option that guaranteed your safety, Jake corrected. Negotiation might have worked, but it also might have failed. When other people's lives are at stake, humans don't gamble with uncertain outcomes. The transport was nearing Verdun Prime now, and the peaceful planet grew larger in the viewports. Looking at the gentle world below, Lisa tried to imagine how it must appear to Jake, not as a safe haven, but as a place where potential threats needed to be identified and neutralized. Jake, she said suddenly, finding her courage, when you look at us, do you see friends, or do you see weaknesses to exploit? Jake turned to her with that same gentle expression he had always worn. I see friends with weaknesses that I want to protect. And when you look at Krax, Jake glanced at the massive Vorthok. I see a fellow predator who chooses to use his strength to protect others instead of dominating them. Krax's scarred face showed what might have been a smile. Human sees clearly. On Vorthok Prime, we are taught that strength without honor is worthless. It's better to be weak and honorable than strong and corrupt. That's something humans and Vorthok have in common, Jake said. We both understand that power comes with responsibility. Professor Velthius had been listening to this exchange with growing amazement. You two are more alike than I realized. In some ways, Jake agreed. We're both products of dangerous worlds. We both learned that survival requires strength and intelligence. But we also both learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. So what is your purpose? She asked. Jake looked out at Verdun Prime as the transport prepared to land. To learn how to use human capabilities to build something better. To find ways for predators and prey to coexist peacefully. And my purpose, Krax added, is to prove that predators can be more than just hunters. We can be guardians. As the transport touched down at the academy, Lisa realized that everything had changed. She was still afraid of Jake, but it was a different kind of fear now. She wasn't afraid he would hurt her. She was afraid of what his existence meant for the galaxy. If humans were as intelligent and capable as Jake had demonstrated, what did that mean for species like hers? Would they become obsolete? Protected pets in a universe dominated by apex predators? But as they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave the transport, Jake approached her. "Lisa," he said quietly, "I know you're afraid of me now. I understand why."
The old ship floated silently in space, its gray hull reflecting the distant starlight. Most people called the U.S. Steadfast a piece of junk, but Captain James Walker saw something different when he looked at his command. The ship might be 30 years old, but there was beauty in its unusual design. The way its hull curved unlike modern vessels, how its old-style engine glowed with a soft blue light instead of the sharp white of newer ships. Walker stood on the bridge, watching his crew work at their stations. They weren't the best in the fleet. No one assigned their top people to an outdated training vessel, but they were his crew, and they worked hard. Some were old veterans like him, ones who couldn't get better posts. Others were fresh faces, young officers using this posting as their first step towards something bigger. "Captain, engineering reports the weekly power core tests are complete," said Tom Miller, his first officer. Miller was young, but he had a good head on his shoulders. Unlike most junior officers, he didn't look down on the Steadfast. Walker nodded, checking the readings on his screen. "How did the numbers look this time?" "Better than expected, sir. Engineer Roberts says the core is running at 95% efficiency. That's impossible for a ship this old, but she swears the readings are correct." This made Walker smile. The Steadfast Power Core was special, part of an experimental program that the military had abandoned years ago. Modern ships used cores that were smaller, lighter, and supposedly more efficient. But Walker had studied the old designs. They weren't inefficient. They were just built for a different purpose. "Tell Roberts to keep monitoring those readings. I want to know if anything changes." Walker turned his attention to the main viewport, watching as a modern patrol ship passed by. The newer vessel was sleek and powerful, with weapons that could hit targets at twice the range of the Steadfast's old guns. But Walker knew something that most people had forgotten. Sometimes the old ways had advantages that weren't obvious at first glance. The bridge crew worked quietly, running through their normal training exercises. They were practicing basic maneuvers today, the kind of things that would bore crews on more advanced ships. But Walker had added his own twists to the exercises, making his crew think about problems differently. "Sir," called out Lucy Green from the sensor station, "I'm picking up some unusual readings from the shield harmonics during our turns." Walker walked over to her station, looking at the data. Most captains would ignore such small variations. Modern shields were meant to be stable and consistent. But the Steadfast's old shield system worked differently. It could change and adapt in ways that newer designs couldn't match. "Record those readings," he told Green. "I want to study them later." He had been collecting data like this for months, building a picture of what his ship could really do. The military thought ships like the Steadfast were too power-hungry, their systems too demanding to be useful. But Walker saw patterns in the data that told a different story. The day continued with more exercises. Walker watched as his crew practiced emergency procedures, power management, and basic combat drills. They weren't as fast as crews on modern ships, but they were thorough. They understood their ship's systems instead of relying on automatic controls to do everything. During the lunch break, Walker sat in his office, studying old technical manuals. The Steadfast was part of the Guardian-class experimental program, ships built to test new ideas about space combat. The program had been canceled when newer, supposedly better designs came along. But Walker had spent years piecing together why these ships had been built this way. The power core's massive size wasn't just inefficiency. It was built to handle energy in ways that modern cores couldn't match. The shield system's high power demand came from its ability to change frequency and strength in ways that newer shields had abandoned as unnecessary. Even the hull's unusual shape had a purpose, though Walker was still working to understand exactly what it was. A knock at his door interrupted his studies. "Enter," he called out, and Chief Engineer Roberts walked in. She was an older woman who had served on Guardian-class ships when they were new. "Captain, I've been looking at those power readings you asked about," she said, putting a datapad on his desk. "There's something strange happening when we run the shield harmonics at full power. The core isn't just handling it. It's becoming more efficient. That shouldn't be possible." Walker picked up the pad, looking at the numbers. "The old designers knew what they were doing, Mary. They built these ships to handle things that modern ships can't do. We just need to figure out what those things are." Roberts nodded slowly. "Most of the fleet thinks we're just a floating museum piece. But you got ideas about this ship, don't you, sir?" "I do," Walker admitted. "The Guardian program was canceled before they finished testing everything these ships could do. I think they gave up too soon. There's something special about the Steadfast. We just need to prove it." The afternoon shift brought more routine tasks. Walker had his crew practice power management drills, teaching them how to handle the core's massive energy output. Modern ships had automated systems for this, but the Steadfast required manual control. It was harder work, but it meant his crew truly understood how their ship worked. As the day shift ended, Walker stood at the viewport again, watching the stars. Tomorrow they would patrol the quiet sectors of space where nothing ever happened. The fleet kept the Steadfast away from any real action, thinking it was too old and weak to be useful. But Walker knew better. His ship wasn't weak, it was different. And sometimes, being different was exactly what you needed. He thought about all the data he had collected, all the patterns he had noticed. The way the shield harmonics changed during turns, how the power core became more efficient under high loads. The unusual ways the hull dispersed energy. Alone, each thing seemed like a quirk or a flaw. But together, they painted a picture of a ship that could do things its designers might never have imagined. "Someday," he whispered to himself, "everyone will understand what you can really do." He patted the wall of his ship gently, feeling the slight vibration of its systems through his hand. The Steadfast might be old, but age didn't always mean weakness. Sometimes it meant having secrets that the young had forgotten. The night shift crew began arriving, taking their stations. Walker gave them their orders for the night. More exercises, more data collection, more learning about their ship's true capabilities. As he headed to his quarters, he thought about all the modern ships out there, with their crews who relied on computers to do their thinking for them. They might be faster and more powerful, but they had forgotten something important. The best weapons weren't always the newest ones. Sometimes, the best weapons were the ones that everyone else had forgotten about. In his quarters, Walker added the day's data to his private files. Another piece of the puzzle. Another step toward understanding what the Steadfast could really do. Someday, they would need ships that could do more than just follow standard tactics. When that day came, Walker would be ready. His outdated, underestimated ship would show everyone that sometimes the old ways were the best ways. He just hoped they would figure it out before it was too late. The emergency alert woke Walker in the middle of the night. Red lights flashed through his quarters as he quickly put on his uniform. When he reached the bridge, his crew was already at their stations, faces tight with worry. "Report," Walker ordered, taking his seat. Tom Miller turned from his console, his face pale. "Sir, we're receiving emergency broadcasts from Fleet Command. Long-range sensors have detected a massive force entering human space. It's the Meridian Compact." Walker felt his stomach tighten. Everyone knew about the Meridian Compact, an alliance of alien species known for their advanced technology and aggressive expansion. Until now, they had stayed away from human territory, but there had always been rumors that they saw humanity as a threat. "Show me," Walker said. The main screen lit up with sensor data. Even from a distance, the numbers were frightening. Hundreds of ships, all of them more advanced than anything in Earth's fleet. Their energy readings were off the charts. Orders from command, sir. Lucy Green called from communications. All ships are to fall back to defensive positions. The Steadfast is ordered to begin evacuating civilian outposts in Sector 7. Walker nodded slowly. Of course they wouldn't want his old ship in the fight. The Steadfast was considered too weak, too outdated to face modern warships. But something about the sensor readings caught his eye. Ms. Green, zoom in on the enemy fleet's energy signatures. Walker studied the patterns carefully. There was something familiar about them, something that reminded him of his research into the Steadfast's systems. The next few days were a blur of activity. The Steadfast moved from outpost to outpost, loading civilians onto emergency transports. Walker's crew worked tirelessly, helping families pack what they could carry and comforting children who didn't understand why they had to leave their homes. Between evacuations, Walker spent every spare moment studying the data they collected about the Compact's fleet. Their ships used energy in ways that seemed impossible, weapons that could tear through modern shields, engines that moved faster than anything humans had built. But the more he looked, the more he saw patterns that connected to his research about the Steadfast's old systems. Captain, Engineer Roberts called him to engineering one evening. I've been looking at the Compact's shield frequencies. They're using modulation patterns that are similar to what our old system can do, just more advanced. Walker leaned over the engineering console, excitement building in his chest. Show me the comparisons. Roberts pulled up two displays, one showing the Steadfast's shield harmonics, the other showing the Compact's patterns. They weren't identical, but the basic principles were the same. The Guardian program had been developing something similar 30 years ago, before it was canceled. Their technology works on the same principles we were exploring, Walker said quietly, but they took it further than we did. They perfected it while we abandoned it for simpler designs. As they continued their evacuation mission, more reports came in about the Compact's advance. Earth's modern ships were failing against the alien technology. Their weapons couldn't penetrate the Compact's shields. Their own shields collapsed under the alien weapons. Everything that made Earth's fleet modern and efficient was proving useless against the invaders. During one evacuation, Walker found something interesting. The outpost they were clearing had an old research station, and in its databases, he discovered files from the Guardian program that he had never seen before. The station's computers were so old that they had been forgotten during system updates, leaving these files untouched for decades. Look at this, he showed Miller and Roberts in his office. The Guardian ships weren't just experiments. They were built based on theories about advanced alien technology. The designers thought that simple brute force systems might work better against highly advanced enemies than our modern refined technology. Miller looked confused. But why would older technology work better? Because it's not about being old or new, Walker explained. It's about using power differently. Modern ships try to be efficient, using just enough power for each task. But the Steadfast systems are built to handle massive energy loads. They're not efficient, but they're incredibly adaptable. The evidence was in the Compact's own ships. Their advanced technology used principles similar to what the Guardian program had been exploring. But where the Compact had refined and perfected these systems, the Steadfast's crude, powerful approach might actually be more flexible. More bad news arrived with each passing day. The Compact was pushing deeper into human space, and Earth's fleet was taking heavy losses. Modern ships fought bravely, but couldn't stand against the alien technology. The Steadfast continued its evacuation duties, moving further from the front lines as the situation grew worse. Walker kept gathering data, testing his theories in small ways during their flights between outposts. He pushed the power core harder than usual, tested shield configurations that no modern ship would try. The results supported his ideas. The Steadfast systems could do things that shouldn't be possible according to modern military doctrine. Sir, Miller caught him after a late shift. The crew's been talking. They know you're working on something. They've seen how you're testing the ship's systems, studying the compact's technology. They want to help. Walker looked at his first officer for a long moment. Everything he had learned told him that the Steadfast might be able to fight the compact effectively, but attempting it would mean risking his crew, his ship, and his career. The safe choice was to follow orders and stay away from the fighting. But then another message came through. The compact had reached New Haven, humanity's largest colony world. Earth's fleet was gathering for one last stand, but everyone knew it would probably fail. Modern ships just couldn't compete with the alien technology. Walker stood on his bridge, watching the stars through the viewport. His crew waited quietly, knowing that their captain was making a difficult decision. They had evacuated their last outpost. New orders would come soon, probably telling them to retreat even further from the fighting. But Walker had made up his mind. The Steadfast might be old, but it wasn't weak. Its outdated systems, which everyone thought were too crude and power-hungry to be useful, might be exactly what humanity needed. The ship no one feared might be the only one that could stand against the compact's advanced technology. Plot a course for New Haven, he ordered. It's time to show everyone what this old ship can really do. His crew straightened in their seats, ready to face whatever came next. They had spent months learning their ship's true capabilities. Now they would put that knowledge to the test, proving that sometimes the old ways were the best ways. The Steadfast's engines glowed brighter than usual as they turned toward New Haven. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. The ship that everyone thought was too old and weak to fight was about to show the galaxy that being underestimated could be the greatest advantage of all. The Steadfast raced through space toward New Haven, its old engines pushing harder than they had in years. In engineering, Mary Roberts worked with her team to implement Walker's ideas. They weren't just breaking the rules of modern ship design, they were rewriting them. Divert power from the secondary systems, Roberts ordered, her hands moving across the control panel. Route everything through the main core. Modern ships would never do this. It was too dangerous, too wasteful. But the Steadfast's massive power core could handle loads that would burn out newer designs. On the bridge, Walker and Miller studied the latest data about the compact's fleet. They had been collecting information during each encounter, watching how the alien ships fought. Their advanced technology had patterns that matched theories from the old Guardian program files. Look here, Walker pointed to a sensor reading. Their shields change frequency to match incoming fire. That's why our modern weapons can't hurt them. But the Steadfast's old shield system was built to do something similar. Miller leaned closer. Our shields can change frequency too. They can do more than that. Walker pulled up his research files. The Guardian program was developing shields that could absorb energy and redirect it. Modern ships abandoned the idea because it used too much power, but we have power to spare. Through the ship's intercom, Robert's voice came from engineering. Captain, we've finished the shield modifications, ready to test when you are. Walker looked at his crew. They were all watching, waiting. They had followed him this far, trusting that their captain knew what he was doing. Now it was time to prove that trust wasn't misplaced. Take us to the asteroid field, Walker ordered. They had passed a dense cluster of space rocks on their way to New Haven. It would be perfect for testing their ideas. The Steadfast moved carefully through the asteroid field. Walker had his weapons officer, Jack Thompson, target a medium-sized rock. Fire one torpedo, low yield. The torpedo shot out, hitting the asteroid. As expected, chunks of rock flew everywhere. But instead of bouncing off the Steadfast's shields, something different happened. The shields glowed brighter than usual, and the energy readings spiked. Engineering to bridge, Roberts called. Captain, the shields didn't just block the debris. They absorbed the kinetic energy. The power core is processing it, adding it to our reserves, just like you thought it could. Walker smiled. This was what the Guardian program had been working toward. Shields that didn't just protect, but turned enemy attacks into power. Modern ships couldn't do this because their power cores weren't strong enough. But the Steadfast's inefficient core was perfect for it. They spent the next few hours testing different configurations. Each test showed them something new about their ship's capabilities. The old power core could handle enormous energy loads. The shield system could be tuned to frequencies that modern sensors barely detected. Even the unusual hull design played a part, helping to channel and redirect energy in ways that newer ships couldn't match. "It's like putting together a puzzle," Miller said, watching another successful test. All these old systems that everyone thought were obsolete, they were actually built to work together in ways we're just now understanding. Walker nodded. The Guardian program engineers were ahead of their time. They saw that highly advanced technology might not always be the answer. Sometimes you need systems that are simple but powerful, adaptable instead of efficient. As they worked, more reports came in about the battle at New Haven. Earth's fleet was fighting bravely, but they were losing. The compact ships were too advanced, their weapons too powerful. Modern shields couldn't stop them, and modern weapons couldn't harm them. But Walker saw something in the reports that others had missed. The compact ships were advanced, yes, but they were also predictable. They relied on their technology working in specific ways. They never expected to face something like the Steadfast, something that could turn their own power against them. "Ms. Green," Walker called to his sensor officer, "show me the energy patterns from that last test." The display lit up with data. The Steadfast's shields hadn't just absorbed the energy from their tests, they had amplified it. The power core was able to take that energy and make it stronger. "Chief Roberts," Walker called engineering, "could we modify the shields to release stored energy in a controlled burst?" There was a pause before Roberts answered, "Yes, sir. The core can handle it. But the release would be massive, probably enough to overload any normal shield system in range." That was exactly what Walker wanted to hear. Modern shields were carefully tuned, precisely balanced. But the compact used more advanced versions of the same technology. If the Steadfast could overload their shields the same way. "One more test," Walker ordered. They set up a series of sensor buoys to simulate enemy ships. The Steadfast's modified shields absorbed energy from small weapons fire, held it, amplified it through the power core, and then released it in a massive burst. The test results were better than Walker had hoped. "Sir," Miller said quietly, "this could actually work. We could hurt them." Walker looked at his crew. They had all seen the test results. They knew what their ship could do now. But using these abilities in real combat would be dangerous. The power levels they were dealing with could tear the Steadfast apart if anything went wrong. "I won't order anyone to stay," Walker told his crew. "What we're planning to do goes against every modern naval doctrine. If it fails, we'll lose the ship and probably our lives. Anyone who wants to transfer off before we reach New Haven can do so." The bridge was quiet for a moment. Then Thompson spoke from his weapons station. "Sir, we've all seen what this ship can do. Modern ships are dying out there because they can't adapt. But the Steadfast, she's different. She's special." One by one, other crew members nodded. They had spent months learning their ship's true capabilities. They had seen the test results. They believed in their captain and in their ship. "Very well," Walker said. "Let's finish the modifications. When we reach New Haven, we'll show everyone why they should have paid more attention to this old ship." The Steadfast continued toward New Haven, its systems humming with more power than they had in years. The ship that everyone thought was too old and weak to fight had become something else, something that could stand against the most advanced fleet in known space. Walker stood at his viewport, watching the stars streak by. Soon, they would face the compact's fleet. Soon, they would show the galaxy that sometimes the old ways, the forgotten ways, were exactly what you needed to win an impossible fight. The Steadfast dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the New Haven system. The view on the main screen made everyone on the bridge fall silent. Hundreds of ships filled space around the colony world. The sleek, purple-hulled vessels of the Meridian Compact facing off against Earth's white and gray fleet. "Status report," Walker ordered, his voice steady despite the scene before them. "Earth fleet is heavily damaged," Lucy Green reported from her sensor station. "They've lost 30% of their ships. The Compact's fleet is barely scratched. Their shields are holding against everything we throw at them." Walker watched the battle unfold. Earth's modern ships fought bravely, but their weapons splashed harmlessly against the Compact's advanced shields. When the alien ships fired back, their energy weapons cut through human shields like they weren't even there. "Engineering reports all systems ready," Miller said. "The power core is running at maximum capacity. Shields are configured according to your specifications." Walker nodded. They had spent the entire journey here preparing for this moment. The steadfast systems were running in ways that would make any modern engineer scream in horror. Power readings that should have blown out their circuits were instead being channeled and controlled by the old ship's overbuilt systems. "Sir," Thompson called from weapons. "Fleet Command is ordering us to stay back. They're saying we're not equipped for this fight." Of course they would say that. Looking at the Steadfast's official specifications, no one would think this old training ship could make a difference. But Walker knew better. His crew knew better. "Send no reply," Walker ordered. "Cut our transmitters. From here on, we work alone." He studied the battle pattern, looking for the right moment to make their move. The Compact ships flew in perfect formation, their movements precise and coordinated. That precision would be their weakness. "Take us in," Walker ordered. "Full power to the engines. Plot a course straight through their line." The bridge crew looked at him in surprise, but they obeyed. The Steadfast's engines roared to life, pushing the old ship faster than it had moved in years. On the screen, they could see other human ships trying to warn them off, probably thinking the Steadfast's crew had lost their minds. The first alien ships noticed them coming. Their purple hulls gleamed as they turned to face this new threat. Walker could almost imagine their crews laughing at the sight of an outdated human vessel charging straight at them. "Enemy ships powering weapons," Green reported. "They're targeting us." "Hold course," Walker said calmly. "Wait for my signal." The Compact ships opened fire. Their energy weapons, so deadly to modern human vessels, lashed out at the Steadfast. But instead of cutting through their shields, something different happened. The old ship's shields glowed bright blue, absorbing the energy of the attacks. "Power core holding steady," Roberts reported from engineering. "Shield energy levels rising. The absorption is working exactly like we planned." More alien ships joined the attack, probably confused by how this obsolete vessel was surviving their weapons. Each shot they fired just made the Steadfast's shields glow brighter. The power core hummed louder, taking in all that energy and storing it. "Sir," Miller pointed at the tactical display. "We've drawn their attention. 3 of their heavy cruisers are moving to cut us off." "Perfect." The Compact ships were reacting exactly as Walker had hoped. They were so confident in their advanced technology that they never considered it might be used against them. "All hands, brace for maneuver," Walker ordered. The Steadfast's engines screamed as Walker ordered a turn that should have been impossible for a ship this size. But the old engines handled it, their excessive power pushing them through. Now they were surrounded. Compact ships on all sides, their weapons still firing. Earth's fleet watched in confusion as this old training vessel drove deeper into the enemy formation, its shields glowing brighter with each hit it took. "Power levels at maximum," Roberts called. "The core can't absorb any more energy. We have to release it now." Walker looked at his tactical display. The Steadfast was right where he wanted it, in the middle of the tightest concentration of enemy ships. Their precise formation, usually a strength, now worked against them. "On my mark," Walker said, his hand hovering over his control panel. He waited 2 more seconds, letting 3 more shots hit their shields. "Now, release all power through the shield grid." The Steadfast shields flared like a newborn star. All the energy they had absorbed, amplified by the massive power core, burst outward in a wave of blue-white fire. The blast caught the nearby compact ships completely by surprise. Their advanced shields, so perfectly tuned and efficient, couldn't handle this crude but overwhelming surge of power. Ship after ship went dark as the energy wave overloaded their systems. The most advanced fleet in known space was being beaten by technology they had considered primitive. Direct hit on enemy vessels, Thompson reported, his voice filled with amazement. Their shields are failing. I'm reading multiple hull breaches across their fleet. The Steadfast wasn't finished. Its power core was already building up another charge, drawing energy from the chaos around them. Walker had his ship turned tightly, presenting fresh shield sections to enemy fire, absorbing more energy for their next attack. Earth fleet is responding, Green called out. They're targeting the ships we've damaged. Walker allowed himself a small smile. Finally, the modern ships had targets they could hurt. While the Steadfast absorbed and redirected the compact's energy weapons, Earth's fleet could attack the weakened enemy vessels. The battle was far from over. The compact still had many ships, and they were already trying to adjust their tactics. But Walker had shown them something they never expected, that their advanced technology could be beaten by a ship they had thought too weak to matter. Keep us moving, Walker ordered. Don't let them predict our pattern. Every time they hit us, we get stronger. Show them why they should have feared this old ship from the start. The Steadfast moved through space like a dancer, its outdated engines pushing it through maneuvers that looked impossible. Each time the compact ships fired, the old vessel's shields absorbed their attacks. Each time the shields released their stored energy, more enemy ships went dark. The battle for New Haven had turned. The ship no one had believed in was proving that sometimes the old ways were the best ways, and Walker's crew, who had trusted in their captain and their ship, were showing the galaxy that being underestimated was the greatest advantage of all. The space around New Haven had become a battlefield unlike anything in human history. The Steadfast moved through the chaos like a ghost, its glowing shields absorbing every shot the compact ships fired. But the old ship was starting to show signs of strain. Hull stress increasing, Roberts reported from engineering. The power core is handling the load, but our structural integrity is at 80% and falling. Walker gripped his chair as another blast rocked the ship. The compact's fleet had finally realized the true threat the Steadfast posed. Instead of dismissing it as an outdated relic, they now focused their attacks on the one ship that could hurt them. Bring us around for another pass, Walker ordered. Target their command ships this time. The Steadfast turned, its old engines groaning under the strain. The enemy had adapted their tactics, spreading their ships out to minimize the damage when the Steadfast released its stored energy. But Walker had expected this. He had spent years studying warfare, learning how to use his ship's unique abilities in ways no one had imagined. Sir, Green called from her station. New contacts arriving. The compact is bringing in reinforcements. The tactical display showed more purple dots appearing at the edge of the system. Fresh enemy ships. Their crews probably warned about the strange human vessel that could turn their own weapons against them. The Steadfast had bloodied the compact's nose, but now they were angry. Message from Fleet Command, Miller reported. They're ordering all ships to fall back. They say we can't win against these numbers. Walker studied the battlefield. The Steadfast had given Earth's fleet a fighting chance, but the enemy still outnumbered them. A wise captain would retreat now, save his ship and crew to fight another day. But Walker saw something in the enemy's movements that gave him an idea. Look at their formation, he told Miller, pointing at the display. They're trying to trap us, force us into a position where we can only absorb attacks from one direction. But that means they have to bunch up their ships again. Miller's eyes widened as he understood. They think they've learned how to beat us, but they're actually giving us exactly what we need. Walker nodded. Tell engineering to divert all remaining power to the core. We're going to show them something new. The Steadfast's engines fired, pushing the old ship straight toward the trap the compact had laid. Enemy ships moved to surround them, their weapons charging. They thought they had figured out the limits of this strange human vessel. "Sir," Roberts called from engineering, "if we take hits from all sides at once, the power levels will be higher than anything we tested. The core might not be able to handle it." "It'll hold," Walker said firmly. This ship was built for moments like this. They just didn't know it yet. The compact ships opened fire. Energy beams struck the Steadfast from every direction. The shields glowed brighter than ever, absorbing power faster than they had thought possible. The whole ship vibrated as the power core worked to contain the massive energy surge. "Hull stress critical," Roberts shouted. "Power levels exceeding maximum tested capacity." Walker watched his displays carefully. The Steadfast's systems were handling more power than should have been possible, but the old ship's overbuilt design was proving its worth. Where modern ships would have failed, the Steadfast endured. "All hands," Walker called over the ship-wide comm. "Prepare for emergency maneuver. Braced for impact." In the next moment, Walker triggered something no one had ever tried before. Instead of releasing the stored energy in a single direction, he ordered the shields to pulse in a rotating pattern. The result was spectacular. The Steadfast became the center of an expanding spiral of energy. The blast caught the enemy ships in waves, each pulse timed to hit them as their shields tried to recover from the previous hit. Ships that could have survived one blast fell to repeated hits that came too fast for their systems to handle. Enemy ships losing power across all sectors. Thompson reported, "Their formations are breaking up." The compact's careful trap had become their worst nightmare. Ships collided as they tried to escape the energy storm centered on the Steadfast. Others lost power completely, their advanced systems overwhelmed by the crude but overwhelming force being thrown at them. "Earth fleet is advancing," Green called out. "They're moving to support us." Finally understanding what the Steadfast could do, Earth's modern ships pressed the attack. They targeted enemy vessels whose shields had been overloaded, their weapons now effective against the previously invulnerable targets. But the Steadfast wasn't finished yet. Even as warning lights flashed across every console and the hull groaned under impossible stresses, Walker had one more card to play. "Plot a course for their flagship," he ordered. "Everything we have left. One final push." The old ship's engines burned bright as they drove toward the heart of the enemy fleet. The compact's flagship, a massive vessel that dwarfed the Steadfast, tried to retreat. But Walker had studied their tactics too well. He knew exactly where they would try to go. "Release remaining power on my mark," Walker ordered. "Engineering, give us everything the core has left. Don't hold anything back." The Steadfast closed the distance, taking more hits as it went. Its shields were wavering now, the power core straining to contain the energy being forced into it. But Walker had timed it perfectly. Just as the enemy flagship began its escape maneuver, Walker gave the order. "Now." The Steadfast released every bit of stored power in a single focused blast. The enemy flagship's shields, already stressed from the previous attacks, couldn't handle the concentrated energy. The massive ship's power grid overloaded, cascading failures spreading across its hull. "Enemy flagship is breaking up," Thompson reported, his voice filled with awe. "The rest of their fleet, they're retreating." The compact's remaining ships, seeing their flagship destroyed by a vessel they had dismissed as obsolete, began jumping away from New Haven. The most advanced fleet in known space had been defeated by technology they had considered primitive. Walker looked around his bridge. Warning lights flashed everywhere. Smoke rose from overloaded circuits. The Steadfast had pushed itself far beyond its designed limits, but it had survived. It had won. "Stand down from battle stations," Walker ordered. "Begin damage control procedures." He opened a channel to engineering. "Chief Roberts, how's our old girl doing?" "She's hurt, sir," Roberts replied, pride mixing with concern in her voice. "But nothing we can't fix. The core is stable, just needs time to cool down. This old ship saved all our lives today." As the adrenaline of battle faded, messages began pouring in from Earth's fleet. Ships that had once looked down on the Steadfast now sent congratulations and praise. The old training vessel had become a legend in a single battle. Walker stood at his viewport, watching Earth's ships move to secure the system. The Steadfast's victory would change everything. Military doctrine would be rewritten. The value of old technology would be re-examined. And somewhere, the designers of the Guardian program would know their ideas had finally been proven right. Not bad for an obsolete ship, Miller said, standing beside his captain. Walker smiled, patting the wall of his bridge gently. She was never obsolete. She was just waiting for the right moment to show what she could do. Sometimes, the old ways are the best ways. We just have to remember how to use them. The Steadfast floated quietly in space, its battle-scarred hull reflecting the light of New Haven's sun. The ship no one had feared had saved humanity's largest colony and destroyed an alien armada, not by being the newest or the most advanced, but by being exactly what it was. A well-built ship with a crew who believed in it, ready to prove that being underestimated was sometimes the greatest advantage of all. The ambush begins. The stars twinkled quietly in the vast emptiness of space as the alien fleet moved forward, confident in their strength. For years, they had conquered planet after planet, destroying everything in their path. The humans, once a fierce force, had disappeared from the galaxy. The aliens believed they had won. Earth was no longer a threat. At least, that's what they thought. General Varkin, leader of the alien fleet, stood on the bridge of his flagship, his hands clasped behind his back. His sharp eyes scanned the endless void of space through the massive windows. The fleet he commanded was powerful: cruisers, destroyers, and battleships, each one larger and more advanced than anything the humans had ever built. His ships were the pride of his people, and victory was certain. They had wiped out the last of the human colonies on the Outer Rim, and Earth had been silent for years. No one had heard from them in ages. To Varkin and his fleet, humanity was a distant memory. They are gone, Varkin muttered to himself, and we will take control of their last stronghold. His voice carried a sense of finality. The alien fleet was already deep inside human space, on their way to a small but important planet. This was the last world the humans held in the galaxy, and it would fall under alien control soon. The general had no doubts. He could almost hear the cheers of victory from his soldiers. Soon, the galaxy would belong to them. As the fleet moved closer to their target, the crew of the flagship prepared for battle. Varkin knew that this planet, though small, had been heavily fortified. The humans were known for their fierce resistance, but the general wasn't worried. The humans no longer had the strength to fight back. Or so he thought. Suddenly, a low hum vibrated through the ship. The crew went silent, glancing nervously at their consoles. Varkin's sharp eyes narrowed. "Report," he ordered, his voice cold and steady. One of the officers, a young alien with pale green skin, hesitated before answering. "Sir, we've picked up an anomaly. It appears to be a faint signal, coming from an unknown source." The general raised an eyebrow. The signal? Could it be human? But the humans had no technology capable of sending messages across such vast distances, especially from hidden locations. Varkin dismissed the thought quickly. It was probably just a glitch, a trick of space. The humans were gone, their technology outdated. He turned to leave the bridge when a sharp voice stopped him. "Sir, the signal is growing stronger." Varkin turned back, his eyes narrowing. "Increase the power to the scanners. Find the source of this signal." The officer nodded and worked quickly at his console. The strange signal became clearer, more defined. But there was something unsettling about it. It didn't sound like anything the aliens had ever encountered before. The signal was coming from the dark side of the planet they were approaching, a place their sensors had marked as empty. It was strange, too strange. "Commander," Varkin said, his voice low, "what are we dealing with?" "It's not human technology, General, but it's something powerful." Varkin's mind raced. He knew that the human race had once been a formidable foe, capable of surprising even the most advanced alien civilizations. But they had disappeared. They couldn't have built anything like this, could they? The general felt a shiver of doubt for the first time in years. His confidence faltered. Could the humans still be alive? And if so, why hadn't they shown themselves before now? He didn't have much time to think. The officers on the bridge suddenly stood up, their eyes wide with shock. "Sir, we're detecting a massive object on the other side of the planet. It's massive." Varkin's heart skipped a beat. Massive. The only thing that could be massive enough to pose a threat was a battleship. But the humans had no such ships. At least, that's what he had been told. "Are you sure?" Varkin demanded, his voice sharp with disbelief. The officer looked back at the general, fear evident in his eyes. "Yes, sir. It's a ship. And it's moving." A cold silence fell over the bridge. Varkin felt his throat tighten. He had underestimated the humans. If they had somehow managed to rebuild their military, he had no idea what kind of force they could be hiding. His confidence was quickly turning into caution. "Bring us into firing range," Varkin ordered, his voice steely with authority. He had to see this ship for himself. If it was truly a human battleship, he would destroy it. It would be just another victory in their long campaign. The alien fleet moved into position, weapons ready. The crew waited in tense anticipation. The signal grew stronger as they drew closer, the mysterious ship still hidden in the shadows of the planet. Varkin stared at the screen, his mind racing. What was this? And why hadn't the humans shown this kind of power earlier? As the ship finally came into view, the entire bridge froze. The alien officers gasped. What they saw was no ordinary human vessel. It was a massive, dark ship, its design sleek and terrifying. It looked ancient, yet its power was undeniable. The human battleship emerged from the shadows like a ghost, its dark hull gleaming ominously. General Varkin's heart raced. He had thought they were safe, but now he realized they were far from it. The human battleship. The alien fleet had gathered in formation, their ships looming like giant predators, ready to pounce. The general stood still, his eyes locked on the dark shape emerging from the shadows of the planet. It was a massive, imposing vessel, something that felt out of place. The alien ships were designed for power and speed, but this human battleship, it was something else entirely. Ancient, and yet undeniably deadly. General Varkin's mind raced. He had believed the human race was long gone, their technology obsolete, their fleets reduced to dust. But what he saw before him was a challenge. The human battleship was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Its design was old, but there was a sense of danger emanating from it, like a long-forgotten weapon being brought back to life. The ship was dark, almost blending into the void of space, with sharp angles and jagged edges that seemed to promise destruction. The crew of the alien flagship stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. The officers exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what to do. This was no ordinary human vessel. It was something far more advanced, far more dangerous, and it was moving toward them, slowly but with purpose. "Open fire," Varkin barked, his voice cold and commanding, but there was a hint of uncertainty behind his words. The alien fleet's weapons were more than capable of reducing any ship to rubble, but something about this human battleship made him pause. His instincts told him this wasn't going to be an easy victory. The fleet's weapons charged up, ready to unleash a torrent of destruction. The massive energy cannons, capable of obliterating entire planets, were aimed directly at the battleship. The flagship's main guns powered up, their deadly glow illuminating the darkness of space. Varkin's eyes narrowed as the countdown began. He had no idea what kind of ship this was or what it could do, but he wasn't going to take any chances. His fleet was here to win, to conquer, and he wouldn't let one ship, no matter how intimidating, stop them. "Fire," the general's voice cut through the tension. The first volley of energy blasts erupted from the alien fleet, lighting up the vastness of space. The beams of energy surged toward the human battleship, powerful enough to destroy any normal ship in their path. The crew of the alien ships watched as the blasts collided with the dark ship. For a moment, nothing happened. The human battleship remained still, its dark silhouette barely moving as the blast struck it. The alien fleet waited, holding its breath. Had the attack worked? Then, with a sudden burst of light, the human battleship shifted. The blasts that had hit it did nothing. They bounced off its hull, like water hitting a stone. The ship remained unscathed, its hull shimmering faintly as though it had absorbed the energy, but it didn't seem to be damaged at all. The silence on the bridge of the alien flagship was deafening. General Varkin's jaw tightened. He had never seen anything like this before. His fleet had taken down entire worlds with a single shot, and yet this ship, this ancient human vessel, seemed to shrug off their most powerful attacks like they were nothing more than a nuisance. "Report," Varkin shouted, his voice harsh. The officer at the scanner station quickly glanced at his console, eyes wide with disbelief. "Sir, the human ship's energy shields. They're absorbing the blasts. It's like their shields are feeding on the energy." Varkin's mind raced. The humans had no such technology, or at least they hadn't. No one had ever seen anything like it. The general's heart pounded in his chest. Could it be that the humans had somehow developed a weapon that far surpassed anything in their arsenal? Had they truly returned to the battlefield with such power? The human battleship moved closer, its engines glowing faintly as it advanced through the debris of its own shattered energy blasts. The ship's weapons were now coming online. Strange, glowing turrets began to power up on its surface, and Varkin could feel the heat from the weapons even from his flagship. "Prepare to fire again," Varkin barked, but this time there was uncertainty in his voice. His fleet was not prepared for this. The energy shields on their ships were powerful, but nothing in their arsenal had prepared them for this kind of resistance. Before he could issue another command, the human battleship fired. The blast came in an instant, a concentrated beam of pure energy that shot across the void of space with terrifying speed. It hit the Lid cruiser in the alien fleet, instantly disintegrating the massive ship. No explosion, no warning, just utter destruction. The crew on the flagship gasped. The sight of the alien cruiser being wiped from existence with a single blast was enough to freeze everyone in their tracks. Varkin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had seen many weapons in his life, but nothing like this. The human ship had no right to possess such firepower. It was impossible. And yet, here it was, an ancient human battleship wielding the power to destroy anything in its path. "Retreat," Varkin ordered, his voice sharp with panic. "Move the fleet back now." But it was too late. The human battleship, now fully engaged, began to fire again, each shot tearing through the alien fleet with devastating precision. The alien ships, though advanced, were no match for the sheer power of the human warship. The battle had only just begun, and already the aliens were beginning to realize the truth. The humans were back, and they were not to be underestimated. General Varkin stood at the helm of his flagship, watching as his fleet was torn apart by the human battleship. He had thought they were safe, but now, as the reality of the situation hit him, he knew this was just the beginning of a war he hadn't prepared for. The humans were back, and they were bringing destruction. The tide turns. The human battleship loomed over the alien fleet, its dark silhouette cutting through the stars like a harbinger of doom. General Varkin's fleet was in chaos, the once dominant force now scattered and in disarray. His ships were being destroyed one by one, torn apart by the sheer force of the human vessel's firepower. The space around him was filled with debris, the remnants of his once proud armada floating in silence. His heart raced as he gripped the console in front of him. He had never felt fear like this. The humans, long thought to be extinct or weak, had just proven they were anything but. Their battleship was a weapon unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. Each shot, each blast, sent shockwaves through his ships, leaving them burning and shattered in its wake. Status report. Varkin barked, his voice filled with panic. The officer at the scanners turned quickly, his face pale. "Sir, we've lost 3 more ships. The human battleship's weapons are too powerful. We've only managed to damage their shields slightly, but it's not enough. We can't keep up with their firepower." Varkin's mind raced. The battle was slipping out of his control. He had thought his fleet was unbeatable, that no force could challenge the might of the alien empire. But this was a nightmare. The humans were using weapons far beyond anything he had imagined. He looked out into the void, trying to gather his thoughts. The once confident alien fleet was now in retreat, its ships scattering as they tried to escape the relentless assault. But the human battleship wasn't giving them the chance. Its weapons fired relentlessly, each shot a death sentence for any alien ship unlucky enough to cross its path. The alien flagship's shields flickered as another blast from the human battleship struck it. Varkin's knuckles whitened as he gripped the console. The damage was spreading, the energy output of their shields struggling to hold up against the constant barrage. "Sir," another officer shouted from across the room, his voice trembling. "The human ship is locking onto our position. They're preparing to fire again." Varkin's eyes widened in alarm. This was it. If the human ship destroyed the flagship, the entire fleet would crumble. The alien empire's might would be reduced to nothing, and the humans would have their victory. The general's mind raced, searching for a way out. He couldn't defeat the human battleship head-on. It was simply too powerful. But maybe he could trick them. Maybe he could use their own arrogance against them. "Redirect all power to the aft shields," Varkin ordered, his voice sharp. "I want a full retreat in 3 minutes. All ships, make for the asteroid field at Sector 9. We'll use the terrain to hide and regroup." The officers looked at each other, confused. "But sir, the human ship." "I know what I'm doing," Varkin interrupted, his voice cold. "Just do it." The crew scrambled, setting the orders into motion. The alien fleet, now battered and weakened, began to shift its position. The ships moved away from the human battleship, angling toward the asteroid field. Varkin hoped that the dense field of asteroids would provide enough cover to make the human ship think they were retreating entirely. The humans would follow, thinking they had won, and the alien fleet could then regroup and strike when the time was right. But as the alien ships turned, the human battleship wasn't far behind. It followed them with chilling precision, its engines glowing faintly in the distance, like a predator stalking its prey. It was relentless, unyielding. The human ship showed no signs of slowing down, and it was gaining on them quickly. Varkin's mind raced as he saw the human ship's weapons power up once again. His ships were nowhere near ready for another round of battle, and he couldn't risk staying in open space any longer. The asteroid field was their only hope. "Prepare to engage evasive maneuvers," Varkin ordered, his voice steely. "Get us into the field, now." The alien fleet dove toward the asteroid field, their ships weaving through the floating rocks in a desperate attempt to lose the human battleship. The human ship followed, its weapons still locked onto their positions, but the field was vast and filled with hazards. The humans would have to navigate it carefully, or risk crashing into one of the asteroids. But just as the alien ships began to feel a glimmer of hope, a strange sound filled the bridge of the flagship. A low, rumbling noise, almost like thunder. It was coming from behind them, from the human battleship. Varkin's eyes widened as he looked toward the dark silhouette of the enemy vessel. Without warning, the human ship fired again. But this time, instead of a focused beam, the shot was spread out, creating a wide area of destruction. The blast hit the asteroid field, causing massive chunks of rock to break off and fly into space, creating an expanding cloud of debris. The alien fleet was caught in the blast radius. Ships were struck by the debris, their shields failing as they were pelted by massive rocks. The fleet was thrown into disarray, their path to safety blocked by the very terrain they had hoped to use for cover. Varkin's heart sank as he watched his fleet being torn apart by the humans' unconventional attack. The human battleship had anticipated their every move, adapting to the situation with ease. It was as though they had been prepared for this moment all along. Retreat, full retreat. Varkin screamed, but it was too late. The human ship had them cornered, and now there was no way out. The tide of the battle had turned. What had started as a simple ambush had become a full-blown nightmare for the alien fleet. One by one, the alien ships began to fall, their shields buckling under the humans' relentless assault. The general stood frozen in place, his mind struggling to process the defeat. How had the humans come back so strong? What had happened to the weak, primitive race he had dismissed so long ago? The answer was clear. The humans were no longer the prey. They had become the hunters. And now, the alien fleet was paying the price for their underestimation. The human battleship loomed larger, its weapons powered up, preparing for the final strike. Varkin knew that the end was near. His fleet was finished, and he could only hope to survive the onslaught that was about to come. A desperate last stand. The remaining alien ships were scattered across the asteroid field, their once proud formations now broken and disorganized. General Varkin's flagship was barely holding together, the outer hull battered from the constant barrage of fire from the human battleship. Inside, the atmosphere was tense, the hum of alarms echoing through the corridors as officers rushed to maintain what little control they had left. "Sir, the enemy is closing in," shouted the communications officer, his voice full of panic. Varkin's eyes narrowed as he watched the human ship advance on them, its massive form gliding through the asteroid field with ease, unharmed by the debris around it. The human battleship was like a predator hunting its prey, and the alien fleet was slowly being picked off, one ship at a time. "We can't keep running," Varkin muttered under his breath. His eyes scanned the damage reports flickering across the console in front of him. The energy levels were dropping fast, and there was no way to hold out much longer. "Prepare to make our last stand. If we die today, we will take as many of them with us as we can." The crew members exchanged worried glances, but knew there was no other choice. The time for retreat was over. It was now or never. "Activate the fleet's self-destruct mechanisms," Varkin ordered, his voice steady but full of resolve. "We will destroy every last ship before they get the chance to pick us off." The officers didn't hesitate. They quickly activated the self-destruct systems on each ship, setting them to trigger in a matter of minutes. The alien ships, though damaged, were still capable of one last, desperate strike. Varkin watched as the countdown appeared on the main display, each second ticking away like a death sentence. "We will show the humans that we are not so easily defeated," Varkin said, his voice cold and defiant. "Let them feel the wrath of the greatest fleet the galaxy has ever known." The human battleship, now only a few kilometers away, loomed larger and larger in the viewports. It fired again, its weapons slicing through the asteroid field, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The alien ships scattered as best as they could, but there was nowhere to hide. The human ship was too fast, too powerful. "Prepare to fire all remaining weapons," Varkin commanded. His fingers flew across the controls as he issued the order, the remaining alien ships shifting into position for one final coordinated assault. The alien ships began firing their remaining weapons in unison, their lasers and energy blasts streaking through the void, targeting the human battleship. It was a desperate attack, but it was all they had left. The human ship's shields flickered as the first few blasts struck, but it quickly adjusted, absorbing the energy and continuing its advance. The alien fleet's last-ditch effort seemed almost pointless, but Varkin wasn't ready to give up yet. His fleet was about to go down, but he would not let it be without a fight. The alien ships poured every last ounce of energy into their weapons, firing relentlessly at the human ship. Then, a moment of horror. The human battleship opened fire again, this time with a devastating barrage that struck several of the alien ships directly. The explosions were catastrophic, sending massive shockwaves through the asteroid field. Pieces of the alien fleet scattered in all directions as the human ship's firepower ripped through the remnants of Varkan's forces. Varkan gripped the console as his heart raced. His fleet was crumbling. His plan had failed. And yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the alien ships didn't give up. They continued to fight, their weapons firing in desperate bursts, even as they were torn apart one by one. "We will not go quietly," Varkan shouted. "We will not be forgotten." Just as it seemed the final blow was about to land, the countdown reached 0. The self-destruct mechanisms activated across the fleet. One by one, the alien ships erupted in a series of blinding explosions, the force of each blast sending ripples through the asteroid field. The human battleship was forced to veer off to avoid being caught in the chaos. The once mighty alien fleet was gone, reduced to rubble and dust. Only the human battleship remained, hovering silently in the midst of the destruction. Its weapons powered down as the crew on board assessed the aftermath. The battle was over. The aliens had fought fiercely, but in the end, they were no match for the power of humanity's warships. Varkan's flagship had been the last to explode, the blast sending a final shockwave through the void. His face was a mixture of anger and acceptance as he watched the destruction unfold. The alien fleet had fallen, but humanity had proven its strength. It had fought back with unimaginable power, defeating an enemy that had seemed invincible. And though the battle had been lost, General Varkan knew this was only the beginning. Humanity had emerged victorious this time, but the war was far from over. The galaxy had just witnessed the true power of Earth's forces, and there would be no going back. The human battleship turned, its engines glowing as it moved deeper into the void, ready for whatever challenge lay ahead. The aliens had underestimated humanity. Now, they would learn to fear them. The aftermath. The dust from the battle settled in the cold vacuum of space. Asteroids drifted aimlessly where once the alien fleet had been, their surfaces marked with scars of destruction. The debris from destroyed ships sparkled like shattered glass, pieces of metal and shattered hulls slowly drifting in all directions. But amid the chaos, one ship remained standing, humanity's battleship. Its massive frame loomed over the remains of the alien fleet like a predator, victorious and untouchable. Inside the battleship, the crew was silent. The usual sounds of their daily operations, the soft hum of machinery, the chatter over communications, had been replaced with a somber stillness. Every crew member had witnessed the brutal power of the alien fleet and the desperate final stand that had followed. Now, they were left to process the enormity of the victory they had just achieved. The cost of the battle had been high, but humanity had won. "Report," came the voice of Captain Ryle, his tone calm but authoritative. He stood at the command console, his eyes scanning the readouts from the battle. Despite the victory, his face betrayed no hint of celebration. This wasn't the time for joy. It was time to evaluate the situation and prepare for what was to come. A young officer, Lieutenant Drake, stepped forward. "All alien ships have been destroyed, Captain. The remaining debris is too scattered to provide any useful information. We've lost several smaller ships in the fleet, but the flagship remains operational. No signs of further threats. At least for now." "Good." Captain Ryle nodded, but his mind was already focused on the next challenge. "What about the alien commander? Did we receive any information on their leadership?" Lieutenant Drake hesitated before replying. "No sign of General Varkan or his flagship's remains. It's possible that he perished with the last wave of explosions, but we haven't recovered anything definitive." Ryle's jaw tightened. He had hoped that Varkan, the leader of the alien fleet, would have been captured alive. The aliens had underestimated humanity at every turn, and if the general was still alive, capturing him would give them invaluable intelligence. "Continue scanning the area. I want to know if anything survived," Ryle ordered. "In the meantime, prepare for a briefing. We'll need to report this victory to the Galactic Council. Let them know humanity's strength. The crew moved quickly, their actions coordinated, but it was clear that their minds were far from the work at hand. They were processing what had just happened. The destruction of an entire alien fleet, the overwhelming power of their own battleship, and the realization that their enemies would now know the truth. Humanity was a force to be reckoned with. As Ryle walked through the dimly lit corridors of the battleship, his thoughts drifted to the bigger picture. This victory was only the beginning. The alien fleet had underestimated humanity, and that had been their downfall. But now, with the alien forces scattered and their commander likely dead, the galaxy was suddenly very different. Humanity had proven its strength, but what would that mean for the future? Suddenly, a voice crackled through the ship's intercom system. "Captain, we're receiving a transmission from the Galactic Council." Ryle stopped in his tracks, his heart racing. The Galactic Council had long considered Earth a backwater planet, unworthy of their attention. But now, with the alien fleet destroyed, they would be forced to acknowledge humanity's presence on the galactic stage. It was time for them to understand that humanity was not to be underestimated. "Put it through," Captain Ryle said, taking a deep breath. The Council's reaction was going to be interesting, to say the least. The screen in front of him flickered, and the stern faces of several Council members appeared. They were the leaders of the most powerful civilizations in the galaxy, and they regarded humanity with a mix of skepticism and disdain. But Ryle was ready for whatever they had to say. "We've received word of the destruction of the alien fleet," one of the Council members, a tall, reptilian alien, said. "Explain yourself, Captain. How is it possible that your forces were able to defeat such a powerful enemy?" Ryle stood tall, his expression unwavering. "We've shown the galaxy that humanity can stand toe-to-toe with the strongest forces. We're no longer the weak species you once thought we were. The battle is over, and humanity is now a force to be reckoned with." The Council members exchanged looks, their expressions unreadable. They had underestimated humanity once, but now they were seeing the results of that mistake. The silence stretched on as the Council members processed Ryle's words. Finally, a voice from the back of the screen spoke. "What do you intend to do next, Captain? The war with the alien forces may be over, but the galaxy is still full of dangers. Will you turn your attention to other threats?" Ryle's gaze hardened. "We're not stopping here. Humanity will defend its place in the galaxy. We've proven that we can defeat our enemies. But now we need to know what else is out there." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving Captain Ryle staring at the now blank screen. The Council had no answers for him, only questions. But it was clear that humanity's place in the galaxy had just changed. The alien fleet was gone, and the humans were no longer the underdogs. The future was uncertain, but one thing was for sure. Humanity would never be seen as weak again. Ryle turned away from the console, his mind already set on the next steps. The galaxy had just witnessed the power of Earth's warships, and now it was time to prepare for whatever came next. The silent threat. The silence that followed the destruction of the alien fleet was deafening. Inside the human battleship, Captain Ryle stood at the helm, his hands gripping the console. His eyes scanned the stars ahead, but they didn't bring him any comfort. The victory was hollow. It wasn't the battle that worried him, it was what came after. Humanity had defeated the alien fleet, but now there were questions no one could answer. The Galactic Council was watching. The Council had seen Earth's power, but did that mean they would welcome humanity as an equal, or would they see them as a threat to their own power? Captain Ryle's mind raced as he thought about the future. The galaxy was vast, and humanity had only just begun to make its mark on the stars. What would happen if other civilizations saw humanity's strength as a challenge? What if they wanted to take Earth for themselves? The victory was significant, but it was only the beginning of a much larger story. "Captain, we've received a strange transmission," said Lieutenant Drake, interrupting Ryle's thoughts. Ryle turned sharply. "Strange? What do you mean?" Drake hesitated before speaking. "It's encrypted, Captain. We've never received a signal like this before. The frequency is off the charts, and it's not from any known species. Ryle's pulse quickened. A new threat. Something more dangerous than the alien fleet they had just defeated. "Put it through," he ordered. The screen flickered, and a series of strange symbols appeared, followed by a distorted voice. It was garbled at first, but soon, the words became clearer. "This is the Shadow Collective. You have made a powerful enemy, Earth." The voice was cold, mechanical, as if it came from something far beyond human understanding. Ryle's heart skipped a beat. The Shadow Collective. He'd heard rumors, whispers of a hidden race, watching from the shadows, pulling the strings of galactic events, but no one had ever confirmed their existence. The Shadow Collective. Ryle muttered under his breath. "Who are you?" The voice continued, its tone growing more ominous. "We have seen what you have done. The galaxy is not yours to conquer. We will take action. The battleship you wield is nothing compared to what we possess." Ryle's grip tightened on the console. He knew the stakes had just grown much higher. The alien fleet was a distant memory now, but this was something new, something far darker and more dangerous. "You've made a mistake, Captain," the voice continued, "and you will regret it. Soon, Earth will see what true power looks like." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving the crew in stunned silence. The crew members exchanged nervous glances, not sure what to make of the message. They had just defeated one of the most powerful alien fleets in the galaxy, but now a new, even more sinister force had entered the picture. Who were the Shadow Collective? And why were they so angry at humanity? Ryle didn't need to say anything. His thoughts were clear on his face. This was far from over. If anything, it had just begun. The Shadow Collective had issued a warning, but Ryle knew that they wouldn't stop until they saw Earth brought to its knees. The fleet had just tasted victory, but now they had to prepare for an enemy they couldn't even see. "We need to get to the bottom of this," Ryle said, his voice steady. "Prepare the fleet. I want every ship ready for anything." Lieutenant Drake nodded. "Yes, Captain. But where do we start? We know nothing about the Shadow Collective." Ryle's eyes narrowed as he looked out at the endless expanse of space. "We start by finding out everything we can about them. No one threatens Earth without consequences. We've proven that we're a force to be reckoned with. Now, let's show the galaxy just how far we're willing to go to protect our home." The crew quickly went to work, setting the ship's systems to search for any trace of the Shadow Collective. Meanwhile, Captain Ryle stood motionless, lost in thought. The Shadow Collective had warned them, but Ryle wasn't one to back down from a fight. The galaxy was changing, and humanity had just drawn the attention of something far more dangerous than they had ever faced. As the crew worked, a single question burned in Ryle's mind. Who were the Shadow Collective, and why had they singled Earth out? And more importantly, what were they planning next? The galaxy was vast, and many threats lay hidden in its dark corners. But Ryle was certain of one thing. The Shadow Collective had made a grave mistake. They had underestimated humanity. And if they wanted to see the true strength of Earth, they would soon learn that humanity had only just begun to fight. The unknown was now humanity's biggest enemy, and they were ready to face it head-on. The battle for the future. Captain Ryle stood in the command center, his eyes fixed on the large screen in front of him. The stars outside the ship's viewports twinkled, indifferent to the chaos unfolding within the walls of the human battleship. The crew moved with urgency, preparing for the unknown threat of the Shadow Collective. They had no idea what the enemy was capable of, but they had one thing on their side: humanity's unyielding will to survive. "Captain," Lieutenant Drake called, breaking Ryle's concentration. "We found something. A signal. It's faint, but it's definitely there. It matches the frequency of the transmission from the Shadow Collective." Ryle's heart raced. The Shadow Collective had claimed that they would make Earth regret its victory. Now they had a chance to find out exactly what kind of power these mysterious enemies wielded. "Where is it coming from?" Ryle asked, his voice calm but tense. "It's coming from a dead zone in the galaxy," Drake replied, tapping the screen. "It's a region that no one dares enter. Uncharted, dangerous, but we've pinpointed the coordinates." Ryle's eyes narrowed. Dead zones were often places where civilizations had once thrived, only to vanish without a trace. It was a perfect hiding spot for an enemy like the Shadow Collective. And now, humanity was about to take the first steps into that very region. "Set a course," Ryle ordered. "We'll take the fleet there. We won't wait for them to come to us." The crew scrambled into action, preparing the fleet for the journey. The warships hummed with energy as they powered up their engines, ready for whatever lay ahead. As the fleet made its way into the heart of the dead zone, the tension was palpable. The vast emptiness of space stretched out before them, and with each passing minute, the feeling of uncertainty grew stronger. Ryle couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the Shadow Collective was closer than they realized. "Captain," came the voice of Lieutenant Drake once again. "We're approaching the coordinates. The signal's getting stronger." "Good. Stay sharp," Ryle replied. He could feel the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Humanity had faced countless challenges, but this felt different. The Shadow Collective wasn't like any enemy they had encountered before. They were shadows in the dark, their power unknown. Suddenly, the sensors blared with an alarm, cutting through the tension. Ryle's eyes shot to the screen, where a cluster of unidentified ships appeared on the radar. They were moving fast, faster than anything the humans had ever encountered. "Enemy ships incoming," a voice shouted from the tactical station. The ships were massive, their shapes unlike anything humanity had seen. Sleek, dark, and almost ghostly, they seemed to blend into the shadows of space itself. Ryle felt a chill run down his spine. These were no ordinary alien vessels. They had to be the Shadow Collective. "All ships, prepare for battle," Ryle commanded. "Take evasive action. Defend the fleet." The human warships fired their weapons, beams of light slicing through the darkness, but the Shadow Collective ships moved with unnatural speed and precision. They dodged the blasts effortlessly, returning fire with deadly accuracy. The human fleet had the numbers, but the Shadow Collective had something far more terrifying, an ability to strike with surgical precision, as if they knew every move humanity would make before they made it. The first wave of fire from the Shadow Collective ships hit one of the human cruisers, and it exploded in a burst of fire and debris. The crew aboard the cruiser fought valiantly to defend their ship, but the Shadow Collective's technology was far superior. In a matter of minutes, the cruiser was reduced to space dust. "Captain, we can't keep this up," Lieutenant Drake shouted. "Their ships are too advanced. We're losing ships faster than we can retaliate." Ryle's mind raced. This wasn't just a fight for survival. It was a battle for the future of humanity. If they lost now, Earth would fall. The Shadow Collective would ensure that humanity never had a chance to rise again. But Ryle wasn't about to give up. Not when so much was at stake. "Activate the new weapons protocol," Ryle ordered. The crew looked at him in confusion, but they didn't question the command. Humanity's scientists had developed a new kind of weapon, one that was still in its testing phase, but they had no choice. They had to try. As the new weapons powered up, the human fleet ships glowed with an eerie, powerful light. Ryle held his breath as the first blast from the new weapon fired. The blast was unlike anything the Shadow Collective had encountered. The energy rippled through space like a wave, striking one of the enemy ships dead center. The ship shuddered, and for a moment, Ryle thought it might be destroyed. But the ship vanished into thin air, disappearing into the shadows. "Did we hit it?" Lieutenant Drake asked, eyes wide. Ryle couldn't believe it. The Shadow Collective ships seemed to dissolve in the wake of the blast, vanishing into the darkness. It was as if they had never been there at all. But then, the darkness seemed to move. More ships materialized from the shadows, seemingly endless, and the battle raged on. The Shadow Collective was relentless, and they weren't backing down. "We've only just begun," Ryle muttered, determination setting in. Humanity won't be defeated that easily. The fight for Earth's future had only just started, but Captain Ryle knew one thing for sure. Humanity would face the Shadow Collective head-on, and they would fight with everything they had. Victory was still within reach.
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, "I think it's better this time," Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. "It's still vibrating," he noted. Is that structural?" Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real base Cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band cymbal, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive?" The voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents? No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says masters and chains, joint custody." A sigh. Then observe. "I was planning to nap." "You can nap between disasters." "Fine." By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his janitor uniform, a decision he would later regret, and was hiding behind a wall of old soda machines, watching 2 of America's wealthiest teenagers walk into a facility that hadn't seen a human under the age of 50 since before disco died. Link found the snack machine first. "Still stocked," he said, awed. Raphael was looking at the map. "This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches?" "Sure," Raphael said. "Probably watches." Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. "I feel like we just did a thing," Link said, staring at the now depressed button. "Technically," Raphael replied, "we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable." The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents. No countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. "Well," Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, "I guess it's broken." Link eyed it warily. "Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process." They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, "Fresh pizza available," in bright green font. "Oh, no," Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. "Not the pizza trigger." It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, 2 long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects, and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, isolated house in the woods, band exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing." "That's not very descriptive," Link said. "No," Stanley agreed, "but trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza." "Wait, why would it be looking for pizza?" Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fistfight with a self-aware filing cabinet. "Because," he said, "some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program." "That seems like a terrible idea." "It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity." Link frowned. "Is he wrong about Garfield, though?" The floor shook. A distant voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. "Show me the cheese-stuffed crust Earthlings!" "Oh no," Stanley muttered. "It's already activated mimic mode." "Mimic what?" Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. "Cartoon logic." They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. "This is going to be awesome." The green thing, now 2 green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa, fighting a raccoon. "So, what exactly do they do?" he asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "Tuktiu" for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. "They save people." "That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza." Link blinked. "You mean they don't actually care about helping?" "No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch." Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. "So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box," Stanley said. "If you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies." The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. "We sensed a Domino's," it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. "So, subplots." Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. "Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone." "How?" "I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked." "Did it?" "No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite Marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances." Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. Hid it in the Roomba port. Noted. As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chronobehavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. Oh no, Stanley muttered, the time rats. Link slowly turned. Time? Rats? They're rats, right? Stanley said, rubbing his temple. But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds. Makes them impossible to trap. That sounds cute, Stanley offered. I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls. Are they dangerous? Only if you observe them. Like, really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it? You'll see a rat reading. Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough. Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. What now? Raphael asked. They're stabilizing, Stanley said warily. Is that good? Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area. Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. Oh no, Stanley said, horror rising in his voice. You have the cheese wisdom, the green thing declared. No, I don't. You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice. The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone. Link grinned. Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology. The green thing extended a hand. To the kitchen temple. And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house? Raphael shrugged. Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again. They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories, all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to infinite cheese and your sauce is strong. He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. Just know this, he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all. Raphael saluted. So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings. Got it. Stanley groaned and turned on his side. You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave. Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. So I was thinking, no, Stanley mumbled. We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. There's a note next to it in the logs, Link continued. It says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy. Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world. It weaponizes feelings, Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt. I like trees, Raphael offered. I like zoning boards, Stanley growled. They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories. I'm just saying, Link added, if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band. Raphael gasped. Yes, emotional resonance concert. Stanley sat up abruptly. Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally. Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. This place smells like aromatherapy, Link said. Raphael inhaled. Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast? Do not relax, Stanley warned. It feeds on emotional openness. The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. It's warm. It wants to feel you, Stanley said grimly. It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. Maybe it's out of juice, Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber, mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. I miss my hamster. You never had a hamster, Stanley pointed out. I miss the idea of a hamster. Link stared at his hands. My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails. That's so weird. Stanley wobbled. Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down. But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. I heard your feelings from upstairs, it declared. You require pizza hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake riots before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly, fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates. Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it. which in theory had worked until now. "Do you smell that?" Link asked over breakfast the next morning. "Burnt electricity and nostalgia." Raphael sniffed the air. "That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system." Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. "No more buttons," he warned. "We didn't press anything," Raphael said. "This time," Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. "Okay, we didn't press anything," Raphael amended. "But the green thing," Stanley's hand hit the table like a gavel. "If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling." They were silent, guilty, slightly impressed. "I told you it was shaped like a trampoline," Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once defused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. "Well," he said, "might as well get ahead of it. Follow me." They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor, and in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. "I touched it," it whispered. "Of course you did," Stanley muttered. "What is it?" Raphael asked, stepping closer. "The archetype core," Stanley said. "It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? No. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks." Link's eyes lit up. "So you're saying this powers stories?" "Yes." "Can we use it to get a Grammy?" "No." "Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure?" Stanley turned slowly. "Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, 'Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy'?" "No," Raphael said. "There was an orientation packet?" Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. "Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one, and you don't get to choose the genre." "What's wrong with that?" Raphael asked. "It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist," he pointed at Link, "but what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? "Hey," Link said. "Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse." Raphael blinked. "That actually sounds kind of on-brand." The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young. It simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. "No," Stanley muttered. "No, no, no. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool." "Oh no," Link said. "We're in a Joseph Campbell situation." "I always wanted to be the trickster," Raphael said brightly. "You're the fool," Stanley growled. "We're all the fool. That's the problem." Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled Exposition. "What is happening?" Stanley muttered. "I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag," Link said. "It's doing metaplot." "Do you want the exposition now, sir?" said a small robotic waitress with googly eyes. Stanley hurled the wrench at the jukebox. The diner exploded in a puff of script notes and surrealism. They were back. "All right," Stanley said, brushing existential residue off his pants. "New rule, we put the cube back to sleep." "How?" Raphael asked. "We create a resolution." "You mean?" "Yes," Stanley gritted his teeth. "You have to finish a subplot." By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled "Plot Device, Use Only, If Desperate." Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. "I hate this place," he muttered. But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of level Lasake. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. "I need a subplot," he said through gritted teeth. "One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes. Ends, wraps, resolves." Link blinked. "You mean like the emotional arc of a side character?" "Yes." Raphael perked up. "Ooh, I nominate Stanley." "No." "Yes," Link agreed. "The reclusive janitor with a tragic past. You've got all the setup, gruff demeanor, mysterious files, emotional baggage, probably a lost love." "Shut up." "Maybe," Raphael said dreamily. "He lost someone during his time in the sentient crockpot division. A forbidden kitchen love." "I said shut up." The archetype core flared. Somewhere overhead, ghostly musical chords began to descend like fog. Stanley looked upward and screamed, "No, I will not sing." The music paused, temporarily. But the rules were clear now. A subplot must conclude or the song would come. With jazz hands. "Fine," Stanley growled. "Fine, I have a subplot, one that's been hanging around this damn place since Nixon took his lunch break." He stomped to a panel on the far side of the chamber and pressed a recessed button labeled "Retired Files, Unsolved, Unapproved, Just Weird." With a hiss, the wall opened. Inside was a single file folder, thick, yellowed, slightly damp. Its tab read, "Operation Gravy Phoenix." Link squinted. "That sounds edible?" "It wasn't," Stanley muttered. "It was a counter-espionage project, canceled in '73 after the subject, Agent Gloria Kane, defected." "To the Soviets?" Raphael asked. "No, to a commune in northern Vermont. Built a yurt, started selling emotionally conscious jams." The boys nodded solemnly. This was still, technically, espionage. Stanley handed them a photograph from the folder. In it, a young Stanley, hair thick, uniform crisp, mustache unforgivably sincere, stood next to a woman in a trench coat holding a telekinetic fork. "This was the mission that broke me," he said quietly. "They told me she was rogue, a threat, but she just wanted out, wanted peace, and He trailed off. "You let her go," Link said. "I did, and I lied about it. Filed a report saying she fell into a vat of government pudding." The archetype core thrummed. The color shifted. Less threatening now, more intrigued. Stanley set the photo down reverently. "I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird." The boys were quiet. Then, slowly, the archetype core's glow softened. The melodic pressure faded, and one final line, clear, resonant, absolute, echoed through the chamber. Subplot resolved, narrative containment stabilized. The cube dimmed, the lights returned to normal, and just like that, the musical was canceled. "Good job," Raphael said, clapping Stanley on the shoulder. "Yeah," Link added. "No singing. That's a win." Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something. A jam jar. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The label was handwritten. "For SJ Extra Apricot, no regrets." He didn't say a word. Just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. The green thing poked its head in, saw that the music was gone, and visibly deflated. "I was gonna tap dance with my cheese." "Next time," Raphael promised. "Maybe in the episode where you find the pizza dimension." The green thing gasped, "There is a dimension!" "Not yet, but give us time." That night, the team sat under the stars again, this time with an illegal cheese fondue kit and 3 lawn chairs shaped like old Mars probes. "So what did we learn today?" Raphael asked. "Don't push cubes that talk," Link said. "Don't ignore subplots," Stanley muttered. "Don't let aliens compose musicals," the green thing added. There was a quiet pause. Then Link glanced at his watch. "You guys hear that humming?" Stanley's head dropped into his hands. Please, he said, muffled. Please let it be a normal humming. From beneath the deck, a soft, warbling buzz rose. Then a crash. Then, zzz, time displacement chamber now active. Please stand by. Raphael blinked. You think it's the rats? Link nodded. Yup. Time-traveling rats? Yup. Stanley didn't move. I want to transfer, he whispered. To where? Raphael asked. Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away. The empathy chamber? Link offered. I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic. The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. I'm going to teach the rats to sing. Link raised his soda. To next week's subplot? Time rats, baby. Raphael agreed, clinking cans. Time rats. The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past, carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, "Do not drop agents here," but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. What kind of facility uses decimals? The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not. It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, do not shake. The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. Hello, strange, creamy stranger, it announced. The agent froze. What? I am the green thing, it said proudly. What? He repeated, slightly higher. Would you like to see my sock collection? He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all four eyes, 2 frontal, 2 on stalks, and giggled. Oh, you think that works on me? It turned inside out. The agent screamed. 2 emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. This is worse than Antarctica, he muttered. He tapped his headset. Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu. Agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress today. Do you copy? Static. He sighed. Then the hallway lit up. Welcome, a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speaker system. To the Jenkins Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering. A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. Wait, what? The agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor. Yes, the agent exclaimed. Yes, that's what I'm trying to. But beware, the hologram continued, for he is always 1 floor above, or possibly in the shower. He likes jazz. Avoid the hallway with the broken blender. That's not a hallway anymore. That's Jenkins now. The agent blinked. Why would anyone program this? The PA system flared again. Also, avoid level 17. The ghost interns are unionizing. He turned down the next corridor, only to run face first into another projection, this time of Raphael, dramatically slow motion diving through a ring of fire while juggling plasma grenades and yelling, "We never trained for this." The image froze, flickered, and morphed into a floating banana labeled, "Janitor? Probably not." Okay, the agent said, stepping back. This is not an actionable intelligence environment. Another announcement pinged in. Caution, room temperatures may not follow logic. And neither do the janitor's routes. 2 hours later, he was running. Not from something specific, although a self-aware fondue fountain had begun following him, playing jazz, but from the general principle of chaos. He turned one corner, nearly collided with a vending machine that began trying to sell him Doom Nuggets, and flung himself into a closet labeled Closet. Non-haunted, probably. Inside, he found a lone sandwich. It had a tag, Stanley's. Touch and perish. He backed out slowly. In the distance, a door hissed open. Stanley? He called. A mop fell from the ceiling. It had googly eyes. He screamed again. From somewhere, the green thing whispered, "You cannot find what wanders with purpose." Then silence. The lights dimmed. The PA system flickered. Janitor proximity 8 meters, it said cheerfully. He turned to run. The PA changed. Janitor now 24 meters. Whoops, just missed him. The agent dropped to his knees. I just want to report in, he whimpered. I'm missing 2 shoes and possibly an hour of memory. A door opened in front of him. Inside was a small room, empty, but for a chalkboard that read, "You are here. The janitor is not." A single vending machine beeped softly and offered him a soda. He took it. And that's how Agent whatever his name was, be it Fortress, Night Viper, or Lunch Recon Delta, became a permanent resident of the labyrinth. Every few episodes, he'd stumble into frame, disheveled, desperate, convinced the janitor was just around the next corner. But he never was, and maybe he never would be, until the story decided it was time, or the vending machine unionized, whichever came first. It was 3 days, facility time, since the agent's descent, and while time in the lab wasn't precisely linear thanks to the espresso incident in the Temporal Cafe, the rest of the crew had begun to forget about him. This was not malice. It was entropy. Raphael and Link had for the most part settled into a routine that resembled both an after-school special and a soft government conspiracy. Band practice in the front room, deep lab exploration in the afternoon, and evening rituals involving ritual pizza offerings to appease the green thing, who now claimed ambassadorial rights for Planet Za. Stanley, for his part, had adopted the role of reluctant mentor meets building superintendent. He grumbled a lot, mopped the wrong direction just to confuse the automated maintenance drones, and maintained an ever-growing list of protocols he refused to enforce. Somewhere near Protocol 1137C, do not allow teenagers to pilot reality editing terminals. He had simply written in red marker, too late. So when the announcement system buzzed to life unexpectedly during lunch, everyone froze. Emergency update. Agent located in Sector 14C, visible, audible, possibly hallucinating. Link blinked. Wait, he's real. I thought that was a fever dream, Raphael muttered. Stanley sighed. He's real, or was. Haven't seen him in years. It's been 3 days, Link pointed out. In the lab, that's years, maybe decades. I once passed a hallway that aged me 5 months and taught me Latin. Follow-up. Agent is now chasing a holographic replica of himself, requesting moral support. They ran to the nearest monitor. The feed showed the agent, wearing half a tuxedo and one snowshoe, charging through a hallway filled with rotating spotlights, screaming, "Which of us is real? Answer me!" A nearby bot, shaped like a rotary phone, chimed in, "Plot development detected." The camera cut away just as he tackled the hologram, passed through it, and crashed into a cart full of live microdrama spores. The feed cut to static, followed by a helpful slide that read, "This plot is under renovation. Please stand by." Meanwhile, Level 5, officially labeled Innovative Agriculture Emergency Snack Theory, had begun sprouting an alarming number of sapient potato hybrids. This was, of course, entirely due to the green thing's efforts to create pizza that grew on vines. It had not succeeded. Instead, it had genetically confused starch-based root vegetables into thinking they were toppings with a destiny. One such potato, wearing a thimble and a tiny cape, was now giving a speech in the hallway, standing on a microwave. "I say unto you," it bellowed, "no more side dishes. We are the meal." "Should we be worried?" Link asked as they watched from the corridor's observation window. "I dunno," Raphael replied. "Is this more or less dangerous than the time the AI tried to draft us into a reality show?" "More organized," Stanley muttered. "That Spud has charisma." Indeed, the potato crowd was growing. Signs began to appear: equal rights for hash browns, fries before guys, and "Don't tread on me, I'm mashed." Then suddenly, the green thing rolled in and declared, "This is not a pizza-approved revolution. Stand down, starch citizens." Chaos ensued. Potatoes flew. Sporks were brandished. Somewhere in the back, a genetically enhanced parsley leaf began narrating the battle in Shakespearean verse. While Link and Raphael tried to defuse the uprising by playing a poorly tuned rendition of Kumbaya on keytar and trash can lid, Stanley leaned against the wall and sighed. "Should have transferred to Area 52, he muttered. Then, a whisper echoed through the hallway. "Janitor! Janitor!" He turned, eyes narrowing. At the far end of the corridor, past the tumbling tubers and airborne condiments, stood the agent, wide-eyed, disheveled, holding a map that had clearly been printed by a printer suffering an identity crisis. "You," the agent shouted. At last, Stanley stepped forward. You found me. The agent beamed. Yes, finally. I have urgent. Stanley, yelled Link. I need backup. This yam's got a grudge. Stanley glanced back. When he looked forward again, the agent was gone. Vanished. Like a deleted subplot, only a faint smear of pudding residue remained. Link ran up, breathless. Was that? Stanley nodded slowly. Agent something. I think his name changes depending on what mood the lab's in. Makes sense. Back in the shadows, a vending machine hummed. Inside it, the agent crouched, breathing heavily. He pressed a button. Cheesy crackle pop, please. It vended a VHS tape labeled How to Find the Janitor in 14 Difficult Steps. He wept. And thus, the agent remained, always close, always one room behind, frequently mistaken for his own doppelganger, and perpetually confused by the janitor's ability to vanish into the ductwork at will. But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode, he would find him. Maybe. If the potatoes didn't unionize first.
The mining colony's warning systems flashed red across every screen in the control room. Blue Song's four hands moved quickly over the holographic controls, his crystalline body reflecting the emergency lights. The small colony of Astra beings had never expected trouble this far out in space. They were peaceful miners, working on the edge of known space, gathering rare minerals that their species needed for sustenance. Elder Blue Song called out Crystal Hum, the youngest operator in the room. The long-range scanners show multiple ships entering our system. They're not sending any friendly signals. Blue Song floated closer to the main screen, his transparent body clouding with worry. A natural reaction among the Astra. The ships on the screen were arranged in an attack formation. Anyone with even basic knowledge of space combat would recognize it. But the Astra weren't warriors. They had never needed to be. How many? Blue Song asked, his voice resonating like wind through crystal. 27 large vessels, Elder, and they matched the description of the Dark Swarm fleet. The control room fell silent. Everyone had heard stories of the Dark Swarm, the terror fleet that appeared from nowhere, stripped colonies bare, and disappeared with all resources and survivors. No one who encountered them ever returned to tell their tale. The only reason anyone knew about them was because of the evidence they left behind. Empty, broken colonies. We must contact the Galactic Council, said Crystal Hum, his young voice shaking. Blue Song's body dimmed slightly, their equivalent of shaking their head. The Council's nearest fleet is 3 weeks away at maximum speed. The Dark Swarm will be here in less than 2 days. The colony held 5,000 Astra souls, 5,000 of his people who had trusted him to lead them safely. Blue Song looked around the control room, seeing the fear in his people's clouding bodies. They were miners, scientists, families. They had no weapons, no defense systems beyond basic shields meant to protect against asteroids. Then he remembered something, the forbidden frequency. There is one option, Blue Song said slowly, but the Council has forbidden contact with them. With who, Elder? Crystal Hum moved closer, hope returning some clarity to his form. The Deathworlders, the humans. Gasps echoed through the crystal walls. Every young Astra learned about humans in their history lessons, the strange beings from a planet that should have killed them. A species that evolved on a world with crushing gravity, deadly predators, and extreme temperature changes. Their bodies were dense with muscle and bone, their minds sharp with survival instincts, and their technology. Their technology was built to endure everything their hellish world had thrown at them. The Galactic Council had voted to isolate them centuries ago. Too dangerous, they said. Too unpredictable. Too willing to fight. The humans had accepted the decision with what they called a shrug, and simply continued building their empire in their assigned sector of space. But they had left behind one thing, an emergency frequency, a way to call for help if anyone ever truly needed them. Blue Song moved to the communications array. His fingers hesitated over the controls. Using this frequency would mean breaking the highest laws of the Council. But as he looked at the screen showing the approaching Dark Swarm fleet, he knew there was no choice. Elder, Crystal Hum whispered, "The stories say humans are violent and unpredictable. They might be as dangerous as the Dark Swarm." Blue Song's body glowed with determination. "The difference, young one, is that humans fight to protect. The Dark Swarm fight to destroy. Sometimes we must trust in the dangerous to save us from the evil." His fingers moved over the controls, inputting the frequency that no one had used in centuries. The emergency beacon activated, sending a powerful signal into the void of space. The message was simple, sent in the human language of English that all Astra learned as part of their history studies. "To any human ships, this is the Astra mining colony in Sector 7B9. We are under attack by a hostile fleet. We have no weapons. We have children. Please help us. Please." The message shot out faster than light, racing through the darkness between stars. All they could do now was wait and hope that the most feared species in the galaxy would choose to answer their call. Crystal Hum moved to the window, looking up at the stars. "Do you think they'll come, Elder?" Blue Song joined him at the window. "The stories say that humans never abandon a cry for help. Now we will see if the stories are true." Above them, the stars continued to shine, unknowing of the drama unfolding beneath them. Somewhere out there, their message was speeding through space, searching for the only beings in the galaxy that the Dark Swarm had never dared to attack. The Deathworlders, the humans, their last hope. Admiral Marcus stood on the bridge of the Earth Fleet's flagship, Thunder, his weathered face illuminated by the soft blue glow of holographic displays. The massive ship, nearly 2 miles long, cruised through hyperspace with its escort fleet of 15 vessels. They were returning from a routine patrol of human space when the signal came through. "Admiral," called out Lieutenant Reed from the communication station. "We're picking up a distress signal. It's using the emergency frequency, sir." Marcus straightened his back. The emergency frequency hadn't been used in over 200 years, not since the Galactic Council had decided that humanity was too dangerous to interact with. They'd left the frequency as a final lifeline, knowing that someday, someone might need the very thing that made humans so feared: their ability to fight. "Play it," Marcus ordered, his voice deep and calm. The message echoed through the bridge, the alien voice speaking careful English, begging for help. The crew fell silent as they listened to the desperation in those words. "Sir," the ship's eye, Atlas, appeared as a blue hologram. "The signal originates from an Astra mining colony. Scans indicate they are being approached by 27 warships. Based on their formation and energy signatures, they match known Dark Swarm patterns." Marcus's jaw tightened. Everyone had heard of the Dark Swarm, pirates and raiders who preyed on peaceful species. They'd never dared enter human space, but their reputation for cruelty was well known. "Time to intercept if we alter course?" Marcus asked. 38 hours at maximum safe speed," Atlas replied. "However, the Dark Swarm will reach the colony in 47 hours. We have a narrow window, Admiral." Lieutenant Reed looked up from her station. "Sir, the Galactic Council's laws clearly forbid us from entering that sector. We'd be breaking at least 6 major treaties." Marcus walked to the front viewport, watching the streaks of hyperspace light pass by. He thought about the fear in that alien voice, about the children mentioned in the message. He thought about how humanity had accepted their isolation, understanding the galaxy's fear of them. But they had never accepted the idea of standing by while the innocent suffered. "Atlas," he said quietly, "what happens to Astra colonies when the Dark Swarm finds them?" The AI's hologram flickered. "Based on historical data, sir, total destruction. No survivors." Marcus turned to face his crew. Every eye on the bridge was fixed on him. They all knew what was at stake. Not just the lives of the colonists, but possibly humanity's standing in the galaxy. Breaking the treaties could lead to even stricter isolation, maybe even sanctions. "Send a message to Earth Command," Marcus ordered. "Inform them that we received an emergency signal and are responding as per Article 7 of the Human Emergency Response Protocol." A small smile crossed Lieutenant Reed's face. Article 7 was an old Earth law, predating their contact with aliens. Any ship captain who ignores a distress signal is guilty of failing to render assistance under maritime law. Atlas, plot an intercept course. Push the engines to maximum. Lieutenant Reed, send a message to the colony. Tell them. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Tell them help is coming. Sir. Atlas's hologram flickered with calculations. Even at maximum speed, we have only a 9% chance of arriving before the Dark Swarm begins their attack. Marcus smiled, and there was something in that smile that reminded everyone on the bridge why humanity had earned their fearsome reputation. Then we'll just have to be quick about the rescue, won't we? All hands, his voice echoed through the ship's communications. Battle stations. We're about to remind the galaxy why you don't hunt the innocent in our universe. The massive engines of the Thunder roared to life, pushing the ship faster through hyperspace. Behind it, 15 other human warships followed, their crews preparing for battle. They had trained all their lives for this, carrying the hope that someday, someone would need protectors more than they feared humanity's strength. In the command chair, Marcus watched as his crew worked with practiced efficiency. They had been called monsters, dangers, deathworlders. But now, they would show the galaxy the truth about humanity, that the same strength that made them dangerous also made them the best possible allies. Hold on, he whispered to the distant colony. The monsters are coming to save you. The Dark Swarm fleet dropped out of hyperspace like a swarm of metal locusts, their black ships blocking out the stars above the colony. Blue Song watched from the underground command center as the first shots lit up the morning sky, tearing through the colony's weak shields as if they were made of paper. Everyone is in the shelters, Crystal Hum reported, his crystalline form dimming with fear. All 5,000 colonists are below ground level. The underground chambers had been built to protect against solar radiation and meteor strikes, not warships. But they were better than nothing. Blue Song watched the main screen as the first Dark Swarm landing craft touched down near the main mining facilities. They're not destroying everything, noticed one of the operators. They're being careful with the equipment. Blue Song's form clouded with understanding. Because they want our mining machinery. They don't just destroy. They steal what they can use. The first images of the Dark Swarm. Troops came through the security cameras. They moved like oil across water, their black armor making them look like walking shadows. Each one carried weapons that hummed with deadly energy. The Astra had always thought of themselves as tall, but these creatures towered over their normal height by at least 2 feet. Elder, Crystal Hum's voice shook. We received a response from the humans before the Dark Swarm arrived. They're coming. Should we try to hold out? Blue Song watched as the Dark Swarm methodically began searching the colony's buildings. Their movements were practiced, efficient. They'd done this many times before. We have no choice but to hold out, he said. But we must be smart. Atlas, seal all data cores. Activate the emergency deletion protocols. The colony's maintenance AI responded with a soft chime. Data cores sealed, Elder. All mining records in colonial databases are now locked behind quantum encryption. The Dark Swarm had reached the main administration building. Through the cameras, Blue Song could see them placing small devices on walls and doors. Seconds later, those devices pulsed with energy, and the locks melted away. They're going to find us, whispered one of the younger operators, her crystal form almost transparent with fear. Yes, Blue Song agreed. But they won't find us easily, and they won't find what they're looking for. The colonists had spent the last 2 days preparing. They'd hidden their most valuable mining data, scattered their food supplies across multiple storage rooms, and set up false leads that would take time to investigate, time they desperately needed. A loud boom echoed through the underground chambers. The Dark Swarm had found one of the main entrance points to the underground complex. All security doors, close and lock. Blue Song ordered. Activate the emergency maze protocol. The underground complex had been built with a clever design feature. In emergencies, the internal walls could move, turning the straight corridors into a complex maze. It wouldn't stop the dark swarm forever, but it would slow them down. "Elder," Crystal Hum called out. "They're broadcasting a message." The message played through the colony's speakers, the voice deep and artificial sounding. "Attention Astra Colony. Your resources are now property of the dark swarm. Surrender and provide access to your data cores, and your deaths will be quick. Resist, and we will ensure your suffering serves as a lesson to others." Blue Song's crystal form glowed with a fierce light. "Send them our response." Crystal Hum looked uncertain. "What response?" "Elder, send them nothing. Let them waste time waiting for an answer that will never come. Every minute they spend waiting is another minute closer to our rescue." Through the cameras, they watched as the dark swarm forces grew frustrated with the silence. They began using heavier weapons on the doors, but each sealed door they melted through only led them to more corridors, more choices, more delays. In the shelter areas, 5,000 Astra huddled together, their crystal bodies glowing softly in the darkness. They could hear the sounds of the dark swarm above them, searching, breaking, destroying. But they held on to hope, the hope carried in the message they'd received. "Hold on. The Death Worlders are coming." Blue Song looked at the countdown timer he'd started when they received the humans' response. 36 hours until their estimated arrival. They just had to survive until then. "Keep watching the stars," he told his people. "Our saviors are coming, and may the dark swarm learn what it means to hurt those under human protection." The human fleet dropped out of hyperspace on the dark side of the colony's moon, their engines cold and silent. Admiral Marcus stood on the Thunder's Bridge, watching the tactical display show 23 dark swarm ships in orbit around the colony. 4 had landed on the surface. "Status report," Marcus ordered quietly. "They haven't detected us yet," Lieutenant Reed reported. "Their sensors are focused on the colony. They're still trying to break into the underground complex." Atlas's hologram appeared, showing a detailed scan of the situation. The colony's defenders have been clever. They've turned their underground complex into a maze. The dark swarm have only managed to reach the outer sections. Marcus nodded, a grim smile on his face. "Smart colonists. They've bought us the time we needed." "Atlas, what's the status of our new toys?" "The gravity pulse weapons are charged, Admiral. All ships report ready." The gravity pulse weapons were humanity's newest innovation. The Galactic Council had banned them, calling them too dangerous. They hadn't wanted the Death Worlders to have weapons that could manipulate the very force that had made their home world so deadly. "Send the signal to all ships," Marcus ordered. "Operation Thunderstrike begins in 3 minutes. Remember, we want prisoners. The galaxy needs to know what happened here." The human fleet moved silently through space, spreading out in an attack formation that would have seemed suicidal to most species. 15 ships against 23 larger vessels, but humans had learned long ago that size wasn't everything. "Sir," Reed called out, "the Dark Swarm are broadcasting to the colony again. They're threatening to start executing prisoners if they don't get access to the data cores." Marcus's face hardened. "Move up the timeline. Begin now." The human fleet accelerated as one, their engines lighting up the darkness. The dark swarm sensors finally detected them, but it was already too late. "Target their engines and weapons," Marcus commanded. "Show them what happens when you threaten the innocent." The Thunder's gravity pulse weapon fired first. A beam of invisible force struck the nearest dark swarm ship, crushing its engine section like a tin can. The massive ship spun helplessly, its crew experiencing crushing gravity levels that their bodies had never evolved to handle. "Dark Swarm Fleet is responding," Atlas reported. "They appear confused by our attack pattern." Of course they were confused. No sane species would split their fleet into small attack groups, each ship charging directly at a superior enemy vessel. But humans had learned warfare on a world where predators attacked in packs, where smaller hunters could bring down larger prey. "They're firing," Reed announced. The Dark Swarm ships launched their energy weapons, filling space with deadly beams. But human ships were built differently. Their hulls, designed to withstand the crushing pressures of Earth's gravity, shrugged off hits that would have vaporized other species' vessels. "Return fire," Marcus ordered. "All ships, execute attack pattern Delta." The human fleet moved like a pack of wolves, each ship supporting the others. Where the Dark Swarm expected them to retreat after taking damage, they pressed forward. Where they expected the humans to break formation under fire, they held together. "Sir," Atlas reported, "the enemy is attempting to regroup. Their commander appears to be realizing we're not a normal opponent." Marcus watched as his ships tore through the Dark Swarm formation. The gravity pulse weapons were doing their work, crushing engines, weapons, and power systems. The Dark Swarm's technological advantage meant nothing against weapons designed by beings who had evolved under crushing gravity. "Message from the colony," Reed called out. "The Dark Swarm ground forces are retreating to their ships." They're running from us, sir." "Not today," Marcus said firmly. "Send to all ships. Block their escape. I want those ground forces captured. The galaxy needs to see what these creatures really are." The battle had lasted less than 15 minutes, and already half the Dark Swarm fleet was disabled or destroyed. Their remaining ships were trying to retreat, but found themselves trapped by the very force that had shaped humanity's evolution, gravity itself. "Send a message to the Dark Swarm commander," Marcus ordered. "Tell them, this is what happens when you prey on the innocent. Surrender now, or learn why the galaxy fears the Deathworlders." Blue Song and the colony's leadership watched in amazement through their few remaining external cameras as the battle unfolded above their world. The human ships moved in ways that defied conventional space combat wisdom, taking hits that should have destroyed them, pushing forward when any sane species would retreat. "Their ships are damaged," Crystal Hum observed, watching the Thunder take another direct hit. "But they're not stopping. How can they keep fighting with such damage?" "Because," Blue Song replied softly, "they evolved on a world that tried to kill them every day. Everything about them is built to endure." On the Thunder's bridge, Admiral Marcus stood calmly as his ship shuddered under another impact. Warning lights flashed across multiple systems, but he knew his ship could take it. They had built their vessels like they built everything else, to survive whatever the universe threw at them. "Port side armor is down to 40%, Atlas reported. 2 decks are exposed to space. Emergency force fields are holding." "Crew status?" Marcus asked, watching as another Dark Swarm ship succumbed to the gravity weapons. 3 injured, no casualties, Reed reported. "Damage control teams are already repairing the breaches. They say they've done harder repairs during training." "Sir," the Dark Swarm commander, Lord Hunter, watched from his flagship with growing horror as his fleet was systematically torn apart by ships that should have been destroyed 3 times over. His species had ruled the dark spaces between stars through superior technology and tactical doctrine. But these humans ignored everything they knew about warfare. "My lord," his second reported, "the human vessels are still advancing. Their hulls are heavily damaged, but their weapons remain at full power. They're not retreating." "Why aren't they retreating?" "Because they're insane," Lord Hunter hissed. "No species fights like this. No one advances into superior firepower. No one." His words cut off as his flagship shuddered. The humans had fired another gravity pulse, and he felt his own body growing heavy as artificial gravity crushed down on his bridge. In the colony below, the Dark Swarm ground forces were experiencing their own revelation about human nature. They had tried to return to their landing ships, only to find them crushed by invisible forces, their hulls crumpled like dying insects. "Look," Crystal Hum pointed at one of the camera feeds. "The humans are landing their own troops now." The human Marines emerged from their dropships wearing powered armor that made them even larger than the Dark Swarm. Where the raiders had moved like shadows, the humans moved like thunderstorms, each step leaving imprints in the metal deck plating. Surrender. The human Marine commander's voice boomed through external speakers. You have 10 seconds to comply. The Dark Swarm troops, for the first time in their history, dropped their weapons. They had never encountered a force that could not be broken, could not be scared, could not be defeated through superior technology. On the Thunder's Bridge, Marcus received the report of the ground forces' surrender with satisfaction. Status of the enemy fleet: 17 ships disabled. Atlas reported 6 attempting to retreat. No ships remain combat effective. Marcus opened a channel to all vessels, friend and foe alike. This is Admiral Marcus of the Human Third Fleet. To all Dark Swarm ships, your ground forces have surrendered. Your fleet is in ruins. This is your final chance. Surrender now, or we will show you why our homeworld is called a death world. Blue Song watched the remaining Dark Swarm ships power down their weapons. In just 30 minutes, the most feared raiders in known space had been completely defeated by the species that the galaxy had tried to isolate. I understand now, he said quietly to Crystal Hum. The Council feared them because they are strong. But they never understood. The humans are strong because their world taught them to protect themselves. And now, they protect others. Above the colony, the human fleet took up defensive positions, their damaged hulls gleaming in the starlight. They had arrived as saviors and proven themselves to be not just warriors, but guardians. The Deathworlders had shown the galaxy that being dangerous and being noble were not mutually exclusive. Lord Hunter of the Dark Swarm stood on his flagship's bridge, watching as his mighty fleet drifted powerless in space. The human gravity weapons had turned his once proud armada into floating wreckage. But he still had one card to play, one final move that had always worked before. Open a channel to the human flagship, he ordered, his black armor gleaming under the emergency lights. Admiral Marcus appeared on the main screen, his weathered face showing no emotion. Behind him, the human bridge crews worked calmly despite the battle damage visible around them. You fight well, human, Lord Hunter began, using his most diplomatic tone. Perhaps we can reach an arrangement. We have wealth beyond. Stop, Marcus cut him off. We're not interested in bribes. Surrender your ships and prepare to be boarded. Lord Hunter's red eyes narrowed. You don't understand. The Dark Swarm have resources across 50 star systems. We could offer you 50 systems you've stolen from others. Marcus interrupted again. Lieutenant Reed, how many colonies have the Dark Swarm raided in the past year? 23 confirmed attacks. Sir, Reed reported. No survivors found at any of them. The human admiral's face hardened. You see, Lord Hunter, we've been watching you for a long time. We stayed in our assigned sector of space, respecting the Council's wishes. But we never stopped monitoring what happened beyond our borders. On the colony below, Blue Song and his people had emerged from their underground shelters. Human Marines in powered armor stood guard as medical teams treated the few injuries from the siege. The colonists watched the exchange between the two commanders on public channels, their crystal bodies glowing with interest. You can't do this, Lord Hunter snarled, his diplomatic mask falling away. We are the Dark Swarm. We take what we want. You're nothing but bullies, Marcus said calmly. You prey on those who can't fight back. But you made a mistake today. You attacked someone who asked us for help. The Thunder's massive form moved closer to the Dark Swarm flagship, its damaged hull somehow making it look even more threatening. Like a warrior wearing battle scars with pride. One last chance, Marcus offered. Surrender now, and you'll face justice for your crimes. Resist, and we'll show you what happens when you push Deathworlders too far. Lord Hunter slammed his fist on his command console. We are the supreme power in the dark spaces. We will not bow to lesser beings who should have died on their brutal world. A small smile crossed Marcus's face. You still don't understand. We didn't survive our world. We mastered it. Atlas, execute final warning. The human fleet's gravity weapons powered up again, but this time they worked in reverse. Instead of crushing, they nullified the artificial gravity on every Darksworm ship. For most species, this would be an inconvenience, but the Darksworm, evolved in low-gravity environments, found themselves floating helplessly. Fun fact about humans, Marcus said as he watched the Darksworm cruised flail in zero gravity. We evolved to handle everything from 0 to 3 times Earth standard. Your bodies, on the other hand, are already showing signs of stress. In about 10 minutes, you'll start experiencing severe disorientation. In 20, organ failure begins. You wouldn't, Lord Hunter gasped, trying to grab onto something solid. The Council forbids such weapons. The Council forbids a lot of things, Marcus replied, including helping peaceful colonies under attack. So tell me, Lord Hunter, do you really want to bet your life that we always follow the rules? Through the video feed, Lord Hunter could see the determination in the human's eyes. He saw no fear, no hesitation, no doubt. He saw what his species had never understood, that the most dangerous beings in the galaxy were not those who loved violence, but those who had learned to use their strength to protect others. We surrender, Lord Hunter said finally. Full and unconditional surrender. Marcus nodded once. Wise choice. Atlas, restore their gravity. Marine teams, prepare for boarding. Let's show the galaxy what happens when raiders meet protectors. Bluesong watched as human ships moved to secure the Darksworm fleet. They did it, he said softly. They actually did it. Crystal Hum nodded beside him. Yes, Elder, but I think we all learned something today. The galaxy feared the human strength, but perhaps we should have feared what would happen without it. 3 months after the Battle of the Astra Colony, the Galactic Council chambers were packed with representatives from 100 species. The massive circular room hummed with excited conversation as, for the first time in 2 centuries, a human delegation stood at the speaker's podium. Admiral Marcus wore his formal uniform, the battle damage to his ship's hull now displayed proudly on the Thunder service record behind him. Beside him stood Bluesong, his crystal form glowing with steady confidence. Members of the Council, Bluesong began. 3 months ago, my colony faced extinction at the hands of the Darksworm. We had a choice: follow your rules and die, or call upon those you had labeled too dangerous to contact. We chose to live. The chamber grew quiet. On the main display, footage from the battle played silently. Human ships charging forward despite devastating damage. Marines in powered armor protecting colonists. Medical teams treating the injured of all species. The humans didn't just save us, Bluesong continued. They showed us what true strength means. Their ships were damaged but never stopped. Their crews were injured but kept fighting. Not for glory, not for power, but to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Admiral Marcus stepped forward. For 200 years, we respected your wishes. We stayed in our sector, built our colonies, and watched as raiders like the Darksworm preyed on peaceful species. We watched because you asked us to. But when someone finally called for help, we answered. The council leader, a tall being of pure energy, spoke up. The treaties were clear, Admiral. Your actions, while heroic, violated multiple laws. Laws? Marcus raised an eyebrow. Let me tell you about laws. On Earth, we have an ancient law of the sea. Any captain who ignores a distress signal is guilty of failing to render assistance. It's been part of our code since before we reached the stars. Because strength isn't just about having power, it's about how you use it. Bluesong activated a new display, showing the Darksworm prison ships now under human guard. The Darksworm's leaders have confessed to attacking 57 colonies in the past decade. They chose their targets carefully, always peaceful species, always those who couldn't fight back. They assumed no one would come to help. But someone did come, Marcus added. And now we're here to propose a new arrangement. The chamber buzzed with interest. On the upper levels, Representatives from a dozen mining colonies watched intently. They had all heard about how one distress call had brought humanity's finest to the rescue. "We don't want to rule," Marcus explained. "We don't want to conquer. But we're offering something the galaxy desperately needs: protection. Any peaceful colony that wants human protection can request it. We'll respond to any distress call, defend against any aggressor, and ensure that what happened to those 57 colonies never happens again." "And why should we trust you with such power?" the council leader asked. Blue Song's form glowed brighter. "Because they already have the power. They've always had it. But instead of using it to conquer, they use it to protect. I've seen human children playing with our younglings, sharing Earth stories. I've seen their engineers helping us improve our defenses, asking nothing in return. They're not monsters. They're guardians." The council chambers erupted in discussion. On the public channels across the galaxy, billions watched as history was made. The footage from the battle had already spread everywhere. Humans charging into combat to protect strangers, risking their lives for aliens they'd never met. "We call them Deepworlders," Blue Song concluded. "But perhaps we should call them what they truly are: the protectors we always needed but were too afraid to trust." The vote that followed was not even close. The old treaties were revised, allowing human ships to respond to any distress call. Within a year, hundreds of colonies would request human protection. The raiders and pirates who had plagued the galaxy's peaceful species found themselves facing an enemy they couldn't intimidate or outfight. As Marcus and Blue Song left the council chambers, the Admiral smiled. "You know," he said, "back on Earth, there's an old saying: the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." Blue Song's crystal form sparkled. "Then it's fortunate that when we called, the good men of Earth chose to do something." Above them, the Thunder waited in orbit, its battle scars now a badge of honor. The ship that had answered a desperate call and changed the galaxy forever. The Deathworlders had finally found their true purpose, not to be feared, but to be the guardians of those who needed them most.
The problem with being the only xenozoologist on Kepler 186f wasn't the isolation, the deadly predators, or even the perpetual twilight that made Earth's gloomy Seattle winters look positively cheerful. No, the real problem was having no one to appreciate my absolutely brilliant commentary on the absurdity of my situation. Recording day 847, I spoke into my datapad, watching as a six-legged herbivore that I'd nicknamed George munched on the bioluminescent vegetation near my research station. Subject continues to demonstrate remarkable inability to notice when he's being stalked. Betting pool on George's survival remains open. Current odds, not great. I'm Elena Martinez, and somehow I'd convinced the Interstellar Research Council that sending me alone to study the wildlife on humanity's latest colonization prospect was a good idea. Their exact words were uniquely qualified, but I'm pretty sure what they meant was only person crazy enough to volunteer. The research station sat perched on a ridge overlooking the Valley of Perpetual Mistakes. My name for it, not official, though I was working on that. Every day, I watched the planet's various species make questionable life choices from the safety of my reinforced observation dome. The valley featured a lovely mix of dangerous flora, even more dangerous fauna, and the occasional cosmic ray that made Earth's UV index look like a nightlight. But the real stars of my impromptu wildlife documentary were the night stalkers. Picture a cross between a panther, a wolf, and your worst nightmare. Then add 2 extra sets of eyes and the kind of intelligence that makes you seriously question your place on the food chain. They were the apex predators of this world, and they knew it. Night stalker pair approaching from the northeast, I narrated, zooming in with my cameras. Female displaying typical hunting behavior, male following with all the subtlety of a drunk elephant. Reminder to self, update species description, to note that despite evolutionary advantages, some individuals still manage to be absolutely terrible at their jobs. The pair moved like liquid shadows through the phosphorescent undergrowth, their scales shifting colors to match their surroundings. Well, the females did. The male kept cycling through patterns like a malfunctioning Christmas display. I'd spent nearly 3 Earth years studying these magnificent creatures, cataloguing their behaviors, and occasionally hiding in my panic room when they got a little too curious about the strange biped in their territory. We'd developed what I like to call a professional understanding. They pretended not to notice me, and I pretended not to notice when they deliberately posed for my cameras. Additional note, I added, suppressing a yawn as I checked the time. Day 847 marks the 3rd consecutive week of night shift observations, because someone, not naming names but it rhymes with Eleanor, forgot that predators are most active during the darkest hours. Future researchers, please remember, coffee does not ship well across interstellar distances. Plan accordingly. Little did I know, my carefully maintained routine of observation and sarcastic commentary was about to be completely upended. The universe, it seemed, had decided that my life wasn't interesting enough. It was about to throw me a curveball that would either make my career or end it, possibly along with my life. But first, I needed more coffee. I'd like to say the universe waited until I'd at least finished my coffee before throwing chaos my way. It didn't. The distress call, if you could call it that, came in the form of peculiar yowling sounds from just beyond my station's perimeter. Now, on a planet where everything either wants to eat you or poison you, often both, investigating strange noises ranks somewhere between juggling plasma cores and licking unknown fungi on the scale of bad ideas. For the record, I muttered into my datapad, if this is how I die, I want my epitaph to read, she died doing what she loved, making questionable decisions in the name of science. The sound came again, weaker this time. My sensors showed no adult night stalkers in the immediate vicinity, which was either really good news or really bad news. In my experience, there's rarely any in-between on Kepler 186f. I grabbed my field kit, sealed my envirosuit and stepped out into the perpetual twilight. The bioluminescent flora cast enough light to navigate by, painting everything in shades of blue and purple. The yowling led me to a dense thicket of what I called sparkleweed, on account of its tendency to shed glowing spores when disturbed. "Oh no," I breathed, spotting the source of the sounds. "Oh no, no, no." There, tangled in the sparkleweed's sticky fronds, were 2 Night Stalker cubs. Their scales hadn't yet developed the full color-changing abilities of adults, leaving them stuck in a patchy pattern of greys and blues. One was completely trapped, while its sibling made pitiful attempts to free it. Recording emergency addendum, I spoke quietly. Day 847, approximately 0300 hours, have discovered 2 juvenile night stalkers, estimated age 3 to 4 months. One severely entangled in Luminara adhesiva sparkleweed. No sign of parent. Cubs show signs of dehydration and distress. The free cub hissed at me, trying to look threatening. It might have succeeded if it hadn't also been hiccuping glowing spores. "Listen here, tiny terror," I said, slowly crouching down. "I know you're trying your best to be scary, but right now you look about as threatening as a grumpy kitten at a disco party." I pulled out my bioscanner, confirming what I'd suspected. They'd been alone for at least 12 hours. In the wild, Night Stalker cubs never left their mother's side for more than an hour until they reached maturity. Something had happened to their parent, and these 2 wouldn't survive another day without help. Right then, I started unpacking my field kit. Let's add potential death by angry returning parent to my list of workplace hazards. Still better than the faculty meetings back on Earth. The free cub watched with all 6 eyes as I prepared a solution to dissolve the sparkleweed's adhesive. Its sibling had stopped struggling, which worried me more than the prospect of Mama Night Stalker returning to find a human manhandling her babies. "You know," I told the standing cub as I worked, "most xenozoologists get to make their breakthrough discoveries from nice, safe observation blinds. But no, Elena Martinez has to get up close and personal with the offspring of the planet's apex predator. My doctoral advisor would be having an aneurysm right now." The dissolving agent worked quickly, and soon I had one very sticky, very frightened cub free from the sparkleweed. Both cubs were severely dehydrated and covered in glowing spores. They needed medical attention, and I was the only option available on this twilight death world. "All right, children of the night," I said, taking off my outer jacket to make a carrying sling. Time to trust the weird bipedal alien. I promise the next few hours will be less traumatic than your sparkleweed disco adventure. To my absolute shock, they didn't resist when I gathered them up. The weaker cub actually snuggled into my envirosuit, while its sibling maintained a grumpy but accepting demeanor. Recording additional note, I whispered as I hurried back to the station. Either I'm about to make xenozoological history, or I'm about to become the galaxy's shortest-lived amateur veterinarian. Also, someone please tell Dr. Chen back at the academy that yes, sometimes you do have to interfere with nature. His non-intervention policy can kiss my soon-to-be-eaten backside. The real challenge would come when their mother returned. But for now, I had two very important patients to attend to and a rapidly dwindling supply of coffee to keep me alert for what promised to be a very long night. It turns out treating Night Stalker cubs is a lot like trying to give medicine to earth cats, if earth cats were the size of small wolves and had enough teeth to make a shark feel inadequate. The good news was that they responded well to basic rehydration and care. The bad news arrived around dawn. Recording day 848, I whispered into my datapad. The cubs are stable, but my security system just picked up an adult Night Stalker approaching at high speed. Based on size and movement patterns, it's almost certainly Mama. Current survival probability. Let's not think about that right now. I'd prepared for this moment as best I could. The cubs were in my medical bay, which had a reinforced observation window. I stood in plain view, making no sudden movements. Everything I'd learned about Night Stalkers told me the mother would be able to smell her cubs through the station walls, and hiding them would only make things worse. The mother Night Stalker emerged from the twilight like a nightmare given form. Her scales rippled with patterns of rage and fear, emotions I'd catalogued many times, but never hoped to see this close. All 6 eyes locked onto me, and I swear I could feel my ancestors' primitive instincts screaming to run. Recording possible final note, I murmured. To whoever finds this, the cubs are in the medical bay, second door on the left. Also, I was right about Night Stalkers being empathically sensitive to color patterns. Currently, this one is displaying what I'm going to call Code Murder Rainbow. The mother stalked closer, her movements precise and deadly. I kept my breathing steady and spoke in the calmest voice I could manage. "Your cubs are safe," I said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping my tone would help. "They got tangled in sparkleweed, you know, that annoying glowy stuff that sticks to everything. Yeah, I hate it too, but they're okay now. Would you like to see them?" She paused, head tilting slightly. I moved very slowly toward the medical bay window, keeping my movements telegraphed and smooth. The cubs, who had been dozing, perked up at the sight of their mother. They began making excited chirping sounds that I'd previously only heard from a distance. "See? They're fine. Just needed a little help from their friendly neighborhood human." I carefully pressed the button to raise the window's blast shield. "Though I have to say your parenting style of leaving them alone for 12 hours seems a bit questionable. Not judging, just saying maybe we should talk about proper childcare practices." The mother Night Stalker's color patterns shifted rapidly, cycling through what I recognized as confusion, relief, and something I'd never seen before. She approached the window, pressing one massive paw against it. The cubs rushed to the other side, leaving glowing paw prints from their still spore-covered feet. "Recording amendment," I said softly, witnessing unprecedented behavior. Subject is displaying non-aggressive investigation of human structure while cubs are present. Also, note to self, clean glowing paw prints off everything later. What happened next nearly stopped my heart. The mother looked directly at me and deliberately sat down. Not the hunting crouch I'd seen them use before an attack, but a calm, almost regal sitting position. Her scales settled into a gentle swirling pattern I'd only seen Night Stalkers use with their own young. "Well," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady, "either I'm about to make scientific history, or this is an elaborately planned pre-dinner show. Since I'm feeling optimistic, let's try something really stupid." Moving with the same deliberate slowness, I opened the medical bay door. The cubs immediately bounded out, covering me in more glowing paw prints before rushing to their mother. I stood perfectly still as 300 pounds of apex predator approached me with 2 excited cubs bouncing around her feet. She stopped less than a meter away, lowered her massive head to my eye level, and did something that changed everything I thought I knew about alien intelligence. She blinked, slowly and deliberately, with all 6 eyes. "Recording critical observation," I whispered, as tears began rolling down my cheeks. Day 848 marks the first recorded instance of a Night Stalker displaying the universal signal of trust toward a human, also marking the first time a xenozoologist cried in front of her research subject. Maintaining professional dignity is no longer a priority. If someone had told me at the start of my mission that I'd end up running an alien predator daycare, I would have questioned their sanity, their sobriety, or both. Yet here I was, 3 weeks after the sparkleweed incident, watching my security monitors light up with another Night Stalker approach. Recording day 869, I sighed into my datapad. That makes the 4th set of visitors this week. Apparently word of mouth works even when said mouth contains enough teeth to make a tyrannosaur jealous. The approaching Night Stalker moved with an unusual gait, and it didn't take long to see why. Trotting alongside her was a cub with an obviously injured leg. They headed straight for my station's main entrance, which by now had more Night Stalker scent marks around it than a feline social media convention. "Welcome to Dr. Martinez's house of slightly concerning life choices," I announced as I suited up. "Today's special is basic first aid with a side of professional reputation suicide." The mother... I'd started calling her Limpy's mum in my notes, for obvious reasons. Waited patiently as I examined her cub. The little one had managed to get its leg caught in what I suspected was a carnivorous vine trap. These creatures really needed to work on their situational awareness. "You know," I told the mother as I cleaned the wound, "back on Earth, we have this saying about it taking a village to raise a child. I don't think they meant for that village to consist of one slightly unhinged human scientist, but here we are." The original mother and her cubs still visited regularly, usually bringing me samples of their kills, because apparently I now qualified for their version of a gift basket. The cubs had taken to leaving glowing paw prints on my windows, which I'd given up trying to clean. My research station looked like it had been decorated by a rave-loving Jackson Pollock. "Recording supplemental observation," I narrated while applying a biodegradable bandage to the cub's leg. "Subject population continues to demonstrate remarkable ability to communicate complex information between family groups. Current theory: they've either developed an extensive gossip network about the helpful bipedal idiot, or they're all laughing at me in a language I can't understand. Both scenarios seem equally plausible." Word spread faster than a rumor in a small-town coffee shop. By the end of the month, I had regular visits from no fewer than 6 different family groups. They brought me their injured, their sick, and occasionally their just plain clumsy offspring. One particularly memorable afternoon, a male Night Stalker, distinguishable by his complete inability to maintain camouflage patterns, showed up with 3 cubs who had gotten into something similar to Earth's poison ivy. "I don't suppose any of you would be willing to fill out a patient satisfaction survey?" I asked the assembled group of predators lounging around my station's perimeter. "No? How about a Yelp review? 5 stars. Great service. Minimal screaming. Excellent with cubs." The adults had taken to hunting in shifts near my station, leaving their cubs in what they apparently considered safe territory while they secured food. This led to some interesting moments when supply ships arrived. "No, Captain Rogers, your eyes are not deceiving you," I explained over the comlink to a very confused delivery pilot. "Those are indeed Night Stalkers napping around my landing pad. Yes, they're supposed to be there. No, they won't eat you, probably. Just land slowly and try not to look delicious." My daily reports to the Research Council became increasingly entertaining to write. 0600, treated minor laceration on juvenile Night Stalker. 0800, removed parasitic organism from cub's ear canal. 1000, discovered cubs have learned to activate my door's motion sensors for fun. 1200, attempted to explain to adult Night Stalker why cubs cannot live in my station permanently. 1400, failed to explain above point convincingly. 1600. Resigned self to role as alien predator kindergarten teacher. The truly fascinating part was watching how the species adapted their behavior around the station. They began marking safe paths for their cubs to follow, creating what amounted to a primitive highway system leading right to my door. The adults would take turns standing guard, their color patterns shifting in what I began to recognize as a complex communication system. Recording behavioral note, I whispered one evening, watching a young mother being instructed by an older one on the proper way to present an injured cub to me. Witnessing unprecedented cross-generational knowledge transfer. Also witnessing what appears to be the galaxy's first alien predator masterclass in how to train your human. My research station, once a solitary outpost of scientific observation, had become something between a wildlife clinic and an interspecies community center. The original mother, now dubbed First Mum in my entirely professional scientific notes, had taken to leaving fresh kills by my door. I tried not to take it personally when they were still slightly alive. I appreciate the thought, I told her after one such delivery, but I do have food synthesizers. Also, my definition of fresh meat and yours seem to differ significantly on the subject of movement. Perhaps the most surprising development was how the cubs began treating the station as a safe space during their learning hunts. More than once, I'd watched through my cameras as a young night stalker, embarrassed by a failed hunting attempt, would slink to my station for what I could only describe as a pep talk. Yes, I saw you miss that six-legged rabbit thing, I consoled one such visitor. But you know what? When I first landed here, I walked face first into a sparkleweed patch. We all have our off days. The problem with making groundbreaking scientific discoveries is having to convince other scientists you haven't completely lost your mind, especially when your evidence includes video feeds of apex predators using your research station as a daycare center. Let me get this straight, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Thompson said during our monthly video conference, his bushy eyebrows trying to escape his forehead. You're claiming that Kepler 186f's most dangerous predatory species is bringing you their injured young for medical care. No, I corrected him, keeping my face perfectly serious. I'm claiming they're bringing me their injured young for medical care and leaving me thank you gifts in the form of partially dead prey animals. There's a difference. Right on cue, a Night Stalker cub chose that moment to press its face against my window, leaving yet another set of glowing paw prints. All 6 of its eyes blinked at the video feed, and I swear it was grinning. As you can see, I gestured to the window, I'm running what amounts to the galaxy's first alien predator preschool, complete with finger painting, though they prefer to use bioluminescent spores. The Scientific Council's collective expression suggested they were considering whether isolation had finally broken my sanity. Dr. Chen, my old advisor, looked like he was having that aneurysm I'd predicted. This goes against everything we know about predatory species behavior, he sputtered. It violates basic survival instincts. It's happening right outside my window, I finished for him. Would you like me to pan the camera around to show you the 6 adult Night Stalkers currently having what appears to be a parents' association meeting near my landing pad? I did just that, revealing the group of massive predators lounging in the perpetual twilight. One of them, First Mum herself, looked directly at the camera and slowly blinked all 6 eyes. That one's saying hello, I explained. She's also probably wondering why I'm talking to a screen instead of attending to her cub's latest attempts to redecorate my station with glowing paw prints. Dr. Martinez, Dr. Thompson tried again, while your observations are interesting, we need more concrete data, reproducible results, scientific verification. Oh, absolutely, I agreed cheerfully. I've attached 6 weeks of continuous video footage, detailed behavioral analyses, medical records for 27 different cubs from 12 family groups, and a rather impressive collection of glowing paw print patterns that I'm thinking of submitting to an art gallery. Also, 3 different supply ship pilots have submitted sworn statements that yes, those are actually Night Stalkers napping around my landing pad. The council fell into a stunned silence as they reviewed the data on their screens. I used the moment to wave at another cub who had joined the window art exhibition. I'm also noting, I continued, that this behavior appears to be spreading through the species via social learning. In the past month alone, I've documented 14 new family groups approaching the station. all displaying the same learned behaviors as the original group. I'd demonstrate their greeting ritual, but I'm afraid I can't blink my eyes independently, much less do it 6 times in sequence. Dr. Chen looked like he was about to launch into another lecture about non-intervention in natural behaviors, but I cut him off. Before you say it, yes, I know this defies conventional wisdom about predator species. Yes, I'm aware this will rewrite several chapters in xenobiology textbooks. And yes, I'm absolutely going to name this phenomenon the Martinez effect. If only because I've earned the right to make future students memorize something I discovered while running an alien predator nursery. The council members exchanged glances. Finally, Dr. Thompson cleared his throat. "We'll need to send a verification team," he said weakly. "Wonderful," I beamed at them. "I'll inform the Parents Association. Fair warning though, they may expect the verification team to participate in our weekly hunt-and-seek games. Don't worry, we've only had 3 minor maulings, and those were really more like enthusiastic love taps." As if to punctuate my point, a chorus of Night Stalker cubs began their evening singing practice outside. The sound, somewhere between a wolf's howl and a cat's midnight yowling, caused several council members to jump in their seats. "That's just the evening choir," I explained. "They're still working on their harmony. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe it's story time." The cubs are particularly fond of my dramatic reenactments of Earth wildlife documentaries. The last thing the council saw before I ended the call was a parade of glowing paw prints making their way across my window, accompanied by my voice beginning, "Today on planet Earth." Of course, the universe waited until the verification team was in orbit to throw me its biggest challenge yet, because timing, as they say, is everything. "Recording emergency log," I gasped into my datapad while running to the station's perimeter. "Day 912. Multiple Night Stalkers approaching station. Something's wrong. Very wrong." The pre-dawn darkness was alive with movement. Every Night Stalker family I'd ever treated was converging on my station, their scales flickering with patterns I'd never seen before. At their center they carried someone, and even in the dim light I could see the blood. It was First Mum, and she wasn't moving. "Oh no," I breathed, rushing to meet them. "No, no, no, you cannot do this to me, not with a team of skeptical scientists about to land." The other Night Stalkers parted as I approached, forming a circle around their injured packmate. First Mum had a massive wound in her side, the kind that meant she'd tangled with something even bigger and nastier than herself. Her cubs, now almost fully grown, paced anxiously nearby. "Recording update," I muttered, pulling out my medical scanner, about to attempt emergency surgery on an adult Night Stalker. If anyone's listening, this is either going to be the greatest breakthrough in xenobiology or my spectacularly stupid last act. The scanner showed massive internal damage. She needed immediate surgery, but my medical bay was designed for cubs, not 300-pound adults. Still, this was First Mum, the one who'd started it all, who'd first trusted me with her babies. "Right then," I announced to the assembled predators. "Family only in the operating room. The rest of you, try not to eat any scientists who might land while I'm busy." What followed was 6 hours of the most intense surgery I'd ever performed, assisted by medical robots and fueled by enough synthetic stimulants to keep a coffee shop in business. First Mum's cubs never left the observation window, their glowing paw prints adding to the thousands already there. When the verification team's shuttle finally broke atmosphere, they were greeted by the sight of dozens of Night Stalkers arranged in concentric circles around my station, all facing outward in defensive positions. In the medical bay, First Mum was breathing steadily, her scales finally showing normal patterns again. "Recording final note," I said, slumping against the wall as the shuttle landed. "Day 912, patient stable, successfully completed first ever major surgery on an adult Night Stalker, also successfully turned my research station into the galaxy's most heavily defended veterinary clinic." I looked out at the assembled predators, then at the approaching verification team, and couldn't help but laugh. "Welcome to Kepler 186F, I called over the comlink. "Don't mind the welcoming committee, they're just here for their regular checkup." The verification team stayed for 3 months. They left with enough data to fill a dozen dissertations, several minor injuries from over-enthusiastic cubs, and a completely revised understanding of alien intelligence. I stayed, of course. Someone had to run the clinic. Recording day 1001, I spoke into my datapad, watching First Mum lead her newest litter of cubs toward my station. The Interstellar Research Council has officially designated Kepler 186f as a protected research site, with special emphasis on preserving the unique human-Night Stalker relationship. In related news, they've also approved my request for a bigger medical bay. Apparently, having the galaxy's deadliest predators as character references does wonders for grant applications. First Mum's newest cubs had already mastered the art of leaving glowing paw prints on my windows. The original ones still visited regularly, now bringing their own cubs for checkups. My station's walls had become a living history of generations of Night Stalker families, each set of prints telling its own story. Final observation for today, I said, opening the door to greet my patients. Humans have always had this thing about making friends with predators. From the first wolves that wandered into our camps to the apex predators of an alien world, we just can't help ourselves. But maybe that's our species' greatest strength, the ability to earn trust, to offer help, to build bridges across the greatest of divides. I paused, watching the cubs tumble toward me. That, and our unmatched talent for running interplanetary veterinary clinics with absolutely no proper qualifications whatsoever.
Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY. A short sci-fi story captain Lisa Brooks stood at the viewing window of the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity. Stars stretched endlessly before her, but her attention was fixed on the 6 tall insect-like aliens examining the ship's main computer display. The Varlaxians had joined the tour 3 hours ago, and what had started as polite interest had turned into something that felt a lot like mockery. "Is this truly an apex predator of your world?" Ambassador Klizik asked, his translator converting his clicks and chirps into English. His long, segmented finger pointed at the image of an African lion on the screen. The other 5 Varlaxians behind him made chittering sounds that the humans had learned was their version of laughter. "Yes, Ambassador. The lion is considered the king of beasts in many Earth cultures," Dr. Alan Perry replied calmly. As the ship's xenobiologist, he had been tasked with showing Earth's biodiversity to their alien visitors. The 6-month-old diplomatic relations with the technologically superior Galactic Concord had been filled with moments like this. Moments where humanity's achievements seemed small and unimpressive. "Fascinating," Klizik said, but his tone made it clear he found it anything but. "On our homeworld, even our young hunt creatures 3 times this size for their coming-of-age rituals." Lisa watched as Alan's smile became more forced. She understood his frustration. The Varlaxians stood nearly 8 feet tall, with hard exoskeletons that could repel bullets and strength that could bend steel. Their own world, from what they had shared, was a place of massive predators and constant danger. "Show us more of these Earth predators," one of the other Varlaxians requested. "The large ones." Alan nodded and moved to the next images. "These are polar bears, the largest land predators on Earth. They can weigh up to 1/500 pounds. The aliens' compound eyes reflected the blue light of the screen as they studied the white bears. "Primitive," Klizik concluded. "Their claws are inefficient. On our world, the lesser spine ripper has 3-foot retractable blades that can cut through tree trunks." From her position near the communications station, Lisa noticed Jack Miller, her communications officer, typing something into his personal tablet. His face held the hint of a smile, which was unusual given the tense atmosphere in the room. "Something interesting, Officer Miller?" she asked quietly, moving closer to his station. Jack looked up, his eyes bright with an idea. "Just thinking about something, Captain. Have they seen the honey badger yet?" "The honey badger?" Lisa raised an eyebrow. "I don't think so. Why?" Jack shrugged, trying to appear casual. "No reason, just might give our friends something to think about." Before Lisa could question him further, Ambassador Klizik's voice rose in volume. These are all your dangerous creatures? The alien's mandibles clicked rapidly. No wonder your species is so... He paused, searching for the right word. Soft. You evolved on a world with such meager threats. Lisa watched as the other crew, members in the room, tensed. 6 months of diplomatic relations had taught them to control their reactions, but the constant condescension was wearing thin. Your planet must be a peaceful place, Klazik continued. It explains much about your timid nature and your need for our protection. The word protection hung in the air. The Galactic Concord had offered Earth membership and protection, but the terms made it clear that humans would be junior partners at best, servants at worst. We've survived our world quite well, Ambassador, Lisa said, stepping forward. Each planet presents its own challenges. Of course, Captain, Klazik replied. We simply find it charming how your species has flourished, despite evolving alongside such unthreatening wildlife. The tour continued for another hour. The Varlaxians examined images of sharks, crocodiles, and Komodo dragons with the same dismissive attitude. When they finally left, promising to return the next day to discuss protection treaties, Lisa felt a headache forming behind her eyes. Well, that was humbling, Alan said once the aliens were gone. According to them, our fiercest predators would be considered pet material on their world. They're trying to establish dominance, Lisa replied. It's a negotiation tactic. Make us feel inferior so we'll accept whatever terms they offer. Jack approached them, still holding his tablet. Captain, I've been doing some research on the honey badger. I think you might find it interesting. This isn't the time for nature documentaries, Jack, Lisa said tiredly. With respect, Captain, I think it might be exactly the time. Jack handed her the tablet. The honey badger isn't our biggest predator or our strongest, but it might be exactly what we need right now. Lisa took the tablet and began to read. As she scrolled through the information and watched short video clips, her expression changed, from skepticism to interest. She saw footage of the small black and white animal fearlessly facing down lions, surviving venomous snake bites, and enduring attacks that would kill animals many times its size. It's not about size with these creatures, Jack explained. It's about attitude. They simply don't give up. They don't understand the concept of surrender. Alan peered over Lisa's shoulder at the tablet. Fascinating. They have incredibly thick skin, partial immunity to venom, and a tenacity that borders on insanity. Lisa watched a clip of a honey badger taking on 6 hyenas, getting repeatedly bitten, yet refusing to back down. They're like Earth's stubborn streak personified, she murmured. Exactly, Jack said. The Varlaxians keep showing us their strength and size, but what if we showed them something different? Something they don't understand? Lisa handed the tablet back to Jack, a slow smile spreading across her face. Jack, I want you to compile everything we have on honey badgers, and then I want you to prepare a presentation. For the Varlaxians? Alan asked, confused. No, Lisa replied. For Earth Command. I think it's time we stop trying to impress the Galactic Concord with size and strength they'll always outmatch. Instead, let's show them something uniquely Earth, our refusal to back down no matter the odds. Lisa walked back to the viewing window, looking out at the stars. The Varlaxians and the other alien species of the Galactic Concord had been dismissing humans since first contact. They saw a small, physically weak species from a planet with unimpressive predators, but they had never met the honey badger, and they had never truly understood humans. Call a meeting of the senior staff, Lisa said. I think we've been approaching this all wrong. We've been trying to show them we're worth respecting. Instead, let's show them what happens when they underestimate us. As she turned back to her crew, Lisa felt a new sense of purpose. The Varlaxians had mocked Earth's predators. Soon, they would learn why that was a mistake. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY, a short sci-fi story. 2 weeks passed quickly aboard the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity. Captain Lisa Brooks sat at the head of the conference table in the ship's main meeting room, watching as her senior staff filed in. The atmosphere was tense but excited, a stark change from the defeated mood that had followed most interactions with the Varlaxians. Is it confirmed? Lisa asked as Jack Miller took his seat. Jack nodded, his eyes bright with excitement. Yes, Captain. The Galactic Concord just made the official announcement. They're calling it the Grand Predator Exhibition. Dr. Alan Perry let out a low whistle. So they're really going through with it? A galactic zoo show and tell. Not just a show and tell, Jack corrected. It's being framed as a cultural exchange, but everyone knows what it really is. A chance for the established species to show off their biological superiority. Lisa tapped her fingers against the polished surface of the table. And they specifically requested that Earth participate? That we bring examples of our apex predators? The message was quite clear, Jack replied. Though Ambassador Kulzik did mention that we shouldn't feel pressured to participate if we felt our wildlife was too, what was the word he used? Modest. Soft. Laughter rippled around the table, but it held no humor. They're trying to humiliate us, said Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett. Put our lions and tigers next to their nightmare creatures and make us look pathetic. Lisa stood up and walked to the room's main display screen. That's exactly what they're doing. But we're not going to play their game, at least not the way they expect us to. She activated the screen, and images of honey badgers filled the display. Videos showed the small animals facing down much larger predators, stealing kills from lions, and surviving attacks that should have been fatal. For the past 2 weeks, we've been compiling everything we have on Mellivora capensis, the honey badger, Lisa said. I've sent our findings to Earth Command and they've approved our plan. Which is? Rita asked, leaning forward. We're going to participate in the exhibition, Lisa explained. But we're not bringing lions or tigers. We're bringing a single honey badger. The room fell silent for a moment before Alan spoke up. Captain, I understand the symbolism, but this is a risky move. The honey badger isn't visually impressive. The aliens will just see a small, unassuming mammal. Exactly, Lisa said with a smile. They'll underestimate it, just like they've underestimated us, and then we'll show them what it can do. She gestured to Jack, who stood and took over the presentation. The Varlaxians and other species in the Galactic Concord value size, strength, and aggression, Jack explained. They're expecting us to try to compete on those terms by bringing our biggest, most visually impressive predators. But Earth evolved differently. He changed the display to show a comparison between Earth and Varlax, the Varlaxian homeworld. Varlax has higher gravity, harsher weather patterns, and larger native fauna. Their evolutionary path rewarded size and armored defenses. Earth, by contrast, saw more diverse evolutionary strategies. The screen changed again, showing the honey badger facing a cobra. The honey badger evolved not to overpower through size, but through sheer tenacity and specialized adaptations. Its skin is remarkably thick and loose, allowing it to turn and fight even when caught. It has partial immunity to venom, incredible endurance, and problem-solving intelligence. Rita frowned. So we're bringing a clever weasel to a monster fight? We're bringing Earth's most fearless predator, Lisa corrected. A creature that doesn't understand surrender, that keeps fighting no matter the odds. She walked around the table, making eye contact with each member of her staff. The Varlaxians and their allies see us as weak because we're smaller and physically less imposing. They think that means we'll be easy to control, that we'll accept whatever terms they offer because we're afraid. Lisa stopped, her voice growing more intense. But that's where they're wrong. What humanity and the honey badger share isn't physical might, it's determination. The unwillingness to give up no matter how many times we get knocked down. So this is about sending a message, Alan said slowly. Exactly, Lisa nodded. We can't compete with their biological weapons or massive predators, but we can show them something they've never seen before, a creature that simply refuses to be intimidated, no matter the size of its opponent. When do we leave for the exhibition? Asked Rita. Tomorrow, Lisa replied. The exhibition is being held on the Concord station near the Varlaxian homeworld. We'll be transporting one specially trained honey badger, along with a habitat recreation unit and demonstration materials. As the meeting concluded, the crew filed out with renewed energy. Lisa remained behind with Jack and Alan. Do you really think this will work? Alan asked once they were alone. Change their perception of us? Lisa's expression was determined. I don't know. But I do know this. The Varlaxians think they've figured us out. They see us as weak because our planet didn't produce creatures with acid blood or foot-long claws. They're measuring us by their standards and finding us wanting. And the honey badger will change that, Jack asked. The honey badger will show them there's more than one kind of strength, Lisa replied. Size isn't everything. Sometimes the most dangerous opponent isn't the biggest one in the room. It's the one that keeps coming back no matter how many times you knock it down. She looked at the image of the small black and white animal on the screen. The honey badger doesn't know it's supposed to be afraid of lions or hyenas. It doesn't understand that it's supposed to lose those fights. Jack smiled. Just like humanity doesn't know we're supposed to cower before the mighty galactic concord? Exactly, Lisa said with a nod. Earth has faced extinction-level events, ice ages, plagues, and our own destructive tendencies. Yet we're still here, still pushing forward. We're small compared to the Varlaxians, but like the honey badger, what we lack in size, we make up for in sheer stubborn persistence. As the ship prepared for departure the next morning, Lisa stood on the bridge watching her crew work with newfound purpose. For 6 months, they had tried to impress the alien species of the galactic concord. They had shown off human technology, art and culture, only to be met with condescension. Now they would try a different approach. The honey badger wouldn't win a beauty contest against the nightmarish predators of other worlds. It wouldn't impress with size or venom or armored plates, but it would show the galaxy something uniquely Earth, the power of never, ever giving up. Course laid in for the Concord station, Captain, reported the helmsman. Take us out, Lisa ordered, her eyes fixed on the stars ahead. Let's go introduce the galaxy to the honey badger way. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger. HFY, a short sci-fi story. The galactic Concord station hung in space like a massive metal flower, its 5 enormous petals extending from a central hub. Each petal housed representatives from different member species, with the newest and least important members located at the tips, furthest from the center of power. Captain Lisa Brooks stood with her small delegation at the docking port, watching as other species arrived for the Grand Predator exhibition. The Varlaxians moved with the confident stride of the station's dominant species. Behind them walked the reptilian Zoltans, the tentacled Marines, and a dozen other alien groups. They've set up the exhibition arena in the central hub, Jack Miller said, checking his tablet. Each species gets 30 minutes to showcase their predator. Lisa nodded, her eyes on the simple transport container that held Earth's entry. Unlike the massive reinforced cages of the other delegations, the human container was modest, just large enough for a single medium-sized mammal. How's our contestant? She asked Dr. Alan Perry, who monitored the container's life support systems. Alert and ready, Alan replied. The honey badger remains in perfect health. The sedation wore off as planned, and he's had a meal of eggs and meat. Ambassador Klzik approached, his insectoid form towering over the humans. 4 of his assistants followed, carrying a massive containment unit that occasionally shuddered from impacts within. Captain Brooks, Klzik's translator conveyed, his clicking speech. I see Earth has decided to participate after all. How brave of you. Lisa smiled diplomatically. We wouldn't miss this cultural exchange, Ambassador. Klzik's compound eyes shifted to the small transport container. Is that your predator? It must be very small. Size isn't everything, Ambassador, Lisa replied. As I believe the exhibition will demonstrate. The Varlaxian made a dismissive gesture with his upper limbs. We shall see. The Varlaxian spine slicers are eager for their demonstration. They have not been fed in 3 days to ensure an enthusiastic performance. As Klzik moved away, Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett leaned close to Lisa. His confidence is annoying. It's about to be tested, Lisa replied. The Grand Exhibition Hall was a vast circular arena with transparent walls separating the display area from tiered seating. Representatives from 27 species filled the seats, with the most senior delegates occupying the prime viewing sections. Lisa noted that the human delegation had been assigned seats near the back, a not-so-subtle reminder of their low status in the Concord hierarchy. The exhibition will proceed in order of Concord membership seniority, announced the Master of Ceremonies, a tall, willowy alien with silver skin. First, the Varlaxian delegation. The audience watched as 6 massive arachnid creatures were released into the arena, which had been configured to resemble the rocky terrain of the Varlaxian homeworld. The spine slicers moved with frightening speed, their blade-like limbs slicing through solid metal targets as if they were paper. Their multiple eyes glowed with predatory intelligence as they coordinated their attacks, bringing down simulated prey 3 times their size. The crowd chittered and hummed with appreciation. Next came the Zoltans, whose phase hunters could partially shift between dimensions, appearing to move through solid objects to ambush prey. The Marines showcased their deep leviathans, aquatic predators that required water-filled containment fields and could generate electrical discharges powerful enough to stun creatures from 50 feet away. As each demonstration concluded, Lisa could feel the mood of her team sinking. Earth's entry would seem painfully mundane after these spectacular alien predators. "We're next," Jack whispered as the 19th demonstration ended. "Last place." Lisa stood. "Then let's make it count." The silver-skinned announcer's voice held a note of boredom as he said, "Finally, the human delegation from Earth presents their apex predator." Lisa walked to the control podium while Alan and Rita prepared the transport container. The arena transformed into a simulated African savanna with tall grass, scattered trees, and a watering hole. "Distinguished delegates," Lisa addressed the assembly, her voice calm and confident. "Earth presents one of our planet's most determined hunters, the honey badger." The transport opened, and the small black and white animal trotted out into the arena. It was unassuming, about 3 feet long including its tail, muscular but not visibly threatening. The honey badger immediately began sniffing around, exploring its new environment with apparent unconcern for the watching aliens. Ripple of what could only be described as alien laughter moved through the audience. "This is your apex predator?" The Zoltan delegate's voice was clearly amused. "Size can be deceiving," Lisa replied, nodding to Alan, who activated the first demonstration sequence. A honeycomb appeared in a hollow tree trunk, guarded by what appeared to be an empty space around it. As the honey badger approached, curious about the honey smell, a swarm of African bees materialized, hundreds of them, filling the air with an angry buzz that was audible even in the seating area. The audience watched first with amusement, then with growing interest as the honey badger ignored the dozens of stings it received. It climbed the tree, enduring the full attack of the swarm, and casually ate the honeycomb, while still being stung repeatedly. The honey badger can tolerate hundreds of bee stings that would kill most mammals, Lisa explained. Its skin is nearly 6 millimeters thick and remarkably tough. She nodded to Alan again, and a new challenge appeared. A large cobra, hood flared, ready to strike. The audience leaned forward as the honey badger approached the venomous snake without hesitation. The cobra struck, its fangs connecting with the honey badger's shoulder. The small predator staggered, seemed disoriented, and collapsed. A murmur went through the crowd. This demonstration had apparently failed. Then, minutes later, the honey badger got back up. It shook itself, located the cobra again, and renewed its attack. This time it caught the snake behind the head and killed it with a powerful bite. Honey badgers have evolved partial immunity to many venoms, Lisa explained to the now attentive audience. Even when affected, they typically recover and return to the fight. For the final demonstration, a simulated pride of lions appeared near the watering hole. One of the lions approached the honey badger, which was now eating the cobra it had killed. The lion, towering over the small predator, roared and swatted at it. Instead of fleeing, the honey badger charged directly at the lion's face, its teeth bared in defiance. The much larger predator, startled by this unexpected response, backed away. The honey badger doesn't understand fear or surrender, Lisa stated as the demonstration concluded. It persists until it succeeds or dies trying. The observation dome had fallen silent. Lisa looked directly at Ambassador Klzik. On Earth we have a saying, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. The honey badger may be small, but it survives in a world of much larger predators through sheer determination. She paused, letting her words sink in. Like the honey badger, humanity may be physically unimposing compared to many conquered species. But we have survived on a world where tenacity often matters more than size or strength. As the honey badger was returned to its container, Lisa could feel the mood in the room had shifted. The other species were looking at the humans with something new in their alien expressions. It wasn't fear or even respect exactly. It was uncertainty, the first crack in their confident dismissal of humanity. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger. HFY, a short sci-fi story. 3 months passed since the Grand Predator exhibition. Life aboard the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity had changed in subtle but important ways. The Varlaxians no longer spoke to the humans with open mockery. Other species actually sought out human opinions during conquered meetings. It wasn't respect exactly, but it was a start. Captain Lisa Brooks sat in her ready room reviewing reports when her communication panel chimed. Captain, incoming emergency transmission from Ambassador Klzik, Jack Miller's voice announced. Lisa raised an eyebrow. The Varlaxian ambassador rarely contacted her directly, and never with an emergency call. Put him through. The screen lit up, showing Klzik. The Varlaxian's normally immaculate exoskeleton looked dull, and his compound eyes moved rapidly, a sign of distress Lisa had learned to recognize. Captain Brooks, the translator conveyed his rapid clicks. I must speak with you urgently. The Concorde faces a threat unlike any we have encountered before. Lisa leaned forward. What kind of threat, Ambassador? They call themselves the Void. Swarm, Klzik replied. His upper limbs moved in agitated patterns. They emerged from deep space 3 weeks ago. At first we thought they were simply another. Lisa had learned indicated extreme stress. It is your perspective. My perspective? The honey badger approach, Klzik clarified. The Void Swarm adapts to every weapon we use against them. Our military doctrine is to develop the perfect countermeasure, the ideal weapon. But by the time we deploy it, the swarm has already evolved a defense. Lisa understood immediately. And you want us to think like the honey badger. Keep coming back with different approaches, never giving up. Yes. Klzik's translator couldn't fully convey the emotion in his clicks, but Lisa sensed something new in them. Respect, and perhaps fear. The Concorde Council requests Earth's assistance. The swarm will reach your system within months if not stopped. Lisa thought quickly. I'll need to consult with Earth Command. Send all the data you have on these Void Swarm ships and their tactics. We'll get back to you within 24 hours. After the transmission ended, Lisa called an emergency meeting of her senior staff. Dr. Alan Perry and Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett listened intently as she explained the situation. So they're finally admitting they need us, Rita said with a hint of satisfaction. Not us specifically, Lisa corrected. Our way of thinking. The honey badger approach. Alan studied the data Klzik had sent. These Void Swarm ships are fascinating. They appear to incorporate biological components into their technology. Look at these cellular structures. They can regenerate damaged sections and adapt their outer layers to resist whatever damaged them previously. Like an immune system, Lisa murmured. Exactly, Alan nodded. Once they've been exposed to a specific weapon, they develop resistance. The Varlaxians and other conquered species have been trying to create the perfect weapon, one powerful enough to destroy the swarm in a single attack. But each failed attempt just makes the swarm stronger. Rita leaned forward. So instead of one perfect weapon, we need many different approaches, Lisa finished. Like the honey badger. If one attack doesn't work, try something completely different. Keep coming until something succeeds. Jack Miller entered the room, his face grave. Captain, we've received additional data from the Concord. The Void Swarm has broken through the outer defense perimeter. They've destroyed 3 Varlaxian battlecruisers and 6 Zoltan interceptors. Lisa studied the tactical displays Jack brought up. The swarm ships moved in perfect coordination, adapting their formation to counter each Concord tactic. Look at how they respond to energy weapons. When the Zoltans tried kinetic weapons, the swarm ships grew additional armor plating. But they can't be resistant to everything simultaneously, Lisa said slowly, a plan forming in her mind. That would require too much energy, too many resources. There must be limits to how many adaptations they can maintain at once. She turned to her team. We need to test this theory. Jack, contact Earth Command. Tell them what we're dealing with. And request emergency authority to represent Earth in the Concord Defense Council. You have a plan? Rita asked. Lisa nodded. The beginning of one. On Earth we have another saying. If at first you don't succeed, try again. But with a twist. Don't try the same thing repeatedly. Try everything until something works. 2 days later, Lisa stood in the Concord Council chamber. Representatives from all member species crowded the room, their usual political rivalries set aside in the face of the common threat. The Void Swarm has adapted to all our conventional weapons. A Mertine admiral gurgled through its translator. Our energy beams, our kinetic projectiles, our phase disruptors, all ineffective now. They learn from each encounter, added a Zoltan general. Our scientists estimate that within 6 more engagements, they will be completely immune to our entire weapons catalog. Lisa stepped forward. All eyes turned to her, the human, representing the newest and seemingly weakest species in the Concord. You're approaching this problem from the wrong angle, she said calmly. You're trying to find the perfect weapon, the one attack that will destroy the swarm completely. But what if there isn't one? She activated the central display, showing footage of the honey badger from the exhibition. On Earth we have predators like this. They don't win because they're the biggest or strongest. They win because they never give up, and they never try the same failed approach twice. The footage shifted to show the honey badger facing different challenges, bees, snakes, larger predators, and using different strategies for each. The Void Swarm adapts like an immune system, Lisa continued. But all immune systems have limits. They can't maintain defenses against everything simultaneously. We need to stop looking for the perfect weapon and instead use every weapon, all at once. Ambassador Klozik's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. Explain your strategy, Captain. Instead of developing more powerful versions of the same weapons, we attack with completely different approaches simultaneously, Lisa explained. Energy weapons, kinetic projectiles, biological countermeasures, gravitational disruption, all at once, force the swarm to prioritize which adaptations to maintain. She looked around the chamber, meeting the alien gazes. We need to be like the honey badger, relentless, impossible to discourage, and constantly changing our approach until we find the combination that works. A murmur went through the council chamber. Lisa could see the doubt in many alien faces, but she also saw something new: hope. Ambassador Klozik stepped forward. The Concord Council will consider Captain Brooks' strategy. In the meantime, I propose we designate Earth as the coordination center for our counteroffensive. Their unique perspective may be exactly what we need. As the meeting adjourned, Klozik approached Lisa privately. Your honey badger has made quite an impression, Captain. Lisa smiled. The honey badger doesn't care about impressions, Ambassador. It only cares about results. Let us hope it achieves them against the Void Swarm, Klozik replied. Because if not, we may all share the same fate as those who underestimated your small but determined predator. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY, a short sci-fi story. The renamed Earth vessel Tenacity, formerly the Curiosity, moved at the center of the combined Concord fleet. The ship had been quickly refitted, with Varlaxian defensive systems and Zoltan communication arrays. Its bridge now served as the command center for the entire operation against the Void Swarm. Captain Lisa Brooks studied the tactical display, where hundreds of Allied ships formed a protective barrier around the Varlaxian homeworld. The Void Swarm approached from 3 directions, their organic ships moving in perfect harmony like a school of deadly fish. "All ships report ready, Captain," Jack Miller announced from his station. "Honey Badger protocol is in place," Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett added. "All ships have their assigned weapon systems and attack patterns." Lisa nodded. "Open a channel to the fleet." The view screen showed faces from a dozen different species, all waiting for her command. 6 weeks of preparation had led to this moment. 6 weeks of studying the Void Swarm's adaptations, developing new weapons and training the combined forces to work together in ways they never had before. "This is Captain Brooks," Lisa began. "The Void Swarm has demonstrated its ability to adapt to any single attack. Today we don't give it that chance. Every ship knows its role. Every weapon has its purpose. Remember the Honey Badger? If one approach fails, we switch immediately to another. We keep coming back no matter how many times we're beaten down." She paused, looking at the alien faces. "The swarm adapts quickly, but our research shows it can only maintain immunity to 3 different attack types simultaneously. We have 12. Good luck." As the transmission ended, Lisa turned to Ambassador Klizik, who stood beside her on the bridge. The Varlaxians' normally intimidating presence now felt reassuring. "Your species continues to surprise me, Captain Brooks," Klizik's translator conveyed. "A few months ago I would not have imagined following a human battle strategy." "A Honey Badger battle strategy," Lisa corrected with a small smile. "We're about to see if it works." The Void Swarm entered weapons range, and the battle began. The first wave of conquered ships launched energy weapons: lasers, plasma beams, and ion disruptors. As expected, the swarm ships quickly adapted, developing reflective surfaces that sent the energy attacks harmlessly into space. "Energy weapons ineffective," Rita reported. Moving to attack pattern beta. The second wave moved in, launching kinetic weapons, solid projectiles, explosive torpedoes, and metallic fragmentation bombs. The swarm ships grew additional armor plating, absorbing the impacts with minimal damage. "Kinetic attacks neutralized," Rita announced. Proceeding to gamma pattern. The third wave deployed gravitational disruptors, creating localized gravity wells to tear the swarm ships apart. The enemy adapted again, generating counter-gravitational fields that stabilized their formations. As predicted, they've used their 3 adaptation slots, Dr. Alan Perry observed from his science station. "Energy, kinetic, and gravitational defenses are all active." Lisa leaned forward. "Now's our chance. All ships deploy biological countermeasures. Specially designed missiles released clouds of engineered microbes that attacked the organic components of the swarm ships. The enemy vessels began to show signs of distress, their movements becoming less coordinated as the microbes interfered with their biological systems. But the swarm was intelligent. Within minutes, the ships began to shed their outer layers, discarding the infected tissue and growing new protective membranes. "They're adapting to the biological attack," Alan reported. "But look, they've dropped their energy shielding to do it." "All ships with energy weapons, fire immediately," Lisa ordered. The renewed energy attack tore through several swarm ships, but the rest quickly reactivated their energy defenses, at the cost of their gravitational protection. "Gravitational disruptors, fire now," Lisa commanded. The battle continued, in this pattern for hours. Each time the swarm adapted to one type of attack, they had to drop their defense against another. The Concord forces kept rotating their approach, never allowing the enemy to develop a stable defense against all threats. "They're learning," Rita warned after the 4th rotation. "They're prioritizing defenses against our most effective weapons and accepting damage from the less dangerous ones." Lisa nodded. "Then we need to surprise them again, prepare the dimensional disruptors. This new weapon, developed in secret and never before used against the swarm, created brief tears in the fabric of space-time. When activated, the disruptors caused parts of the swarm ships to exist in slightly different dimensions, tearing them apart from the inside. Dimensional disruptors online, Jack reported, but we only have enough for one coordinated attack. Lisa met Klazik's compound eyes. One chance. The Varlaxian's mandibles clicked in what Lisa now recognized as determination. The honey badger only needs one chance if it's the right one. Lisa took a deep breath. All ships activate dimensional disruptors on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Across the battlefield, the hidden weapons activated simultaneously. Space itself seemed to ripple and fold around the swarm ships. Unable to adapt to a weapon they had never encountered before, the organic vessels began to tear apart, their biological components unable to maintain cohesion across multiple dimensional planes. "It's working," Alan exclaimed. 80% of the swarm ships are showing critical damage. The Void Swarm, for the first time since they had appeared, began to retreat. Their perfect formation broke apart as damaged ships limped away from the battlefield. "Shall we pursue?" Rita asked. Lisa studied the tactical display. "No. We've hurt them badly, but we haven't destroyed them completely. If we chase them now, we risk falling into a trap or giving them time to adapt to our dimensional weapons." She turned to Kulzik. "The honey badger knows when to press an advantage and when to consolidate a victory. We've protected the Varlaxian homeworld. Now we need to prepare for the next encounter." 2 days later, Lisa stood with Klazik in the observation lounge of the Tenacity, watching as repair ships tended to damaged, conquered vessels. "The Concord Council has officially recognized Earth's contribution to our victory," Klazik said. "Your status has been upgraded. You will no longer be housed at the outer tips of the station." Lisa smiled. "Moving up in the world. Your honey badger strategy saved many lives," the Varlaxian continued. "We had become complacent in our power, believing that superior strength and technology were all that mattered in conflict." He turned, his alien gaze to her. "We were wrong. The Void Swarm was stronger than us in many ways, with technology that could heal and adapt, yet they still lost to a strategy inspired by a small Earth predator. The honey badger doesn't win because it's the strongest," Lisa replied. "It wins because it refuses to accept defeat, and because it's willing to try anything to succeed." Kulzik's mandibles clicked in what Lisa now recognized as thoughtful amusement. Much like humans themselves. "We had good teachers," Lisa said, thinking of all the times throughout human history when persistence had overcome greater strength. Earth may not have the biggest or most visually impressive predators in the galaxy, but what we lack in size, we make up for in determination. As she looked out at the stars, Lisa knew the Void Swarm would return. They would adapt and evolve, and try again. But next time, they wouldn't be facing a galaxy that thought bigger was always better, that strength always defeated tenacity. Next time, they would face a galactic concord that had learned the honey badger way. A concord that included humanity as true